Reverend Insanity Chapter 2156 to Chapter 2196. Renzu's trio stood by the river and observed. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time was a fact. Renzu observed for a long time before pointing at a piece of floating ice. This piece of floating ice is neither big nor small, its surface is smooth, let's step on it. But great strength True Marshall said, this piece of floating ice is clearly very small, it can't even fit the three of us. Carefree Wisdom Heart shook her head, this piece of floating ice is very big, but there are many icicles on its surface that will pierce through our feet. The same fact could be big or small, light or heavy, difficult or easy to different people. Some could accept it, some could not. Renzu's trio discussed for a long time before finally choosing a piece of floating ice, and everyone stood on it. When Renzu stepped on this piece of ice, he immediately burst into tears. While Great Strength True Marshall roared in anger, Carefree Wisdom Heart laughed heartily. It was the same fact, but different people would feel differently about it. Renzu's trio could only endure it. Every piece of floating ice on the surface of the river of time is a cold and silent fact. But we humans have hearts, once we come into contact with facts, we will feel emotions. When facts and emotions are added together, it becomes a matter for each of us. Carefree Wisdom Heart recalled the knowledge in her mind. The floating ice carried Renzu's trio and floated for a while before gradually becoming smaller and sinking. Let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. Renzu pointed to the left. Thus, before the floating ice beneath them sank, the trio jumped onto the second floating ice and continued to move forward. This fact caused Renzu's trio to feel different emotions. The longer they stood on the floating ice, the more these emotions accumulated. As the floating ice continued to sink, the emotions the trio felt would also change. Some went from anger to happiness, some from happiness to melancholy. I can't hold on anymore, my heart feels very uncomfortable. After enduring for a while, Renzu clutched his chest and shouted, let's jump onto that piece of floating ice. After the trio jumped, Carefree Wisdom Heart quickly said, I can't stand this the most, my heart is also uncomfortable. I want to die. Renzu's trio hurriedly switched to another floating ice. No matter what the truth was, if they clenched their teeth, they would be able to endure it. What he was most afraid of was feeling upset. Once the heart couldn't take it, the person wouldn't be able to continue living. After a few more ice flows, Great Strength True Marshall couldn't take it the least. I feel fine. Strong Gu said proudly in his heart of ambition, there are too many things in this world, it has always been the weak who suffer more than the strong. Fortitude Gu shouted, this has my contribution, because I have been helping you all along. Fortitude Gu could suppress emotions. Suddenly, 2 Gu worms grew out of Carefree Wisdom Star's palm. The Gu in the left hand was called good. The Gu in his right hand was called bad. Oh humans, we can help you discern what is good and what is bad. Good Gu and Bad Gu said together, their voices tender. Thus, with the help of Good Gu and Bad Gu, Renzu and the other two were always able to find good floating ice. Standing on the floating ice, the three of them felt very happy. When the floating ice sank and good things turned into bad things, the three of them jumped away in advance. Like this, Renzu and the other two gradually became happy, they became extremely happy, they were overjoyed and did not leave, they were immersed in this joyous mood. The three of them forgot about their situation until the truthful floating ice under their feet completely sank and they all fell into the river. Crazed Demon Cave, 8th layer. She land, who land, the two secluded domains of heaven and earth each let out a faint white light, the lights intertwined and connected into one, forming a horizontal pillar of light. The final step. Fang Yuan activated his killer move as he let out a breath of turbid air. The aura flew into the pillar of light as a whirlpool formed at the center of the pillar of light. The whirlpool shot out and shot into the sky. When the white spiral light touched the surface of primordial domain, it spread out like a lump of light fog, enveloping the entire primordial domain. Fang Yuan followed the white spiral light and entered primordial domain. Amazing, amazing. Primordial domain is between She land and Hu land. Using these two secluded domains of heaven and earth, we can accurately locate primordial domain. Lu Weiyin praised as he followed behind. Next were Zhang Budu, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, and other pseudo-venerable battle strength experts. When the immortals entered primordial domain, the white spiral light dissipated. The other Gu immortals who were eager to enter were very disappointed. Fang Yuan floated in primordial domain, frowning deeply. Once he stepped in, countless insights appeared in his mind. But this was not something that happened naturally, it was like being forcefully instilled into him. Fang Yuan felt an indescribable pain. This pain did not come from his body or his soul, it came from his heart. His mind was like a lake, it was originally calm like a mirror. But now, it was like a raging sea, surging with terrifying waves. This was like a baby who only knew how to eat, drink, sleep, and excrete, but the baby was forced to learn the joy of jumping around and playing. If the baby was allowed to jump around and play, it would hurt itself. It was also like a child who felt that toys were the most precious, but was forcefully instilled with the concept of an adult, money was the most important. Gu cultivation attainment levels were very difficult to raise. Fang Yuan entering primordial domain was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, it was going against nature. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring it strenuously. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who had entered primordial domain earlier, were nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan did not care about these two, he quickly inspected his body and comprehended. Many paths attainment levels are rising rapidly. Refinement path is also among them, but rule path is rising the most. Fang Yuan thought about it and started to move around primordial domain. He activated his method, his body was like a bird, flying freely in primordial domain. Everywhere he went, primordial domain broke apart. Fang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Although primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was extremely fragile. Fang Yuan did not take the initiative to attack, it was just that he had too many Dao marks, primordial domain could not bear it. But fortunately, before primordial domain was destroyed, the attainment levels contained within were all transferred to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency. I need to find the correct direction as soon as possible. If the refinement path part of primordial domain is destroyed, it will be terrible. Fang Yuan was not familiar with primordial domain, but all kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind. His deep wisdom path attainment allowed him to quickly understand his situation. Primordial domain contained the profundities of all paths, any Gu cultivator could benefit from it. Fang Yuan adjusted his direction nimbly, roaming in primordial domain, gaining a lot of refinement path attainment levels. He was moving in the correct direction. Soon, among the several attainment levels that increased at the same time, refinement path attainment level rose to the first place. Fang Yuan's current feelings could not be described clearly with words. He was in extreme pain and his mind was unstable, but he also felt fulfilled and satisfied. At the same time, he was feeling increasingly thirsty. This thirst was for knowledge, for attainment levels. No wonder the legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was not satisfied with knowledge, he kept instilling it into himself, causing his mind to reach its limit and explode. Fang Yuan had a similar feeling towards Renzu. Soon. Fang Yuan endured the pain and revealed a joyful expression. He had a strong premonition that he was only a small distance away from Refinement Path's Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Rumble, right at this time, primordial domain shook and large pieces of it collapsed. Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level was rising, but it stopped abruptly. Giant Sun, Star Constellation. Fang Yuan's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He saw that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were fighting far away. They had chosen a good location to fight, it was definitely a crucial location related to Refinement Path. With this part of primordial domain destroyed, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path attainment level could no longer rise. In the previous fight, Fang Yuan had probed many flaws of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. Similarly, his foundation was also seen by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They understood that Fang Yuan wanted to develop in Refinement Path. Since he had arrived at primordial domain first, how could these two venerables just sit back and watch? Thus, by fighting each other, they also cut off Fang Yuan's future. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had definitely taken the initiative to attack. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, he would definitely be happy to see this happen. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw Fang Yuan's main body, she immediately pointed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Hundreds of blue flying stars shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan roared as his body shone with 7-colored radiance. Immortal killer move, 7 kills rainbow, metal pass yellow light, wood pass jade light, water pass light blue light, fire pass red light, earth pass brown light, wind pass green light, lightning pass dark blue light. These 7 pass radiance intertwined and shot out in a spiral. Rumble. 7 kills rainbow destroyed most of the flying stars and shot towards star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's body flickered with starlight as she blocked this killer move, but she still staggered and showed a shocked expression. What killer move is this? It was naturally a compound killer move. This move, 7 kills rainbow, was an improved version of the previous 5 technique rainbow. The latter had been used by Fang Yuan before. It was during the battle when the Righteous Qi Alliance attacked Eastern Xianxia clan headquarters and attempted to recover their lost territory. It was just that 5 technique rainbow used the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while 7 kills rainbow went one step further. It included swift wind and furious lightning. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could not defend against such a killer move. Because to defend against this move, she had to consider the 7 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Even though many of the killer moves seemed to involve many paths, they were all superficial. For example, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable fought against Limitless Will in Crazed Demon Cave, he used a killer move that imitated the power of other paths. The essence of the killer move was still one path, it was just that it imitated other paths. To deal with such a killer move, one only needed to deal with Theft Path. But the killer move 7 kills rainbow contained 7 paths in the truest sense. Just one move from Fang Yuan made the great star constellation Immortal Venerable feel troubled. On one hand, the compound killer move was hard to defend against. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had a vast accumulation of Dao marks. He had too many Dao marks. Maybe star constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could match him in the past, but the current star constellation had just revived. The 3 avatars combined into one. The total number of Dao marks was star constellation Immortal Venerable's current Dao marks. Evidently, star constellation's Dao marks could not compare to Fang Yuan's. Venomous Goo Master applies for leave. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Crazed Demon Cave. Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's main body moved. He finally fought against a venerable, immortal killer move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan roared, his body shook as 100 evil dragons condensed around him. The evil dragons roared as they attacked star constellation Immortal Venerable. A compound killer move again? Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze narrowed. She could instantly see that the evil dragons in front of her contained transformation path and enslavement path profundities. The number of Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body was terrifying. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable could also fight him head-on, her nature was not like that. She was a wisdom path supreme grandmaster, she was in life, and she was now. Immediately, her body flickered, starlight flickered around her, she turned into 1,000, in the blink of an eye, there were 1,000 star constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun quickly used his investigative method to distinguish the real from the fake. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, but he still urged the dragons to attack. The dragons fought against star constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms. For a moment, the world turned dark and chaotic. Some of the vicious dragons opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, and some used their claws to tear. There were even some vicious dragons that opened their mouths and roared, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In the earlier battle, star constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms were caught off guard, they suffered heavy losses. But not long after understanding the reason behind these evil dragons' competence, star constellation Immortal Venerable's phantoms stabilized the situation and counterattacked. These star constellation phantoms had ordinary methods, each phantom only had one killer move, and there were only 6 killer moves in total. But these star constellation phantoms cooperated with great tacit understanding, they were not much different from the 3 avatars. Star constellation phantoms displayed their advantage in numbers, they often attacked one evil dragon with close to 10 phantoms, eventually killing the evil dragon after paying the price of several star constellation phantoms. Fang Yuan's evil dragons began to shrink rapidly. Fang Yuan's sword-tongued dragon soul has enslavement path profundities and can be manipulated slightly, but his wisdom path attainment is far from star constellation Immortal Venerables. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this and evaluated. However, Fang Yuan also knows the advantages and disadvantages of both sides. If he focuses his attention on carefully controlling the dragon soul, the gains won't make up for the losses. Therefore, he simply kept using this move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not interfere and just watched from the side. While watching the battle, he activated his methods. Multicolored light flew and swept the surrounding primordial domain into his immortal aperture. Information was extremely important to Gu cultivators. Especially against an opponent like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, killer moves were most effective the first time they were used. Fang Yuan did not use any other methods, he continued to activate Sword-Tongued Dragon Soul. Groups of over 100 evil dragons continuously rushed to the battlefield. The evil dragon was killed by the constellation illusions, but they quickly gained the upper hand in terms of military strength. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly surprised, so this move also involves Soul Path? He saw that although these evil dragons were being exterminated, the evil dragon souls were gradually being born. At first, these dragon souls were very weak, they only had 10% of their battle strength compared to the evil dragons. But as the evil dragons continued to die, the number of soul path down marks that were spreading on the battlefield continued to increase. The dragon souls and soul beasts that were born after these evil dragons died also became stronger. 20%, 40%, 60%, the evil dragon soul's battle strength continued to rise. Star Constellation's illusions were finally defeated. The battle situation was tilted towards Fang Yuan's side. Eventually, when there were only dozens of illusions left, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's main body could no longer be concealed. She smiled at Fang Yuan and directly retreated, leaving this battlefield. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. After fighting, he gained a deeper understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nature. Even though this Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had revived and had the battle strength to fight Fang Yuan head-on, she avoided the battle repeatedly. She was extremely rational and agile. Like this time, when she retreated, Fang Yuan's previous investments were all for naught. The soul path down marks left behind in this battlefield were of great help to Fang Yuan, but unfortunately, when Star Constellation retreated lightly, Fang Yuan had no choice but to chase after her, abandoning this battlefield that had been constructed for the most part. Fighting against such an opponent did not feel satisfying at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please wait. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Bright light shone around him and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Good. Fang Yuan praised, taking the chance to chase after her. It seemed that the agreement between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan was still valid. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's choice was also easy to understand. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw Fang Yuan's battle strength and that he was still an immortal zombie. He still treated the Celestial Court as his main enemy. If Fang Yuan's battle strength was weak, he might immediately face the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He had to get rid of this easiest opponent first, to prevent the weakest person from benefiting from the fight between the two tigers. Fang Yuan fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not make many moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable waved her jade-like hand, sending out countless flying stars. The flying stars were extremely fast, continuously shooting at Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had tried to dodge earlier, but these flying stars had tracking abilities. No matter how he dodged, he would be hit. If Fang Yuan wanted to unravel this killer move, he would need to plan carefully and spend some time to make deductions before he could succeed. Crack crack. With a soft sound, the light barrier on Fang Yuan's body collapsed. This light barrier was also a compound killer move. It had outstanding defense, but under the continuous attacks of the flying stars, it had already collapsed several times. The power of each flying star had never actually changed, but they were connected to each other in a chain of attacks. This was especially frightening. If the power of a flying star was 1, the result of the first star would also be 1. Then the second star would be at least 3, and the third star would be 6. The power would increase layer by layer. The further it went, the more powerful it would be. This was the combat system that Fairy Ming Hao had once grasped. As the light barrier collapsed, Fang Yuan activated a new defensive method. A halo of light appeared above his head. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and laughed lightly. Just like the information in the Celestial Court said, Fang Yuan was extremely vigilant. After using defensive killer moves several times, he would change to another one, afraid that the defensive killer move would be broken and he would suffer heavy injuries or even die when he was caught off guard. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned to do so. However, every time she made some progress in her deductions, Fang Yuan would adjust his methods in time, making her deductions useless. Fang Yuan, you have made ample preparations for this battle. I am increasingly curious, how long can you fight by switching killer moves so frequently? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke as she used her method. This Wisdom Path killer move was formless and formless. It formed a whirlwind in the air, but it was not targeted at Fang Yuan, but the surrounding primordial domain. In an instant, the surrounding primordial domain within several thousand steps was emptied by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun also breathed out golden light, sweeping a small area of primordial domain into his pocket. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with eerie light. These two venerables had extraordinary methods. They had been gathering these primordial domain as they fought. Compared to them, Fang Yuan's foundation was much weaker. He had tried before, but he could not find an effective way to gather the primordial domain. He could only watch as the other two continued to harvest. In that case, Fang Yuan made up his mind. A killer move suddenly erupted. Flame surged and lightning shot out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was collecting the primordial domain when the lightning and fire waves formed by Fang Yuan's killer move swept over, sweeping away all the primordial domain around him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instantly gained nothing. He remained silent. Fang Yuan used another move. The wind howled, and the frost was like arrows, filling the sky. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was implicated again. The primordial domain that was about to be swept into his immortal aperture was destroyed again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took a glance at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used another move. Einsol's flew and golden light flickered, destroying all the surrounding primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but look at each other. The former was no longer smiling, while the latter's eyelids were twitching. If I can't get it, don't even think about getting it. With this thought, Fang Yuan started to fight, attacking boldly and wantonly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun needed a certain amount of time to collect the primordial domain. Flaws would be exposed during the process. Fang Yuan directly destroyed the primordial domain. It was much faster and more convenient than them. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was disrupted again and again, but Fang Yuan used attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as an excuse. He was not restricted by the alliance agreement, so he could not criticize him clearly. He could not take it anymore. He secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, let's make a deal. You block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I will collect the primordial domain, we will split the gains 30-70. No, split it 50-50. Fang Yuan immediately replied, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was naturally unwilling. Without my method, you won't even be able to collect half of the primordial domain. If you dare to comprehend the primordial domain now, you will definitely be attacked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The risk is too high, something unexpected might happen. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was right. It was not difficult to block the infusion of the primordial domain. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not dare to comprehend the primordial domain during the current battle. She could only do her best to collect the primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun argued on the basis of reason, but Fang Yuan ignored him. Rumble, thunder rumbled and air currents surged. The surrounding primordial domain dissipated under Fang Yuan's killer move. Although the primordial domain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it was different from Book Mountain and Danghun Mountain. It was inherently weak. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan used his actions to tell him, you have to split it 50-50. If you don't agree, you, Giant Sun Immortal, will also not be able to obtain any primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could only relent, forget it, I will give you 50-50. Fang Yuan continued, can I trouble you to send half of the primordial domain into Jewel Yellow Skies first? Immortal zombie giant Sun could not help but stare. Fang Yuan urged again, "Don't worry, with my interference, it will be hard for star constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain much primordial domain." The meaning of his words was nothing more than a reminder, look, the Celestial Court is still our main enemy. And weakening the Celestial Court had always been Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's strategic goal. Forget it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent half of the primordial domain into jewel yellow skies to show his sincerity. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his attacks on star constellation Immortal Venerable became even fiercer. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was alone, facing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan together. She gradually suffered losses. Please remember this book's domain name. Right Pen Chinese Network mobile version website. Star constellation Immortal Venerable fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was in charge of interfering, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's main task was to destroy primordial domain. Although star constellation Immortal Venerable could barely succeed, it was only after several rounds of fighting with Fang Yuan that she grabbed the opportunity to attack. This battle situation continued for a while before star constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision. She suddenly activated a killer move to attack primordial domain as well. Primordial domain was like an avalanche, it was only a small piece at first, but soon, primordial domain's collapse became more severe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gave a low growl, releasing golden light in an attempt to block it. He succeeded in blocking star constellation Immortal Venerable's killer move, but star constellation Immortal Venerable activated her killer move again. Fang Yuan! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. Without needing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's reminder, Fang Yuan had already attacked with all his strength in an attempt to restrain star constellation Immortal Venerable and force her to give up on destroying primordial domain. This time, it was star constellation Immortal Venerable's turn to use killer moves. This was the first time she took the initiative to attack since the start of the battle. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not react in time. Many of star constellation Immortal Venerable's offensive methods were used for the first time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not block them immediately. Rumble, after dozens of rounds. Primordial domain was completely destroyed. Most of them were destroyed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised repeatedly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw that her efficiency in collecting primordial domain was far inferior to Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's cooperation, so she took the initiative to destroy primordial domain. Such decisiveness and rationality, worthy of being an Immortal Venerable in human history, the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. This is... Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Primordial domain was completely destroyed, but he did not fall back, instead he found himself in the void. There was no trace of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun said. He slowly flew over, standing 100 steps away from Fang Yuan as they faced star constellation Immortal Venerable together. It turned out that Celestial Court used Thieving Heaven's true inheritance and the captives in Divine Emperor City to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, gaining time to seize primordial domain. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan reacted quickly, they mobilized all their strength and attacked without any regard for the consequences. The Celestial Court had experienced the fated war and lived up to its former glory. It was hard for it to defend against the frenzied attacks of the two parties. Since she could not obtain it, star constellation Immortal Venerable took a step back and flew into primordial domain, raising her wisdom path attainment level to Supreme Grandmaster. However, Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the other pseudo-Immortal Venerables also entered primordial realm. The situation gradually went out of star constellation Immortal Venerable's control. She ruthlessly destroyed the whole of primordial domain. The origin realm hadn't been seized by her. In fact, it was still on the 9th floor. The moment star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan entered primordial domain, they also entered Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. The space on the 9th floor is much smaller than on the 8th floor. Is this the truthful floating ice recorded in? Fang Yuan stared at star constellation Immortal Venerable while looking at the mysterious floating ice behind her. These bluish-white floating ice pieces were of varying sizes, there were a lot of them. They floated quietly, they did not rotate on their own, but they were attracted to each other and flew around in groups of 2 or 3. All the floating ice flows slowly circled around the center of the floating ice flows. Looking from afar, these truthful floating ice pieces looked like a loose ball as they flew. The trajectory of the truthful floating ice pieces was filled with profound profundity. Fang Yuan only took a few glances before he felt dizzy. He acutely observed that these truthful floating ice pieces were continuously growing in size. It seems that this formation is the foundation of limitless creation of the whole crazed demon cave. Book Mountain and Primordial Domain are the cores that the celestial cord extracted from this formation. Amazing, truly amazing. This rank 9 formation is continuously rotating and deducing. These truthful floating ice pieces are the results. And those dead goo immortals in the 8th layer and their disappearing immortal apertures are the fuel for this formation. They are also clues for deductions. This means that the derivation goo recorded in and the eternal life research results that Limitless Demon Venerable wants to deduce are all at the center of this formation? Just as Fang Yuan thought of this, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. At the next moment, a Luck Path Killer move was activated and pierced through Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dissipated like a bubble. Her true body appeared at the same time, but she was not in front of Fang Yuan. She had already entered the rank 9 formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression sank slightly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a good method, even though this illusion disintegrated on contact, even I cannot detect its authenticity. If not for the change in my luck, I would not have been able to discover it. We need to hurry. Limitless Demon Venerable did everything he could to set up Crazed Demon Cave. He also deduced it for over 1,000,000 years. We cannot let the celestial cord obtain this result. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun flew out at lightning speed, arriving at the periphery of the formation. The two immortals stopped for the moment. This formation is terrifying. All the truthful floating ice pieces are formation cores. They are also the safest places. Other than that, the other places are very dangerous. If we stop at other places, we will be crushed by the formation. Fang Yuan's heart jumped slightly. This rank 9 formation's crushing force was brought about by the sacrifice of countless goo immortals and the fusion of great worlds. Even he could not endure it. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun observed for a while before jumping onto a truthful floating ice piece. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who was in the lead or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they both chose to do this. Fang Yuan naturally followed their advice. He picked one and stepped on an elephant-sized truthful floating ice piece. The moment he stepped on the floating ice piece, an intense feeling of guilt assaulted Fang Yuan's heart like a bandit who had invaded a peaceful village. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He quickly resisted this intense feeling. After adapting, Fang Yuan jumped onto the second truthful floating ice piece. This time an intense feeling of sorrow engulfed his heart. The intensity of it suddenly increased. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and adapted to it with difficulty. He looked up and saw that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had already jumped onto the 5th truthful floating ice piece, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still far ahead. She had already entered the middle layer of the formation. Time is limited. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anxious. He quickly jumped onto the 3rd floating ice piece. The result of the contest in Primordial Domain was not ideal for Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might have already recovered to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, while Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was still lacking. However, the opponent was the Grand Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. The contest in Primordial Domain was already like this. Limitless Demon Venerable's eternal life research results could not be obtained by these two venerables. Eternal life, eternal life. Fang Yuan muttered. Eternal life was Fang Yuan's goal and ideal. Even if he could not obtain it, he could not let it fall into someone else's hands. The deeper they went into the formation, the stronger the emotions brought by the truthful floating ice pieces. There were all kinds of emotions. Some were joy, some were sorrow, some were melancholy, and some were anger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was in the lead all along. Her advantage in this formation was very clear. Firstly, the chess bet back then was the confrontation between Limitless Will and Star Constellation's will. Secondly, the Celestial Court had already started to infiltrate 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World was the best proof. Finally, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path focused on thoughts, wills, and emotions. Dealing with emotions and even using them to fight was the specialty of Wisdom Path. With all these reasons, it was no wonder that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable avoided the battle and rushed into the formation. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped on a truthful floating ice piece and looked behind her, frowning slightly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was rushing over. He was getting closer to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. The deeper they went into the formation, the more terrifying the emotions and the greater the obstruction to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not hesitate to leave Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to participate in the deductions. During his era, he had even taken Savage Wilderness Great World, which was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After all, after Limitless Demon Venerable was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had entered Crazed Demon Cave more than 1,000,000 years ago. Thus, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a deep understanding of this Crazed Demon Cave. And Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck path methods also helped him choose the most suitable path to advance. But why is Fang Yuan also getting closer? He is even showing signs of surpassing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. This was truly out of her expectations. The Celestial Court naturally handed all the information regarding Fang Yuan to her. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood Fang Yuan very well. She knew that even though Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was very deep, he was most skilled not in deductions, but in defending against other people's deductions. From this point, even though the Celestial Court had repeatedly failed in their crusade against Fang Yuan, they had also made considerable gains. At least, under the suppression of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had to give up on deductions, emotional processing, and other aspects in his wisdom path cultivation, and focus on raising his ability to defend against deductions. However, right now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was clearly benefiting from this, so why was Fang Yuan still chasing after her? Not only was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable surprised, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was also very shocked. His eyeballs watched as Fang Yuan rapidly jumped forward and overtook him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sensed an aura from Fang Yuan's body. Suddenly, he understood the truth. It's Fortitude Gu. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped as he gritted his teeth. He recognized Fortitude Gu's aura. Fang Yuan had never been good at concealing his aura, but there was no need to do so now. So it's him. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finally understood, the biggest culprit behind the scenes who plotted against He Lulan in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was Fang Yuan. This scoundrel took Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. These two Strength Path Immortal Gu are both rank 8, Fortitude Gu is the best at restraining emotions, no wonder he could move so easily in this formation. Don't tell me, Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is also Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's arrangement to help Fang Yuan? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not help but have many thoughts. He had a bad feeling. Even though I seized Savage Wilderness Great World, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable still arranged for Fang Yuan to obtain Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu, then was the portion of Thieving Heaven True Inheritance I extracted earlier a bait set up by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Northern Plains. Two figures shot through the air, continuously using killer moves, creating waves of air currents and thunderous sounds. One of the male immortals cultivated light path. He was dressed in a white robe, he was tall and had a shoehorn face, his eyes were as small as beans. As for the other female immortal, she was dressed in black gold armor and wore half a mask. Her every move was domineering and domineering. Other than these two immortals, there were more than 10 Gu immortals watching the battle. Big brother, hurry up and kill this bitch. The spectating female immortal Lu Luo shouted, her eyes glued to the battlefield. Beside her were Lu tribe's Gu immortal elders. Besides them, there were also many Gu immortals from Northern Plains Huangjin tribes. Chanyu tribe's Chanyu Xiong, Gong tribe's Gong Tong Kwai. The male immortal fighting was a famous rank 7 expert of Northern Plains Righteous Path, Lu Chang. The female immortal was He Lulan. He Lulan changed her name to He Yu and went around challenging experts. After defeating Chen Qing and Yin Wu Kei, she continued to challenge lone and demonic immortals without losing a single time. Her reputation soared and Northern Plains raised its eyebrows. Lu Chang and Lu Luo had failed to recruit Yin Wuk, and in the process, they had a conflict with He Lulan. Lu Chang publicly challenged Fairy Black Moon in order to avenge himself. Once news spread, it caused a commotion in Northern Plains' Immortal world. That was why this battle had taken place. Immortal killer move, Light Horse crossing crevice. Lu Chang activated his killer move, the silhouette of a pony condensed under him and flew around in the sky. This movement killer move was very outstanding. It allowed Lu Chang to maintain a certain distance from He Lulan. Ever since Lu Chang suffered a huge loss at the hands of He Lulan, he wisely chose to attack from afar. Big brother, that's it. Let this bitch suffer behind you, and in the end, she was beaten to death for nothing. Ha ha ha. Lu Luo continued to scream and cheer for Lu Chang. Her laughter was very piercing to the ears. But at this moment, He Lulan's figure disappeared on the spot. It was an illusion. When did this happen? Lu Chang was startled. He knew that he had fallen into a trap and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, He Lulan's true body instantly appeared behind him. Boom boom boom, fist shadows flew everywhere, like a torrential downpour, firmly enveloping Lu Chang. Lu Chang shouted, desperately activating defensive killer moves as he took a beating. Lu Luo's laughter stopped abruptly. He Lulan's series of attacks were fierce and explosive. The Righteous Path Gu immortals watching the battle felt their eyelids twitch. Alright. That was a good fight. We finally caught this cunning Lu Chang. The loose immortals and fiend immortals who were watching the battle cheered, praising endlessly. Among them, other than Chen Qing, Wu Guang, and Yin Wuk, there were many others. Some of these people had been defeated by He Lulan, while others had heard of He Lulan's deeds and had taken the initiative to follow her. Lord Blackmoon has gained the upper hand. Wu Guang laughed as he sent a voice transmission, conversing privately. Don't you feel that Lord Blackmoon has become stronger than before? Come to think of it, Lady Blackmoon was constantly challenging others, and in the process, her battle prowess was rapidly increasing. Brother Wu, don't you feel it? Yin Wuk was slightly shocked and uncertain. Wu Guang thought about it before shaking his head, replying, of course I noticed it. But how can there be such rapid progress in this world? I'm afraid Lady Blackmoon was hiding her strength earlier, or she had been in closed cultivation all along. As her battle experience increased, her methods became more proficient, giving off a feeling that her battle prowess is increasing rapidly. Yin Wuk nodded. He was about to speak when the situation changed again. Gu Immortal Lu Chang was indeed a famous expert in Northern Plains. After some effort, he finally escaped from He Lulan's attack range. He Lulan did not want to let him go, she immediately chased after him. But Lu Chang suddenly stopped. He turned around and smiled sinisterly. He Lulan, you fell for my trap. Immortal killer move, dazzling brilliance. In an instant, intense light burst out, covering the entire battlefield. The spectating Gu immortals quickly closed their eyes. He Lulan also subconsciously closed her eyes. But when she opened her eyes again, all she could see was white. After being hit by the killer move dazzling brilliance, her vision turned blank. She could no longer see anything. Oh no, Lu Chang actually learned this killer move. No wonder he was fearless, publicly challenging Lady Blackmoon. This move is Lu Tribe's signature method. Unless they use Lu Tribe's unique killer move, the Gu cultivator cannot recover from it. Many lone cultivators and demonic immortals' expressions changed. The atmosphere became heavy. Because this battle was not just a simple battle between Lu Chang and He Lulan. In the current situation, this battle already had a lot of political meaning. As the rootless fairy Blackmoon, she represented the lone immortal camp. And Lu Chang naturally represented Northern Plains' righteous path. Ever since the Fate War, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had been actively integrating Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone immortals and demonic path experts like Yin Wu Kei were wantonly recruited by the Huangjin tribes, and their attitude was very firm. There was no need to mention the lone immortals who were willing, but most of the lone cultivators and demonic path Gu immortals were unwilling. But they were alone. They did not want to offend these Northern Plains righteous path forces. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. In this situation, He Lulan's appearance was like a banner for these Gu immortals. He Lulan dared to challenge everywhere. She did not fear the Huangjin tribes. This greatly encouraged these lone immortals and demonic immortals. Especially now, snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed, and a demonic path expert like old ancestor Shui who had gone into hiding, the lone and demonic cultivators needed a leader. Precisely because of this, He Lulan gained the initiative of Wu Guang, Yin Wu Kei, and the others. Many lone and demonic immortals came to watch this battle. They wanted to support He Lulan. He Lulan was hit by the killer move now. She could not see anything. These Gu immortals' nervousness and worry came from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Chang retreated with a smile on his face. Immortal killer move, radiance radiance. The injuries on his body started to heal slowly. Immortal killer move, clear rippling light. His surroundings shone with waves of light. It was as if countless fish scales were shining. Oh no. Chen Chung frowned deeply. This move counters investigative methods. Yin Wu Kei and Wu Guang stopped their conversation. They looked at the battlefield nervously. Even though Gu immortals could not see, they had all sorts of investigative methods. It was just that now, after Lu Chang used this killer move, other investigative methods would not be very useful. Since she could not see anything, He Lulan closed her eyes. She was not flustered. She sighed lightly. Lu Chang, oh Lu Chang, it is a pity that you missed your final chance. Lu Chang was stunned. He scoffed, Fairy Black Moon, why are you bluffing? You have already lost. How can you break my Lu tribe's dazzling splendor killer move in this battle? It is useless no matter how much time you waste. He Lulan did not retort. She used her actions to reply. A killer move was unleashed. Immortal killer move, dark capital strength Biao, a black tiger materialized. This move again? A solemn expression flashed past Lu Chang's eyes. It's different. Yin Wu Kei's eyes shined with bright light. That black gold giant tiger seems to have wings on its back. What? I did not see it clearly. Wu Guang quickly said. The moment the totem black tiger formed, it vanished, including Wu Guang. Many people did not see it clearly. Where did it go? Does it have a concealment ability? Lu Chang's expression changed. He quickly used investigative methods. But at the next moment, his pupils shrunk to pin size. His face was filled with shock and fear. The black gold giant tiger suddenly appeared behind him, whoosh. The giant tiger slapped its claws, sending Lu Chang flying like a ball. Lu Chang's ears were filled with intense winds, his vision was spinning, he was filled with shock. That attack earlier, the huge force almost destroyed his defensive killer move. It is not that the black tiger has a concealment method, but its speed, it is too fast, too fast. The black gold giant tiger's speed had already surpassed the limits of a Gu immortal's naked eye. It was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Every time it appeared, it would send Lu Chang flying with a claw. Lu Chang was at a complete disadvantage, he could not retaliate. If he used light Colt crossing, he might be able to escape for a while. But now, he was in a passive state, he had to use his defensive methods with all his strength, otherwise, he would be smashed into meat paste by the black tiger. Rumble, the black tiger's final attack sent Lu Chang crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke rose. Lu Chang was in a deep pit, he did not move, he was unconscious. Brother! Lu Luo screamed, pointing at He Lulan, you bitch, you actually killed my brother. How dare you do this? I want you to die, I want you to die. She wanted to charge over, but was held back by the Lu tribe Gu immortal elders behind her. Right at this time, she felt a sense of joy. Lu Luo was stunned. She could not believe herself, brother ended up like this, how can I feel happy? The other righteous path immortals also had slight changes in their expressions, they felt a sense of joy. Gong Tong Kwai shook his head, forcing himself to be calm as he said in a low voice, Fairy Lu, don't be anxious, brother Lu is not dead, he is still alive. Calm down, so many people are watching, don't throw away our Lu tribe's face. Lu tribe Gu immortal elder reprimanded before flying into the battlefield. He cupped his fists towards He Lulan, Fairy Black Moon, you won this battle. The moment he said that, Lu tribe's supreme elder almost shed tears. An intense feeling of sorrow suddenly filled his heart. He Lulan nodded, in that case, what about the bet? She did not feel good either. First, she felt an indescribable joy, followed by intense sorrow. What was going on? Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Elder forced himself to calm down, replying to He Lulan, it has already been sent into jewel yellow skies. Since Lu Cheng lost, with so many people watching, the Lu Tribe Elder showed a calm expression, sending a huge sum of cultivation resources into jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies had its own value, it also showed that Lu Tribe was upright. The immortals present used their Gu worms to communicate with jewel yellow skies, seeing Lu Tribe's bet. That secluded domain of heaven and earth is still here. More accurately speaking, this is a portion of the primordial domain. I wonder which great expert is selling the primordial domain publicly. The Gu immortals' attention was drawn elsewhere. Not long ago, a portion of the primordial domain suddenly appeared in jewel yellow skies. It shocked the 5 regions Gu immortal world. In Wu Kei shouted loudly, his voice drew the immortals' attention back. According to the agreement, Lu Tribe, please undo the dazzling splendor killer move on Fairy Black Moon. Of course. Lu Tribe's Gu Immortal Elder was straightforward, using his killer move to restore He Lulan's light. He Lulan nodded at the Lu Tribe Gu Immortal Elder, taking back the dark capital strength Biao that was beside Lu Chang. This totem killer move had been modified, it had become her unique method, her battle strength had risen sharply. Chen Qing let out a breath of air as he relaxed. After this battle, Lord Black Moon's reputation will rise to a whole new level. Lu Luo helped Lu Chang up, saying hatefully, Black Moon, don't be smug. We righteous path experts are everywhere, even though you won against Lu Chang by luck, can you win against others? Forget about others, just Chu Tribe's first Supreme Elder Chu Du alone is not someone you can surpass. But right at this moment, an intense feeling of love flowed out of her heart. Lu Luo's expression twisted. What's going on? Why do I feel an intense feeling of love when I look at this whore, Black Moon? He Lulan did not feel good either, but her expression did not change as she sneered, Chu Du? I am already famous, he also cultivates strength path. I will challenge him next. The lone immortals and demonic immortals' expressions changed slightly. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Crazed Demon Cave. 9th layer. For Gu immortals arrived at the periphery of the Crazed Demon formation. This is the truthful floating ice? Jean Buddha raised his eyebrows. It seems that it will not be easy to enter this formation. Qixi ancestor had a solemn expression. Unlike the main body, they did not have fortitude Gu. Star Constellation is in the lead, she is closest to the center of the formation. Giant Sun Immortal is second, while Fang Yuan is at the back. Lu Weiyin looked at the formation, feeling nervous internally. Fang Yuan did not have any advantage, he had to help him with all his strength. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stared at the formation in front of him, seemingly recalling something as he muttered, Limitless, you. He took the lead and jumped onto a truthful floating ice. The other 3 immortals looked at each other before moving. Was not wrong, the size of the truthful floating ice was different in everyone's eyes, the emotional impact it brought was also different. This made it impossible for Gu immortals to move together. The best way to infiltrate was to move alone and choose the most suitable floating ice as a stepping stone. Fang Yuan had been activating Fortitude Gu. This Gu worm was only rank 8, while this Crazed Demon formation was rank 9. The deeper he went into the formation, the stronger the emotional impact Fang Yuan felt. When he first activated Fortitude Gu, he was immune to these emotional impacts, Fang Yuan could not feel them at all. But now, Fang Yuan felt like he had just stepped into the formation and was probing it. As for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After these 2 saw Fang Yuan's methods, they also took out their trump cards. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated Familial Affection Gu in his body to share his emotions. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable mentioned a mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Fang Yuan could not help but think of a certain record in. The 2 venerables' foundation was much deeper than Fang Yuan's. They had also made ample preparations against Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan thus fell to the back of the 3 immortals. Fang Yuan did not give up, he gritted his teeth and moved forward. No matter how bad the situation was, the impact of his emotions became more and more intense, causing his heart to tremble repeatedly. However, Fang Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. This was because the emotional impact he had suffered was already so intense, and the two paragons in front of him were even more so. Fang Yuan's persistence soon bore fruit. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was at the front, moved slower and slower. After stepping on a truthful floating ice piece, she had to breathe heavily for a long time before she could continue. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's speed slowed down, so did Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Gradually, the distance between the three Gu Immortals shortened again. Star constellation Immortal Venerable often looked back. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was in the middle, also stopped frequently to observe Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. This was a difficult journey, and the three immortals fully experienced each other's mountain-like tenacity and endurance. After the stalemate lasted for a while, a sudden change occurred. Star constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly coughed out blood. She held on to the truthful floating ice and collapsed. Her body began to flicker with azure starlight. The starlight quickly dimmed, and actually split into three, returning to three. Could it be that Star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival is not complete? She can only revive temporarily? Is it really stable when three pseudo-venerables exist at the same time? Fang Yuan's heart stirred. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart shook. A chance. He gritted his teeth and persevered, slowly passing by Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Star constellation's three manifestations remained on the truthful floating ice. They were making good use of the time and closing their eyes to meditate. When Fang Yuan overtook them, he couldn't help but hesitate. Was he going to take advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan quickly suppressed this impulse. Now that he was deep within the limitless crazed demon formation, even the slightest attack would immediately provoke limitless counterattack, and his ending would most likely be even more miserable than the previous Sea of Qi clone. Moreover, if Fang Yuan fought with Star constellation Immortal Venerable, wouldn't he be letting Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was at the front, benefit? Didn't they see that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun ignored the Star constellation's three signs and went straight to the center of the formation? If we say that returning to the Supreme Grandmaster realm is to give the Venerables the initiative, then the results of Limitless Demon Venerables' deductions are likely to allow the Venerables to stand out in the competition. Fang Yuan was increasingly sure of this guess. It is time. Fang Yuan stopped on the truthful floating ice and forcefully endured the torment of his emotions as he activated an Immortal Killer move. Immortal Killer move, calm and collected. The Killer move's effect was immediate. The intense emotions that were tormenting Fang Yuan a moment ago and almost made him lose control of his mental state had almost completely disappeared at this moment. They were barely there. Fang Yuan had a vast number of Immortal Gu recipes and also a vast number of killer moves. This move, calm and collected, was one of them. This move needed two cores, fixed Gu and suppression Gu. Fang Yuan did not have fixed Gu and could not refine immortal level fixed Gu, but he had fortitude Gu. Previously, Fang Yuan had been working on it while modifying it, and now, he could finally use this move. As for suppression Gu, Fang Yuan just happened to have it. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Celestial Court. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had fought several battles with the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals in the River of Time. In one of them, Fang Yuan destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and obtained Suppression Gu. Suppression Gu was rank 8, Fortitude Gu was also rank 8. The cores were all rank 8 killer moves. Their power was naturally much stronger and more effective than Fortitude Gu alone. Fang Yuan's speed increased again. However, the distance between him and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was quite far earlier. Even though Fang Yuan tried his best, he could not catch up to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday to think that Giant Sun Immortal would be the first to reach the center of the formation. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply. Under the gazes of Fang Yuan, Star Constellation's three avatars, and the other pseudo-venerables, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly stopped. He stopped on a truthful floating ice and was only one step away from the largest truthful floating ice at the center of the formation. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's face showed hesitation. What was he hesitating for? Taking advantage of this hesitation, Fang Yuan also caught up. Fang Yuan, there is something fishy here. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took the initiative to speak. Ever since he and Fang Yuan entered the formation together, they had been competing in the dark. The atmosphere between the two was slightly tense. This was the first time they were communicating. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with light as he carefully sized up the truthful floating ice in front of him, but he could not find any clues immediately. But he did not advance rashly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the best benchmark. Since he was so close to success but still stopped, it showed that there was something fishy here. It is indeed fishy. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a look of realization. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was slightly startled. The reason why he stopped was because his luck path investigative killer move had a slight change that made him feel something was amiss, but he could not find anything. But looking at Fang Yuan's expression, could it be that he understood something crucial? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attached great importance to Fang Yuan. In his opinion, Fang Yuan was chosen by Providence. He had sufficient aptitude that ordinary people could not compare to. And in order to destroy Fate Gu, Fang Yuan received the support of many Gu venerables. Even now, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were still supporting him. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not attach importance to Fang Yuan, he could not ignore the other venerables. Thus, it was not strange that Fang Yuan could see the crux of the matter while he could not. I hope Fang Yuan can give me some pointers. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was a grand venerable, but he actually took the initiative to ask him for pointers without any qualms. However, Fang Yuan did not understand what was strange about it. Thus, he turned around to look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Those three fairies were still at the same spot, meditating with their eyes closed. Next, Fang Yuan looked at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and said with a smile, "The eternal life research results cannot be taken easily, but we can share them. What price does Giant Sun Immortal want to pay?" Regardless of what was going on, he needed to extort some benefits from Giant Sun Immortal first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. He was about to speak when a head popped out of the central truthful floating ice. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attention was immediately attracted. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Next, Star Constellation's three avatars, Lu Weiyin, and the rest also discovered this phenomenon. A rank 7 Gu Immortal came out of the truthful floating ice. Fang Yuan recognized this rank 7 Gu Immortal. It was not Immortal of Crazed Demon Cave's three eccentrics. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics were Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Secret Schemer, Earth Path Gu Immortal Pang Shan, and Rule Path Gu Immortal Not Immortal. These three resided in Crazed Demon Cave and had been thinking about how to open a path and enter the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave to obtain the secret of eternal life. In terms of ambition, they were on the same path as Fang Yuan. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics did not have enough strength, they could not even enter the 8th layer, so they took in Strength Path Gu Immortal Chu Du then brought in Fang Yuan, which led to Fang Yuan stepping into Crazed Demon Cave. Later, Fang Yuan made preparations for the Fate War. He came to Crazed Demon Cave and invited the three Crazed Demon eccentrics to participate in the Fate War. Although the three Crazed Demon eccentrics agreed, after the Fate War ended, these three people were nowhere to be seen. From then on, they lost contact with Fang Yuan. To think that Not Immortal would actually appear here, when Not Immortal saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, he was stunned before showing a vigilant expression. He did not recognize Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, but from his terrifying aura, he knew that this immortal zombie was not to be trifled with. Next, when Not Immortal saw Fang Yuan, he raised his eyebrows and said with boundless joy, "Fang Yuan, you are finally here." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's heart jumped. He immediately shifted his gaze and stared at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, you made such a deep arrangement, I am truly impressed." Fang Yuan shook his head. "How could I have arranged this?" "Not Immortal, do you know Secret Schemer, Pang Shan?" Not Immortal immediately answered, "They are inside." He then showed an ashamed expression. "Originally, we three immortals agreed to participate in the Fate War and become enemies with the Celestial Court. But on that day, a change occurred in Crazed Demon Cave and the three of us were drawn here. After the guidance of Limitless Demon Venerable's will, we understood the whole story. It turns out that the three of us had stayed here for a long time. Our sincerity was finally seen by Master Limitless Will. He arranged for us to stay here to cooperate with the formation and manipulate Practice Gu to continuously sculpt this truthful floating ice. Once all the worlds in the 8th layer fuse into one and vanish, they will turn into clues and power that will be poured into this Crazed Demon formation. we will be able to successfully sculpt this truthful floating ice and find the method of eternal life. The method of eternal life? Immortal zombie giant sun's eyes shined with brilliance. Not immortal did not conceal it, and the immortals present were all top experts of the 5 regions. They all heard it. At once, the immortals' hearts pounded and their spirits rose. Although Gu immortals could obtain longevity, they were restricted by lifespan, fate, and so on. Even if fate was destroyed now and lifespan restrictions were greatly reduced, they could still be killed by powerful enemies. The level of eternal life was definitely higher than longevity. In terms of longevity, the 10,000-year-old tortoise in the sea could also be considered longevity, but it was definitely not eternal life. Immortality meant that nothing could threaten one's own survival. This was complete invincibility. Be it time, space, or life, they could not threaten one's eternal life. The level of eternal life was above everything in the world. Even venerables could not only live long, they could not be called eternal life. Especially now, venerables were coexisting in the same world, threatening each other. Soon, after hearing the commotion outside, Secret Schemer came out of the truthful floating ice at the center of the crazed demon formation. Secret Schemer cultivated wisdom path in the end. After seeing the situation in the formation, his heart shook and he quickly informed, the 3 of us need to maintain practice Gu at all times, one of us needs to activate it and carve this truthful floating ice. It is still early. We are still lacking a lot. The 8th layer's great world has not been destroyed yet, so many lifeforms are still alive. Saying so, Secret Schemer urged again, Fang Yuan, I know your ambitions. But at this moment, it is best if you don't step in here. The 3 of us have already used all the methods. Once we step on this truthful floating ice, we will not be able to leave. Unless the deduction is completed and the formation is destroyed. He is right. Immortal zombie giant sun nodded. Ever since he stopped, he had been secretly activating his methods to investigate and deduce. He was still lacking some time, but after obtaining Secret Schemer's answer, Immortal zombie giant sun verified it and immediately understood that Secret Schemer was not lying. Secret Schemer had a solemn expression. He continued with anticipation and determination. The most important thing now is to protect this formation and facilitate Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangement, so that this formation's deduction succeeds. Fellow Taoist Fang Yuan, you and I are fellow Taoists, so I'll have to trouble you to guard the grand formation from the outside and guard against any sneak attacks. And the 3 of us will risk our lives to maintain the power of practice Gu. The 3 of them did not know Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's true identity. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also split into 3 avatars. Their information seemed to have stopped before the Fate War. Fang Yuan's mind was full of thoughts. He first nodded to the Secret Schemer, then turned around to look at the 3 constellations behind him with a solemn expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed and turned to face Star Constellation's 3 signs, to think that we all fell for it. As soon as he said that, Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Fengya all opened their eyes at the same time. Starlight rose again, the 3 immortals met again. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. Rise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said softly. The crazed demon formation immediately changed. The truthful floating ice pieces spun faster, vaguely trapping Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun inside. Star Constellations Will and Limitless Will had been playing chess in the Celestial Court, deducing the Heaven Path research results together. The Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the crazed demon formation, being able to extract the cores, Book Mountain and Primordial Domain. How could they not know the situation of the crazed demon formation's deductions? But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this to bully Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for not having enough information, and with the matter at hand, her main body personally moved out to lure Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun into the crazed demon formation. Be it Primordial Domain or the crazed demon formation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan would not sit and watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable plunder them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this point to put Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a predicament. The crazed demon formation changed. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan quickly moved, attempting to travel back. However, the current crazed demon formation was far more dangerous than before. The truthful floating ice was even starting to collide with each other. if one was careless and fell off the floating ice, they would be crushed to pieces by the formation's terrifying power. Even jumping over the floating ice needed to be deduced continuously. They had to wait until the formless power between the floating ice was much weaker before they could take the risk. After jumping over several truthful floating ice, Fang Yuan was already in a perilous situation. He turned around and asked loudly, "Secret Schemer, can you three immortals control this formation?" Secret Schemer shook his head, "We are only responsible for activating Practice Go." Not Immortal's expression was pale. As expected of star constellation Immortal Venerable, she actually infiltrated the formation to such an extent, she can be said to be half a formation master. But even though she is activating the formation, it does not affect the deductions, instead it accelerates the formation's deductions. Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements will not activate at all. Secret Schemer shouted again, "You two must not destroy these truthful floating ice. These are all a part of the formation, they are related to the final success or failure of the deductions. If you two make a move, you will definitely trigger Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation." These words made Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression turn unsightly. "Why don't you two rest for a while, we will spar again later." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled and left after saying this. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables felt like they were facing a great enemy. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable ignored them, she flew out of the formation and quickly vanished into the void. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the #1 expert in Wisdom Path. Right now, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not leave for the time being, while pseudo-venerables like Qi Si and Qi Ju could not resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable even if they returned to the 8th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had infiltrated the crazed demon formation to such an astonishing degree. Once she unified the great world of the 8th layer and obtained all the energy and clues needed for the crazed demon formation's deductions, her control over the crazed demon formation was bound to rise sharply. There was even a possibility that this crazed demon formation would change owners. When fighting against a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, one could easily fall into a trap if they were not careful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme was like this: she advanced layer by layer and linked them together, targeting the weakness of the enemy's information. Even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would fall into her trap obediently. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression was solemn as he looked at Fang Yuan. "The situation is dangerous, I wonder if Fang Yuan has a good plan." Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing with a cold expression. In this trip to Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court won. They had prepared here for too long and expended too much energy, and with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leading the group of immortals, it is natural for them to win. It seems that for a long time, the world of the 5 regions will still be led by the Celestial Court. But as long as I am alive, I will not let the Celestial Court have peace. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not look at him. He continued to deduce the violent formation in front of him, looking like he was about to retreat. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun gritted his teeth and laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Fang Yuan, it is too early to be discouraged, watch my method." At the next moment, golden light flowed and spread out from Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body. Golden light shone on the surrounding truthful floating ice, the golden color continuously seeped into the floating ice. At the same time, a Grand Rank 8 Immortal Gu House flew in from outside the formation. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. The Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace paused outside the formation for a while before plunging into it without hesitation. Lu Weiyin and the rest could not help but gasp, almost thinking that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was going to forcefully break through. But at the next moment, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace entered unscathed, flying along with the rest of the truthful floating ice. It was like it was a truthful floating ice to begin with, just that its appearance was a little strange. "Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, your method is amazing." Fang Yuan saw this and could not help but praise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. "Star Constellation Immortal Venerable can infiltrate the formation, my luck path method is also not bad. But this way, before the formation stops, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace will not be able to retreat. Let's go." Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace participated in the Crazed Demon Formation's operation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could also influence this formation. He learned from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, helping the formation while also making it easier for him to retreat. Using this, he and Fang Yuan retreated together. As for Lu Wei-yin, Qi Si, and the rest, they were also brought back to Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer by Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. After such a delay, the smoke in the 8th layer was almost completely extinguished. Celestial Court achieved a great victory. Only half of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven remained, while Bing Sichuan was heavily injured. Fang Yuan's subordinates suffered even more severe casualties. Experts like Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had all died. Star Constellation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in anger as he charged forward. This time, he was much more proactive than in Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stayed on the spot, not evading. The other immortals evaded in panic. Boom boom boom, a three-way battle erupted again. Rumble, thunder rumbled endlessly, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun breathed out countless rays of golden light, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out dazzling starlight, Fang Yuan used all sorts of killer moves in the battlefield. The whole world shook like a huge biscuit, mountains and rivers were constantly being destroyed. In such a battlefield, the 3 great worlds were like ingredients on a chopping board. Fang Yuan was expressionless, he blew out a breath of air, countless sword chi flew out like clouds, blocking the starlight. Next, he pushed his hand forward, another killer move flew out like a dragon tiger divine wind. Between offense and defense, Fang Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He had too many Dao marks on him, his killer moves were also too strong, he could only use some of his weakest methods. In fact, even though the 3 were fighting intensely, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also tied up like Fang Yuan. This was not Primordial Domain. They could display their strength in Primordial Domain, but this was the 8th layer's Great World after all. The Crazed Demon formation still needed the Great World as a clue and fuel, and if they destroyed this place, they would definitely suffer Limitless Demon Venerable's retaliation. But it doesn't matter, I just need to restrain Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was happy to accept this situation. Earlier, he and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were delayed in the Crazed Demon formation, causing the Celestial Court in the Great World to obtain a huge victory. Now that they returned, the entire situation changed again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun worked together to resist Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, while Zhang Budu and the rest counterattacked. Air currents surged, Demon Immortal Qi Ju rampaged in the battlefield. The incomplete Xilan silhouette above his head faced the combination of 7 fiendish Primeval Monarch and Shabi 95 again. Shabi 95 roared at the sky, turning around to fight. Immortal Killer Move, Shi, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already prepared enough, he used his strongest method. Shabi 95's Qi Path Killer Move was directly devoured by Xilan, boosting Demon Immortal Qi Ju's foundation. Shabi 95 retreated in panic. If not for Xilan being incomplete, even Shabi 95 would have lost a portion of its body and been devoured by Xilan. Senior, let me lend you a hand. At the crucial moment, a tombstone-like Immortal Gu House attacked. It was Guyue Fangxing controlling the Demon Judgment Board. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Drawing Divine Light, a crimson blood light pillar pierced through heaven and earth, shooting towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. If not for my Xilan being damaged and only having 30% left. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's figure drifted away, dodging this grand attack. Right at this time, a Qi wall suddenly appeared, almost connecting heaven and earth, suppressing the several Gu immortals of Celestial Court. It was Xianxia ancestor. There was also a shadow of a secret realm of heaven and earth above his head. It was Huland. With Huland as the core, he unleashed all sorts of Qi Path killer moves with unparalleled power. Qi Wall killer move was originally limited to defense, but Qi Si ancestor used it in the opposite direction, he used it to trap the enemy. Such power, even Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but be surprised. He took a few glances at Huland and evaluated inwardly, it is indeed worthy of being a secret realm of heaven and earth that is on par with Xiland. It is just that Xiland is good at absorbing, while Huland is good at spitting and injecting. If the two are gathered, they will complement each other and form a perfect cycle. Bam bam bam. On the other side, Zhang Budu was wearing a blood-red cloak, he flew like a bolt of red lightning. Everywhere he went, the Gu immortals of Celestial Court were beaten up badly. Xianxia was already killed by Qi ancestors who elevation killer move. Even if it revived, it would need to recuperate in Divine Emperor City for a long time. It would not be able to participate in the battlefield for the time being. Without Xianxia, star constellation Immortal Venerable could not use her full strength. The thick-skinned Jean Budu became a huge problem for the celestial court again. Jean Budu tore through the air, approaching Duke Mei. Duke Mei, be careful. Duke Tong rushed over from afar, shouting in shock. Duke Mei was furious. Junior, don't be arrogant. He used his strongest method. His eyebrows and hair fluttered, instantly growing by tens of feet. His hair was like snow. It could be used or defended. It was tough at times and soft at others. It connected skillfully, trapping Jean Budu, who was charging over. Jean Budu felt very uncomfortable. His brute strength was completely diverted and dissipated. It was very stifling. He immediately opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Yellow lightning burst forth from his roar and destroyed the countless hairs around him as if they were dried-up twigs. One of the components of incomplete freedom transformation was lightning rush yellow bird transformation. This move had the ability to shoot out yellow lightning. When Jean Budu used it now, its power increased by several times. Jean Budu broke through the obstruction and arrived in front of Duke Mei, directly punching. Duke Mei's killer move was broken. The backlash caused him to reveal a flaw. He was too slow in dodging and his brain matter splattered. His head fell to the ground like a watermelon, bursting apart. Duke Mei died, but his phantom aperture contained all kinds of goo worms, immortal essence, and immortal yuan stone, and was thrown into the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu tried his best to grab it. The phantom aperture flew away through his palm. Duke Tong saw Duke Mei die in front of him and flew into a rage, shouting madly, "Demon, hand over your life." The muscles all over his body were bulging, shining with a brass luster. Fist shadows flew everywhere, each punch piercing the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound with a terrifying momentum. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly. Good timing. He charged forward without dodging, engaging in close combat with Duke Tong. Bam bam bam, fists and kicks collided. Jean Budu attacked without defending. Duke Tong's fists landed on his body. The pain caused made Jean Budu attack even more violently. Soon, Duke Tong could not hold on any longer and fell into a disadvantage. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals rushed over to reinforce him, using killer moves to attack Jean Budu. Jean Budu's movements immediately slowed down. For a moment, he was hit by lightning, golden spears, water attacks and so on. His body shook slightly, but he forcefully endured them, grabbing Duke Tong's arm. You can't escape. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly, exerting strength to snap. With a crack, Duke Tong's muscular arm was completely broken by Jean Budu. Duke Tong roared in pain. His legs were like whips, or like a raging dragon flipping over the river, causing leg shadows to fill the sky, almost submerging Jean Budu. Jean Budu's eyes shone with an ominous light. His fists punched towards Duke Tong's chest. The two immortals desperately attacked each other. Flesh and blood splattered. The scene was tragic. Duke Tong kicked Jean Budu's shoulders until they caved in. His neck and face turned purple. Meanwhile, his sternum was smashed by Jean Budu. His heart that could not be protected was also smashed by Jean Budu's fists. Duke Tong's heart was destroyed, but he still continued to roar and attack. Jean Budu laughed sinisterly. His arms stretched out like a bear, grabbing Duke Tong's head. Jean Budu pressed down fiercely, his thumb first digging into Duke Tong's eye sockets, squeezing his eyeballs until they burst. Next, with a crack, Duke Tong's entire skull was smashed. Finally, Jean Budu's fingers tightened, squeezing Duke Tong's brain matter, facial features, and crushed bones in his fists. Only then did Duke Tong stop his attacks. His body fell, but his phantom aperture flew away with the immortal goo. Jean Budu's gaze was fierce. As the phantom aperture flew out, his gaze naturally landed on the immortal graveyard. Just as he was about to charge towards the immortal graveyard, an immortal goo house flew over and blocked his path. Divine Emperor City. Only then did Jean Budu reveal a serious expression. He restrained his berserk and fearless attacks slightly. After all, Divine Emperor City had the divine might of painting path. It was hard for Jean Budu to defend against it. If he was careless, he would be captured and sealed in the painting world by Divine Emperor City. Star constellation Immortal Venerable resisted the joint attacks of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan while looking at the whole battlefield with a trace of worry on her face. Celestial Court was still at a disadvantage in numbers. Facing either Feng Yuan or Longevity Heaven alone, Celestial Court still had the advantage. But once the two sides joined hands, Celestial Court would be at a disadvantage. Especially now that she was being restrained, Celestial Court lacked pseudo-venerable battle strength, it was retreating under the frenzied attacks of Jean Boudou and the rest. Immortal Killer Move, Humble Reciprocation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stretched out her left palm, a small silhouette of Book Mountain appeared above her palm. At the next moment, hundreds and thousands of killer moves bloomed like fireworks, pouring out like a multicolored tide. These killer moves had their own guidance, targeting their respective owners. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Qi Si Ancestor, and even Jean Boudou were taken care of, they had no choice but to divert their attention to defend. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vision was also filled with golden light, he was also targeted by Humble Reciprocation. Needless to say, this move was really suitable for the current situation. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have methods similar to Huang, but once she used it, it would trigger limitless retaliation. Meanwhile, Humble Reciprocation only returned the methods of other Gu Immortals, the intensity of each move was not high, it did not exceed limitless standard. At the same time, these killer moves could be traced back to the original owners, they would not affect the three great worlds, the original owners would divert their attention to defend, greatly stabilizing Celestial Court's situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held Book Mountain as she pointed with her fingers, stardust flew out towards Feng Yuan. She needed to act alone to restrain Feng Yuan. Because the killer moves that Feng Yuan used, Humble Reciprocation could not be returned. These killer moves were compound killer moves, only Feng Yuan's sovereign physique could use them. Thus, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to focus on dealing with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, he suddenly used compound killer move Wind-Fire Lightning Wheel. This move was modified from Wind-Fire Wheel killer move, it added the profundities of Light Path and Lightning Path. 5 rings immediately revolved around Feng Yuan's body, they spun around and brought him away. Feng Yuan had already investigated secretly, he found that the aura in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard was getting stronger, there was something fishy about it. Moreover, Book Mountain had already been taken into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, only the immortal graveyard was left outside, this was an important area of Celestial Court, Humble Reciprocation involved the mind and expended a lot of thoughts, even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a lot of burden. Feng Yuan avoided the battle and gave up on her to attack the immortal graveyard, this made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understand how she felt when she avoided the battle with Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly moved to block Feng Yuan, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw this, even without any prior communication, he acted decisively and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the moment. Feng Yuan's main body took the lead and charged into the immortal graveyard. Oh no, the demon Feng Yuan is here. He discovered the immortal graveyard's secret after all. That's good, I don't have to hold my breath here. Duke Mei, Duke Tong, and the rest appeared one after another, they moved forward to block Feng Yuan with furious and resolute expressions. They actually revived, pull up load next chapters, Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. Feng Yuan waved his hand as dozens of immemorial year beasts appeared behind him. In order to complete the 12 Zodiac battle formation, he had fished up immemorial year beasts and finally managed to gather an entire set. As for these, they were all leftovers. The immemorial year beasts roared as they tore through the sky and attacked the immortal graveyard. Duke Mei and Duke Tong were still standing side by side, blocking the path of Feng Yuan's main body. At the same time, many Gu immortals rose up from the immortal graveyard again, they were the people who died in the battle earlier. The Gu immortals took action, completely blocking the immemorial year beast's attacks. Feng Yuan saw this and realized, it seems that the Gu immortals revived in the immortal graveyard have complete cultivation level and Dao marks. As for Gu worms, when they die, their phantom apertures fly back to the immortal graveyard with Gu worms, they do not lack them. Celestial Court's method of reviving Gu immortals was very advanced and flawless. Thankfully, Feng Yuan found out about this ambush in time. Lu Weiyin felt very fortunate, if he had been kept in the dark by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, when the battle reached a stalemate, these Gu immortals would definitely attack Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan's side and catch them unprepared. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed internally. The reason why she hid these Gu immortals and did not let them join the battle immediately, other than to ambush them, was to preserve the strength of Celestial Court. The trip to Crazed Demon Cave was not a battle to the death between the three sides, it was a competition to obtain the deduction results of the Crazed Demon formation. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to rely on herself. People like Fangxing and Che Wei did not have the qualifications to participate in this competition. Moreover, Celestial Court was weak and had few members. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained the Crazed Demon formation's results and entered Celestial Court in the future, she would need manpower to control Central Continent. She could not be a lone general. But now, Fang Yuan found out about these people. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew Fang Yuan was a cunning and cruel demon. He had no pride at all. Once he found out about this weakness of Celestial Court, he would definitely attack it with all his might. For someone like the reckless savage Archdevil Ancestor, it was beneath him to make a move against someone weaker than him. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless living beings, he treated everyone equally from start to finish. He killed the weak and killed the strong. Killing was his second nature. There was insanity in his bones. On the other hand, Fang Yuan specialized in bullying the weak. The weak loved to bully others, and when they met someone stronger than them, they would hide. Before the Fate War, the Celestial Court had repeatedly investigated him, so he hid himself and developed wisdom path methods to defend against wisdom path deductions. Stardust flew. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move and reinforce Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally tried to stop them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Illusion Killer move again. Even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun wanted to find out the truth, he would need some time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thus succeeded in returning to the immortal graveyard. However, in just a short while, Duke Mei and Duke Tong once again lost their lives in the hands of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan tried to take their phantom apertures, but he still did not succeed. If we don't destroy the immortal graveyard, these Gu immortals will revive and recover their cultivation level. It will be a huge problem. Lu Weiyin also rushed over. Following Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's actions, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals also returned to the immortal graveyard. The occupation turned into a battle of offense and defense again. Celestial Court was still the defending side, but this time, they were no longer defending Book Mountain, they were fighting fiercely around the immortal graveyard. After killing these Gu immortals and destroying the immortal graveyard, Celestial Court will only have Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, ha ha ha. Jean Buddha laughed wildly, his killing intent surging. However, Celestial Court seemed to have expected this situation. Celestial Court's immortal graveyard had been greatly modified. Celestial Court's Gu immortals flew down and acted as the formation cores, quickly forming an immortal formation. The immortal formation created a dense fog that quickly spread over the whole battlefield. Gu immortals felt like they were falling into the clouds. They could not even see their own fingers, they could not even differentiate directions. Not just that, all sorts of Gu immortal figures appeared in the immortal graveyard. Jean Budu and the rest fought against them. These Gu immortals had the same battle strength as their main bodies, but after being killed, they only disintegrated into lumps of fog. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun deduced for a while before saying, "This is a painting path formation, but it also has human path methods in it." This formation uses Divine Emperor City as the core, Celestial Court's Gu immortals as the formation cores, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as the main formation core. It will be extremely difficult for us to break this formation. Does Fang Yuan have a good plan? Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression cold. Once they entered a deadlock, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Because Celestial Court had a deep understanding of the Crazed Demon formation, they had a huge lead. Once Celestial Court succeeded in delaying the formation, when the time was up, the three great worlds would disintegrate and turn into resources to fuel the Crazed Demon formation, allowing the eternal life results to be successfully deduced. By then, Celestial Court's chances of snatching the results would greatly surpass Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Celestial Court could not match the combined forces of Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in a frontal battle. But under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wise and decisive leadership, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were forced into a passive state. Fang Yuan knew the severity of this matter. He immediately replied, "I have some understanding of human path methods, but I have no understanding of painting path. Giant Sun is proficient in painting path, we need to work together to have a chance of breaking this formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun nodded slightly, he had the intention to work together. Immediately, the two immortals stopped fighting, they only let Lu Weiyin, Zhang Budu, Bing Sichuan and the rest try to attack the formation, providing them with all sorts of clues and verifying their guesses. 15 minutes later, Qi Si, Qi Ju, and the rest were unable to break the formation, they were instead heavily injured. Celestial Quartz formation did not budge. Fang Yuan took action, the human sea in the sovereign immortal aperture surged endlessly, causing the clouds and mist in the outside world to also surge. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun acted according to the situation, shooting out rays of golden light. The golden light spread out like ripples, quickly sweeping through the entire formation. Wherever the golden light went, the clouds and mist quickly dissipated, revealing the original appearance of the immortal graveyard. The two allied forces saw this and cheered. But good times did not last long, the golden light quickly dissipated and the clouds and mist revived almost instantly, blocking the immortals' vision. Zhang Budu and the rest tried to charge the formation but failed, they could not find the formation core. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This formation should have been broken, but the main formation user is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She actually used wisdom path methods to stabilize this formation. Gu Immortals were the foundation of killer moves, the main body of any method was still the person. Under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, this celestial court formation was forcibly stabilized, firmly blocking Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan's forces. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. It seems that we cannot break this formation in a short period of time. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not speak, silently agreeing with this judgment. His and Fang Yuan's attack earlier was already their strongest method, since they could not break this formation, they could forget about it for half a month. According to the current rate of the Great World's destruction, as well as the crazed demon formation that was greatly enhanced by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, half a month was definitely enough time to deduce the final result. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression returned to normal, asking loudly, "Good formation. May I ask Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what is this formation called?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice came from the clouds and mist. This formation is called White Cloud City Suppression. It was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It is not complete. Up until now, Celestial Quartz exploration of human path has allowed it to be completed by a fluke. Right at this time, Fang Yuan attacked again, causing the formation to rumble. Fang Yuan continued, "Giant Sun, even if we cannot break this formation, we need to weaken Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for the future." That is right. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun felt that this was reasonable, he immediately shot out golden light that spread throughout the formation. Wherever the golden light went, everything became clear, the clouds and mist dissipated. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still stabilized the formation. Soon, white clouds and mist shrouded the area again. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun attacked again and again, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stabilized the formation again and again. Both sides were helpless, but neither wanted to stop. Just as they were in a deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression suddenly changed, he sensed some changes in luck. After dozens of rounds, Divine Emperor City suddenly shook, an immortal flew out of the painting world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used this chance to shoot out golden light. At once, countless golden light rays created countless ripples. Divine Emperor City shook, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was caught off guard, she could not stabilize the formation, causing it to break. Many Celestial Court Gu Immortals who were acting as formation cores spurted out blood, they were all heavily injured. Zhang Budu took the lead and charged into the depths of the immortal graveyard, shouting at the Gu Immortal who broke out of the painting world, "Xianxia, quickly join hands with us to attack Celestial Court." This crucial person who broke the formation was Eastern Sea's pseudo-venerable who cultivated human path, Xianxia. Xianxia's body and mind shook, he did not hesitate and immediately joined with Fang Yuan and the rest, charging towards Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, she waved her sleeves and gathered all the Celestial Court Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu houses, entering the depths of the immortal graveyard. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun naturally would not let them go, They chased after them and saw a secluded domain of heaven and earth in the depths of the immortal graveyard. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was a huge pitch-black door that emitted a deep, deathly, terrifying, and imposing aura. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, door of life and death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death first, but Fang Yuan and the rest could not help but slow down. It was not easy to enter the door of life and death. Had detailed records, Renzu had once asked Wisdom Gu for guidance. Wisdom Gu told Renzu that the path to enter and exit the door of life and death was called Fate Path. Living people had to enter the door from the death path. If they wanted to leave, they had to take the life path. The death path was filled with Worry Gu, while the life path was filled with Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. And in the door of life and death, there was a pacifying soul lake, Fairness Gu, and so on. Not just these, Fang Yuan's information clearly showed that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true body and Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun's soul, were still in the door of life and death. Now, there was also Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and the Immortals of Celestial Court. The door of life and death was a dangerous place. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the door of life and death without hesitation. This was almost impossible. Looking at the door of life and death in front of him, Fang Yuan instantly recalled the result of his luck inspection. The black cloud that represented Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was corroded by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's nebula. Let's take another look. Fang Yuan willed as he controlled Cooking Luck Pot. His silver light pillar shrunk even more, the dust at the base of the silver pillar became denser, while the three clouds at the top, the nebula and the black cloud had almost fused into one. Giant Sun Immortal's golden cloud was still suppressed at the bottom. The nebula and black cloud were even larger, they were already at the top, they were starting to corrode Fang Yuan's silver light pillar. This change was clearly not good. Celestial Court has made the most preparations in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable have joined hands? According to the current trend, Celestial Court has too much of a lead. The final victor is likely to be Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Earlier, there was the external factor of thieving heaven's true inheritance that influenced the silver light pillar. But now that Fang Yuan was in luck inspection, he found that there were no external factors. In fact, at his level, external factors that could influence him and influence this battle in Crazed Demon Cave were very rare. Only things like thieving heaven's true inheritance had the ability to influence him. It seems that I need to rely on myself to get out of this situation. Even though the result of luck inspection was not good, Fang Yuan still activated his method resolutely. A rainbow light of mixed colors shot out of his body, it was thumb-sized. The rainbow light first connected to the Qi-Si clone, giving the Qi-Si clone a multicolored radiance that enveloped his entire body. Next, the rainbow light came out and connected to Zhang Budu. This defensive move of mine can be used to pass the door of life and death. Fang Yuan said to Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly, I have my own methods. Xianxia and Lu Weiyin accepted this move. Thus, the rainbow light connected them as well. On the other side, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stored Calamity Luck Altar in his immortal aperture. His body was covered in a golden barrier as he stared at the top of Fang Yuan's head. Ordinary Gu immortals could not see the concealed Cooking Luck Pot, but Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the creator, he naturally sensed it. Cooking Luck Pot's powerful aura shocked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. But thinking of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave and the refinement path achievements that Fang Yuan displayed, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was not surprised. Both sides activated their techniques and rushed towards the Gate of Life and Death. They successfully entered the Gate of Life and Death without encountering any twists and turns. The inside of the Gate of Life and Death was dark and vast. When Fang Yuan and the others entered, it was as if countless torches were suddenly ignited in the dark night. In an instant, countless soul beasts were alarmed, and they let out roars and roars. The soul beasts began to attack crazily, and Fang Yuan and the others defended against them. So many soul beasts? Xianxia was stunned. This is the place where soul beasts gather the most in the world. How could there only be 100 million soul beasts here? It is simply uncountable. Lu Weiyin said as he activated his killer move, forming mud walls. There are too many soul path Dao marks here, my killer move's effect is less than 50% of its original effect. Demon Immortal Qi Ju tried several killer moves, his expression turning slightly pale. There were big and small soul beasts, they had varying foundations, there were countless ordinary soul beasts, as well as countless desolate-level soul beasts, ancient soul beasts, and even immemorial soul beasts. The soul beasts were like a pitch-black tsunami, they charged towards Feng Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun without any fear of death, attempting to drown these Gu immortals. Where is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Qi Ancestor asked. In this situation, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable keeps hiding, how will we find her? Zhang Budu frowned. Immortal zombie giant Sun and Feng Yuan did not make a move, they used their methods to investigate, trying to find traces of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But soon, both of them gave up. They failed. In that case, Immortal zombie giant Sun snorted coldly, golden light burst out from his body. In an instant, in the dark door of life and death, it was as if a sun had risen, the sun rose high, illuminating everything within 10,000 li, the light was extremely dazzling, wherever the light touched, countless soul beasts disintegrated, they could not even make a sound. The immortals were shocked. Don't tell me this person is? Xianxia stared, finally realizing immortal zombie giant Sun's identity. The power of this move was definitely higher than Qi Ancestor's Hu elevation. Feng Yuan could not help but look, his pupils shrunk. Since the start of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time he had seen immortal zombie giant Sun act like this. In Feng Yuan's hands, Luck Path was mostly used as a support, but under immortal zombie giant Sun's control, it displayed an incredible offensive power, golden light spread, wherever it went, even immemorial soul beasts could not resist it, countless were slaughtered in an instant, the battle result was shocking. The battlefield of several thousand li was completely cleared, a lake appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The lake water was calm, even under the golden light, it was as calm as a mirror. Pacifying Soul Lake, and beside Pacifying Soul Lake, there was a mountain range. The mountain range was grand and majestic, connecting heaven and earth, extending beyond the immortal's vision. Since when was there a mountain? There were no such records in. This mountain is pitch black and filled with demonic energy, it is very strange. Could it be that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is on this mountain? Or is this pitch black mountain the arrangement of the Celestial Court? The pseudo-venerables discussed. Right at this time, immortal zombie giant Sun suddenly spoke, I found her. Feng Yuan's gaze also looked over. Following his gaze, the immortals found Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She stood at the peak of the mountain, starlight flickered around her, her sleeves fluttered in the wind, making her look like a peerless beauty. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down at the immortals with a smile, the enemy is here, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it is time for you to wake up. Although her voice was calm, it spread rapidly, reverberating in this unique world like the echo of an empty valley. At the next moment, the pitch-black mountain range that spanned between heaven and earth shook, a voice came out, who is disturbing my sleep? Next, the mountain range shook even more intensely, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, heaven and earth shook, two blood-red suns suddenly appeared, each of them larger than immortal zombie giant Sun's attack earlier. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes, the majestic mountain range in front of the immortals was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Enemy? Who are you? Kill you. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable let out a low growl, the sound waves surged and created a huge whirlwind. His condition was not right, he could not recognize immortal zombie giant Sun and Feng Yuan, it was as if he had lost his memories. Bam 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 bam, arms extended out of the mountain range one after another. In an instant, it was as if tens of millions of huge trees had grown, forming a terrifying forest of giant arms. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body sat cross-legged instead of lying down. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, his shoulders still towered into the clouds, the immortals could not even see his head when they raised their heads, they could only barely see half of his chest. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was too huge. Compared to him, Feng Yuan and the other immortals were like ants beside an adult. Lu Wei-yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest paled in shock. They sensed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was not just huge, the aura emanating from his body almost suffocated the immortals. The soul path Dao marks on his body were too dense and of an enormous scale, even the current Feng Yuan could not compare to them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his eyes, 2 blood-red suns shone fiercely in the black clouds. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and breathed out. At the next moment, black soul fog accompanied by intense winds swept out and engulfed the entire battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, winds howled in their ears, the pseudo-venerables' expressions changed. The black soul wind was extremely terrifying, their bodies shook intensely, they were almost blown away. The soul wind not only targeted their bodies, it also targeted their souls. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan shouted, the mixed rainbow light on his body shone brightly, helping these pseudo-venerables to stabilize their souls and resist the soul wind. Feng Yuan. Demon Immortal Qiju could not resist it, he quickly called for help. Feng Yuan immediately used the mixed rainbow light to connect with him, helping him resist the wind calamity. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw that no one was blown away by him, he growled in anger, he raised a giant arm and slammed it down. The palm was so huge that it covered heaven and earth, it carried the sound of wind and thunder, it was ferocious and powerful, giving off a feeling that it could not be blocked or dodged. The giant palm targeted Demon Immortal Qiju. Among all the pseudo-venerables, his aura was the weakest. After all, he had been sealed in Divine Emperor City for a long time, many of his Dao marks had been extracted. Demon Immortal Qiju wanted to dodge, but the giant palm had the intimidation ability, he could not move, he could only defend on the spot. Boom! The ground shook. The immortals dodged, only Demon Immortal Qiju was left. The latter used many defensive killer moves, but like an ant trying to shake a tree, he was instantly slammed into the ground by the giant palm. Demon Immortal Qiju's aura fell to rock bottom. Spectral Soul's giant palm stretched out to its limit, it did not move after slamming into the ground. The palm that was like a mountain root, the arm that was like a heavenly pillar emitted a strange aura. Spectral Soul can suppress a pseudo-venerable with one arm? Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun revealed a shocked expression, he shouted, quickly save him. Spectral Soul is quickly sealing Qiju. Even without his reminder, Jean Budu had already arrived with a roar. He was like a meteor that crashed into Spectral Soul's arm, penetrating it from the front to the back. Jean Budu laughed heartily, he was about to turn around and fight again when another arm slammed down at lightning speed. Boom! With another loud sound, Jean Budu was also slammed into the ground by the giant palm, his aura plummeted. Such a giant, but it still has such speed. Terrifying. Quickly save them, it will be too late. Qixi Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and the rest quickly took action, the 2 heavenly pillar-like giant arms were attacked and started to crumble. Right at this time, dozens of giant arms descended from the sky. Immortal Killer Move, Tenli Time Gale. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, he raised his arms and pushed with his palms. Immediately, boundless wind surged and blocked these dozens of giant arms. This move contained the profundities of Time Path, Rule Path, and Wind Path. When Feng Yuan's fingers formed into claws, he could imprison a strong enemy and lock down the target's time. But now, Feng Yuan raised his hands with his palms facing up, his fingers were clawing with all his strength, but they were shaking and could not be locked down. He could only make these dozens of giant arms descend slowly, he could not completely stop their time. Good job. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised, his body turned illusory, turning into a golden rain of light. Immortal Killer Move, Golden Top Ox Hair, the golden light rain expanded rapidly, it was dazzling and soon spread out, covering dozens of giant arms. The golden light rain fluttered down, the raindrops were as fine as ox hair as they seeped into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arm trembled, and streams of golden veins were produced continuously. Then, they meandered upwards in the giant arm, and wherever they went, they interweaved into a fine golden net. When the golden net covered most of the giant arms shook intensely. Feng Yuan's pressure fell sharply, the giant arms were unable to move under the penetration of the golden net. This golden top ox hair killer move clearly had the effect of restraining powerful enemies. It was just that it was different from Feng Yuan's Tenli Time Wind, it was more focused on infiltrating the target's body and controlling the movement of the target's body. When the golden net spread and completely covered the giant arms, these dozens of giant arms were immediately used by immortal zombie giant Sun to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. In an instant, 1,000 giant arms fell down and tore these dozens of giant arms into pieces. The golden net lost its target and turned back into a golden light rain. Within the golden light rain, immortal zombie giant Sun's figure gradually appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted, his voice was like thunder, the whole door of life and death shook intensely. A grey tornado formed and swept towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The grey tornado did not have attraction force, it had a huge repelling force instead. The wind blades rotated and cut souls, they were even sharper than the wind in Luopa Valley. Immortal zombie giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the rest quickly retreated. Soul beasts charged over from 100 li away, they were swept by the wind blades and died one after another. After these soul beasts died, everything was absorbed by the grey tornado and turned into grey soul lightning. Lu Weiyin was hit by the grey soul lightning, the soul lightning exploded. Lu Weiyin's soul was heavily injured and he felt dizzy. His defense was outstanding, but he was already in such a situation. The other Gu immortals like Qi Ju and Shen Shang were even worse off. If not for Fang Yuan's help, their souls would have dissipated. There were too many soul paths in the door of life and death, they had accumulated to an unimaginable level. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables were suppressed to only 50%. Now that he had awakened, the pseudo-immortal venerables were suppressed to 20%, while Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun only had 50% of their strength left. What's going on? Spectral Soul has also reached Supreme Great Grandmaster level. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into a soul beast body. He is almost fused with the gate of life and death. Using the environment here, his killer moves are amplified by several times, he can easily suppress us. This is the might of a Tao Master. What should I do? The immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's battle strength surpassed many people's expectations. Another key point was that there were too many soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. When Fate Gu was complete, every dead lifeform's soul would return to the door of life and death. When Fate Gu is damaged, most of the living beings' souls would return here. After countless years of accumulation, countless souls were stored and melted here, finally forming the current gate of life and death. It could be said that among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the gate of life and death contained the most Tao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun worked together to destroy the grey tornado and detonate thousands of grey soul lightning bolts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bent his body slightly and attacked with thousands of giant arms. The attack was like the sky was collapsing, it was suffocating. Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun started to use their full strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after another, the fragments fell to the ground and immediately turned into soul beasts that attacked again. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, the fragments would fuse together and be reborn. Moreover, these reborn soul beasts were getting stronger with each generation, they possessed innate talents and instincts that countered the abilities of Lu Weiyin and the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant Sun, and the other Gu immortals were suppressed. At every moment, countless soul beasts and countless giant arms attacked them, they were exhausted from dealing with them. At this moment, Soul Path fully displayed the advantage of using battle to nurture battle. Die. You are all going to die. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic, he roared like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, her voice was clear, it was not covered by the noisy battlefield, it was clearly transmitted to the immortals' ears. Your valiance in battle is truly admirable. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Star Constellation will be back soon. Saying so, she retreated leisurely like a meteor, tearing through the dark world and leaving the door of life and death. Since the start of the battle, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Now that she was retreating openly, it did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Such a situation was unavoidably shocking. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually become a puppet of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin suddenly shouted with a pale expression, "Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan." Star Constellation's departure is definitely to unify the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We need to go out and stop her. However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a true Tao Lord in the door of life and death. He was a Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was a complete rank 9 Venerable. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had rank 8 cultivation level, while a mortal zombie giant son might have become a Tao Lord, but in the door of life and death, other than his own luck path Tao marks, how could there be other external luck path Tao marks to amplify him? Heaven and earth travel. Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. How could they not take precautions against it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it had no effect after entering the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly disintegrating. The edges had already shrunk by 30%. As for the 8th layer's void, it was originally vast and boundless, but now it was even closer to the bubble regional wall of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here and immediately set up a formation. The formation rumbled as Celestial Court's Gu Immortals split up to attack Savage Wilderness and Yellow Earth. The main forces of these two great worlds had almost all perished in the battlefield. Only a few Gu Immortals with no battle strength, old and weak, or Gu Master elites remained. Be it the former or the latter, they could not resist Celestial Court's attacks. Celestial Court continued to advance. Every time it occupied an area, it would throw down a subformation. These subformations were connected to the main formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was personally guarding the main formation. The subformations shot out dazzling light that shone on the surroundings, causing the vast and desolate Savage Wilderness Great World or the hilly Yellow Earth Great World to bloom with greenery. Weeds and saplings grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, a dense forest was formed. This was naturally only the appearance of the naked eye. The true essence was that Green Lotus Great World continued to expand, bringing the other two great worlds into its territory. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the greenery was like moss, with Green Lotus Great World as the starting point. It continued to spread and gradually covered the other two great worlds. After covering them, the greenery started to deepen. At first, it was only light green, but with the subformation as the center, many areas turned dark green. The dark green gradually turned dark green. The three great worlds were finally united. After reaching a certain extent, a strong gust of wind blew. The wind was not huge, but its range was shocking. It covered the entire world. Strong winds blew, similar to the chi tides of the 5 regions. The primeval chi of the united great worlds quickly gathered and distributed evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's heaven and earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to blow, eventually turning into the winds of assimilation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally participated and even helped in the unification of the great worlds. She gained a lot of insights. In fact, almost half of the Heaven Path research results of the crazed demon formation were thanks to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In his later years, why did Limitless Demon Venerable go to Celestial Court to play a game of chess with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? The reason was simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to fuse Providence. Human creation was extraordinary, while altering Providence, she also comprehended Heaven Path. Thus, when Limitless Demon Venerable played a game of chess with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he continued to absorb the original Heaven Path profundities. He also needed the help of a wisdom path sage like Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless Demon Venerable cultivated Rule Path only by cooperating with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who created Wisdom Path and cultivated Wisdom Path, could he realize the crazy idea of Crazed Demon Cave. Limitless Demon Venerable achieved his goal, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also benefited a lot from this. Ignoring everything else, just the method that Triple-Faced Fairy used earlier affected the emotions of many mutant Gu Immortals, causing them to side with Celestial Court. This was the Heaven Path research result. And controlling Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was also the manifestation of Heaven Path research results. Of course, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was just taking advantage of the situation. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body had flaws to begin with. The three realms are united, the outcome has been decided. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had achieved this. The alliance of Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven was very powerful. But using her outstanding wisdom path attainment, she took the lead step by step, maintaining her advantage from start to finish, not allowing the other two sides to overtake her. Even though Celestial Court was weak, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, and the Door of Life and Death, using everything she could to help Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secure victory. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the power of Wisdom Path. Celestial Court had already infiltrated the Crazed Demon Formation. Now that it unified the three realms and obtained this huge clue and fuel, half of the Crazed Demon Formation was in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. Finally, it is your turn, Paradise Earth. A cold light flashed in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. She did not like Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth was an Immortal Venerable with great prestige, he had a lot of sympathy and love towards variant humans. Paradise Earth protected the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea, he left behind a Mushroom Man habitat in Southern Border, and so on. Especially what made Star Constellation Immortal Venerable disgusted was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Although Paradise had encountered many opportunities in his life that allowed him to change his identity from his roots and become a pure-blooded human, he had never been able to do so. But he did not do so. He was a hybrid variant human from start to finish. He could not be tolerated by Celestial Court. Immediately, the subformation buzzed and tore the ground. The ground cracked, and huge ravines rapidly extended from all directions to the top of Paradise Earth's giant tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was torn apart, countless cracks appeared. Next, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a deep shout, looking at the sky. Soon, countless starlight condensed in the depths of the sky, turning into meteors that fell from the sky. The meteors rained down on Paradise Earth's tomb. Bam bam bam, intense explosions occurred, starlight mixed with soil and rocks, splashing everywhere. After a few minutes, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled to the ground, it turned into ruins. Pull up load next chapters. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze traversed 10,000 li, carefully inspecting the ruins of Paradise Earth's tomb before nodding in satisfaction. She put away the main formation, while the Celestial Court Immortals took care of all the sub-formations. The Celestial Court members gathered together and moved along with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Ever since Primordial Domain dissipated, they could easily travel through the 8th and 9th layers. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally instructed them to move forward. Qin Ding Ling, Che Wei, Feng Jing, and the rest stepped into the Crazed Demon Formation one after another, eventually stopping and guarding a truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable informed the Immortals about the manipulation method in detail, while she herself went to the center and faced the center of the truthful floating ice piece. Lady Star Constellation, what do you want? If you insist on destroying it, we will use practice goo and destroy this truthful floating ice piece. Not Immortal and the others were alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared and threatened Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. To speak the truth, the three of you being able to control practice goo is beyond my expectations. Limitless Will has already been sealed by me. I did not expect him to still be able to draw you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless Will is just in case. Next, I will do my best to push the Crazed Demon Formation. When Limitless set up this formation, he was indeed a brilliant genius, at the peak of the world. But he is a Rule Path Goo Immortal. After all, not a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. He has naturally realized this, otherwise, why would he attack the Celestial Court and make a bet with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought about it and mustered his courage to ask, since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thoughts as us, why don't you come in? We are willing to give practice goo to you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, no need. This is the core of the Crazed Demon Formation, it is easy to enter but difficult to leave. It also concerns the final deduction result. If I want to leave and forcefully break through, I might destroy this truthful floating ice piece and ruin this million years of deduction. I have already controlled more than half of the Crazed Demon Formation. only by leading the celestial court immortals outside and taking action at any time to guard against any unexpected situations, can I activate the crazed demon formation to its limit. I already know the ambitions of the three of you. There's no need to hesitate. Hurry up and carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and the secret schemer clenched their teeth. Now that Fang Yuan was missing, the odds were against him. Since the celestial court was in control of the situation, the three immortals couldn't go out. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the celestial court. They could only continue to drill into the truthful floating ice and continue their previous work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to activate the formation. Under her influence, the form of the crazed demon formation changed again and again, and the efficiency of the deduction continued to soar. Many members of the Celestial Court controlled one truthful floating ice piece each. They cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at all times, listening to her orders and constantly manipulating the truthful floating ice pieces. The rate at which the world of the 8th layer disappeared increased by several times. The truthful floating ice at the edge of the crazed demon formation started to melt and shrink. As for the truthful floating ice in the center, its volume continued to expand. In the end, the crazed demon formation would only be left with one piece of truthful floating ice. If Limitless succeeded, then whoever occupied this piece of truthful floating ice would obtain eternal life, because the truth of immortality had already been forged. As expected of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In such a situation, she continued to fight and finally allowed our celestial court to win. Qin Dingling sighed. With such a person leading the celestial court, even if we die of old age, we will have no regrets. Duke Mei and the rest conversed happily. No one is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her as the leader, our celestial court will definitely become a supreme existence again. We will definitely unite the 5 regions, just like how we united the 3 realms in Crazed Demon Cave. Che Wei and the rest also started to look forward to the beautiful future. When there was no immortal venerable in the celestial court, it had always been the tradition of having a wisdom path Gu immortal as the leader. Past experience proved that this system was wise and advanced. Right now, the creator of Wisdom Path, now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was also a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster and the #1 Wisdom Path expert in the world, was leading the Celestial Court. No one in the Celestial Court had any objections, even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted eternal life. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you are going to die, why are you not dead yet? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Pacifying Soul Lake was just a puddle of water in front of him, while Fang Yuan and the rest were as tiny as ants. But it was these ants that made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable furious. Boom boom boom, countless giant arms attacked at lightning speed, attacking and suppressing these ants. Lu Wei-yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest resisted with all their might. They were peak battle strength second only to Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in a pathetic state here. If not for Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's constant help, some of them would have died already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was rank 9, after turning into a soul beast, his attainment level rose to Supreme Grandmaster, he became a Tao Lord. Originally, he had just become a Tao Lord, he had yet to roam the world and refine the Tao marks of his own path, his strength still needed to be raised. But this door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory, he had used it long ago. Moreover, the door of life and death had the most soul path Tao marks in the world, so even Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were at a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were aware of this, they fought while looking for a way out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's deductions were successful, he sighed bitterly at Fang Yuan, not good. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left earlier, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the one who opened the passage. He has already completely refined the door of life and death, becoming the owner of this place. There is no way we can escape from here by imitating Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan focused, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body, To think that star constellation Immortal Venerable could control spectral soul demon Venerable's main body as a puppet. Giant Sun, do you know that in the 500 years of my previous life, spectral soul demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest culprit in the 5 regions chaotic war? He infiltrated the celestial court and took control of the celestial court. Now, star constellation Immortal Venerable has taken revenge for the celestial court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a solemn expression. There is no point in talking about this now. Our hope lies with you, fellow immortal. Fang Yuan nodded. In fact, I have already started deducing. He knew what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was referring to. Back then, Renzu fell into the door of life and death and wanted to leave through the path of life. He encountered Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Renzu was defeated in Reverse Flow River. If not for that, he would have been able to leave the door of life and death. And now, Fang Yuan was the Gu Immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth in the world. And he just happened to have Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. As long as he used these 3 obstacles to form a path of life, they would be able to leave the door of life and death through the path of life and return to Crazed Demon Cave to fight against star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan showed a bitter expression as he said, deductions need time, and even more so, clues. I have no idea about this path of life, I only have these 3 obstacles. And this door of life and death has been modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago, it is completely different from the one recorded in. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind, he attacks wildly, I have to be distracted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in Soul Path, he modified the door of life and death, it is far more outstanding than before. The situation is like this, I hope you can do your best. Saying so, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed. Again, follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Changing Golden Light Path, a dazzling golden light path instantly formed. The immortals knew what was good for them, they quickly stepped onto the light path and allowed it to bring them up. At the next moment, countless soul lightning bolts shot down, each was as large as a mountain and had tadpole-like tails behind them. The giant tadpole soul lightning self-detonated with terrifying power, the golden light path shook intensely from the explosion and soon dimmed. But the immortals also passed through the light path and successfully escaped from the soul lightning group. They had already suffered once, Xianxia and Demon Immortal Qiju were heavily injured on the spot. Thankfully, Xianxia cultivated human path and had become a doctor after a long period of illness, his healing methods were very outstanding, he displayed the advantage of human path and quickly healed the immortals' injuries. From then on, every time the Soul Lightning group attacked, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would rely on luck-changing Golden Light Path Killer Move to teleport the immortals away. This killer move was extremely profound, it could forcefully open a path of life in a desperate situation. Around the Golden Light Path, soul beasts attacked fiercely and soul lightning self-detonated, many attacks cancelled out each other and protected the Golden Light Path instead. If it were in the past, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have used this move to escape the predicament long ago. But this door of life and death was not ordinary, it was extremely troublesome, no matter how many times Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used luck-changing Golden Light Path, he could not succeed. Be careful. Qixi Ancestor warned loudly. After the soul lightning, a soul river descended from the sky. Countless vengeful souls formed a black river, the souls wailed and cried in pain, the sorrowful and angry voices made the immortals' thoughts freeze for a moment. The Soul River's range was extremely huge, it directly covered a radius of 10,000 li, the immortals could not dodge in time, they used their abilities and were tossed up and down in the Soul River, suffering from torment. Fang Yuan protected his body, profound light blossomed around him as he used the mixed rainbow light threads to restrain the other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from leaving the group. In this dangerous situation, if the pseudo-venerables left the group for too long, they would die here. Most importantly, if they died here, the pseudo-venerable's souls would immediately be used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal with the remaining people. This was what Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was most proficient in. Thus, when Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan helped these people, they were also helping themselves. In this situation, we can't even take care of ourselves, how can we quickly deduce and create a path of survival? Fang Yuan looked at the surging soul river around him and showed a difficult expression. The situation was getting worse. As time passed, Fang Yuan's chances of victory were getting lower and lower. If they stayed in the door of life and death for too long, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might obtain eternal life and gain a huge boost in strength. She might come back to kill them. By then, if there was no improvement, not only would Fang Yuan lose, he might even lose his life here. Right at this time, in the great world of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, a yellow light suddenly shone. The yellow light shrouded an area of ruins. It was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light burst out and soared into the sky. It turned and shot towards the door of life and death. A goo immortal formed in the yellow light. After 100,000 years in the yellow soil, today, dust ruffles my clothes. May all living beings be equal. May all living beings bow to each other. After a long chant, the goo immortal said, "Spectral soul, open the door, Paradise Earth has come to pay a visit." For an instant, the door of life and death battlefield suddenly stopped. The furious spectral soul demon Venerable stopped roaring. Countless giant arms seemed to freeze in space. They stopped moving. What happened? Chi-Si Ancestor was puzzled. But at the next moment, spectral soul demon Venerable opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. The roar was mixed with anger, hatred, and the excitement of facing a great enemy. "You are alive, you are also alive. I finally found you. Since you are here, come at me. Let me kill you." Spectral soul demon Venerable could not remember Fang Yuan or immortal zombie giant Sun, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Blood suns rose up one after another. These were spectral soul demon Venerable's eyes. He had a total of 3 heads. Only one had awakened in the battle earlier, but now, the other 2 heads were awakened as well. They opened their blood-red eyes. The door of life and death opened, forming a huge whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. The passageway opened and closed instantly. By the time Fang Yuan and the rest reacted, a goo immortal had already been sucked into the door of life and death. He wore a simple robe, he had no hair, he was shining brightly. He had a kind expression, his body was emitting a faint halo of light. "Paradise Earth." Fang Yuan and immortal zombie giant Sun shouted in unison. "Lord Paradise Earth, you revived successfully?" Lu Weiyin was surprised and joyful. He suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Bam bam bam, hundreds of giant arms pushed apart the air, emitting intense sounds of wind and thunder as they ruthlessly attacked Paradise Earth. The battle erupted again. The crazed demon formation was in chaos. Celestial quartz goo immortals were heavily injured. They all had weak expressions, but also shock and bewilderment. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also revealed a surprised expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time she was so moved. Because even though Paradise Earth revived, his revival method was out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. "I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think that you took a different path. I underestimated you. You have actually converted to the Heavenly Tao. The tomb of the Paradise Earth is more like a target. Only by destroying it and rebuilding it can you be reborn." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air but did not go to the door of life and death. Right now, the crazed demon array was spinning like the wind, not allowing her to escape easily. Moreover, even though Paradise Earth had revived, because he cultivated Heaven Path and was destroyed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in advance, he was only a pseudo-venerable now. If the Yellow Earth Great World swallowed the other 2 Great Worlds, Paradise Earth's tomb would be destroyed along with the Great World at the final moment. Then, Paradise Earth would be reborn with the cultivation of a supreme. The focus now was still on the crazed demon array. As wise as Xianxia was, it was impossible for her to give up the big for the small. Moreover, even if she returned to the gate of life and death, her combat strength would be greatly suppressed, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the gate of life and death. "Be careful!" Lu Weiyin shouted. A huge net appeared in front of Paradise. The pure white giant net was extremely crude. Each mesh was the size of an elephant, giving off a strong feeling of grandeur. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all blocked by this giant net. What killer move is this? It has such defensive power. I have never heard of this aura before. Wait. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation level, he is only rank 8, the same as us. Demon Immortal Chiju, Jean Budu, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, he was reborn. But he did not regain his venerable cultivation level, this is probably the price. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun realized in his heart. Fang Yuan's emotions were somewhat complex. He had once considered developing in Heaven Path. But who could have thought that Paradise Earth's ambitions were even greater than his progress was even deeper. After this revival, he directly became a Heaven Path pseudo-immortal venerable, using the advantage of Heaven Path. Paradise Earth suffered the least suppression in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious, with a loud sound, he went from a cross-legged posture to a half-squatting posture. Thousands of giant arms surged over, each hand had fingers that were like spears as they stabbed towards him. Countless giant arms stabbed into the light net. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the Heaven Path net that was unmoving started to shake slightly. Even though he cultivates Heaven Path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Go and reinforce him. Fang Yuan immediately saw through the situation and reminded. Lu Weiyin took the lead but was obstructed by the giant arms along the way. Fortunately, Fang Yuan and the rest arrived soon after and helped Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable adapted, the giant arms changed shape, a large number of spikes grew out of their fingertips, they turned from stabbing to grabbing. Crack crack crack. Countless giant arms tore through layers of the light net, breaking through continuously. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive methods were very impressive, he was completely at Immortal Venerable level. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used his full strength. Paradise Earth retreated along with everyone after receiving support. The Immortal situation was as dangerous as before. After resisting for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted, everyone, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state is strange, his mind is not clear, his emotions are likely disturbed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make one's rationality as cold as ice. Wisdom Path cultivation had 3 important elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak of these 3 aspects in the world. Fairy Fenya's deduction of limitless arrangements had always been ahead of everyone else, this was her attainment in thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable, this was a method in terms of will. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were fluctuating, he did not have a trace of rationality. This showed how powerful star constellation Immortal Venerable was in terms of emotions. Actually, be it Fang Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, or the other pseudo-venerables, they had all tried this. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state was the same as before, his mind did not show any signs of clarity. The Immortals' attempt failed, they all thought that this was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 person in the world. Since she had the confidence to leave, she definitely had great confidence in her method, she believed that this method would not be easily broken. But now, since Paradise Earth proposed this idea, the Immortals did not reject him, they quickly cooperated. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce, Paradise Earth's appearance stimulated his state. All sorts of soul path killer moves were unleashed one after another, some were sinister, some were strange, some were tyrannical, some were wild, the Immortals were tired of dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was strongly disrupted, his killer move was constantly being prepared, there was little progress. After a while, Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "Get out of the way." The Immortals heard this and quickly retreated. Fang Yuan had a cold expression, his eyes suddenly shone, facing an unexpected tide of soul beasts, he spread his arms and roared. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks of light had all sorts of colors, they flew in the air and collided, turning into dragon, wolf, tiger, shark, and so on. These were all totem killer moves, countless totems of all shapes and sizes charged forward, everywhere they went, soul beasts screamed miserably, they were torn to pieces, burned to ashes, drowned in water, struck by lightning. In an instant, Fang Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had accumulated. These killer moves were all at rank 8, that was to say, Fang Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. The power was unparalleled. The immortals immediately felt the pressure on them decrease greatly. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, they were destroyed by more than 10 totems. 30% of my immortal essence storage was expended. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he returned to the group. Using so many totem killer moves at once, the immortal essence expenditure was extremely terrifying. According to Fang Yuan's current immortal essence storage, he could only use them 3 times at most. The weakest of the Gu immortals present was pseudo-venerable. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with shock and even faint fear. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but it was too shocking that Fang Yuan could use so many totems at once. Ignoring everything else, just this move of Fang Yuan's could forcefully destroy almost all the super forces in the world. Even immortal zombie giant Sun stared at Fang Yuan, unable to shift his gaze away. He knew about totem killer moves, so he understood the pros and cons of this form of killer move. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but they also had a disadvantage: they were hard to nurture. However, Fang Yuan had nurtured so many rank 8 totems, this made immortal zombie giant Sun extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's wealth. Good method. After Paradise Earth praised, he immediately focused on preparing a killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out vast soul rivers. The 3 soul rivers converged and formed an unprecedented scale, like a black cloud that covered the sky, shrouding everything. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul rivers to fight. The speed of the soul rivers' descent slowed down, and the light of these totems also extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. All kinds of thoughts flashed like sparks as he frantically dispatched the totems to coordinate with them. His immortal essence rapidly decreased, his mind surged and soon started to heat up. He had reached the limit of his wisdom path abilities. The reason why totem killer moves were so powerful, far surpassing immemorial desolate beasts, was because they could coordinate with each other and be used at will. More importantly, they each had mystical abilities. They were comparable to immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo, or even immemorial desolate beasts with immortal killer moves. The numerous totems bought 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed and stored the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems were fortunate to be preserved, but they were all in tatters. The remaining hundreds of totems had perished in battle. Of course, along with their losses were tens of thousands of soul beasts, as well as dozens of spectral soul giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He needed to rest his mind. He could not fight for the time being. Immortal zombie giant Sun stepped forward and took over his position. He had already prepared his killer move. He released it without hesitation. Immortal killer move, unexpected disaster. Immortal zombie giant Sun's palms were shrouded in a layer of light. He stretched out his hands and grabbed above his head. The white gold light in his palms was quickly dyed black and red. Immortal zombie giant Sun would casually throw them away after grabbing them. The black and red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of black and red clouds that shot in all directions. Each cluster of black-red clouds wasn't very large, and wherever they went, the soul beasts within a radius of 50 kilometers would inexplicably perish within a few breaths of time. Their giant arms would be fractured, and large sections of their soul rivers would also collapse. Immortal zombie giant Sun grabbed his bad luck repeatedly and threw them at the enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was slightly unstable after being hit by this method. His left head grunted and used Burning Soul Bursting Luck killer move. His luck surged and counteracted Immortal zombie giant Sun's method. After attacking for a while, Immortal zombie giant Sun stopped. It was not that he did not have enough immortal essence or mental strength, but his bad luck had been used up. This method is really not bad. Fang Yuan secretly observed Immortal zombie giant Sun, his mind slightly moved. He could make use of his bad luck and use it to attack. His luck was always at a high level. Immortal zombie giant Sun had a good combat system. This method definitely had a high status in his combat system. With Immortal zombie giant Sun's support, Paradise Earth successfully grasped the opportunity and activated his killer move. Immortal killer move, Heartless Heaven and Earth. White light waves spread out from Paradise Earth's forehead. The light waves were swift and fierce, immediately spreading to the whole battlefield and enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Waves of light waves were activated one after another. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense anything at first, but he soon reacted. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils weakened, replaced by the light of reason. But right at this time, a silhouette appeared in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals only heard this silhouette say, "Heartless heaven and earth, that is true, but humans have emotions." Saying so, this silhouette even laughed. Thus, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes were filled with killing intent again, the trace of rationality that he had earlier vanished without a trace. Who was this silhouette? The immortals were shocked. Evidently, this silhouette was the one who caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Could it be Verdant Great Sun? A thought appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in, the soul of Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, was lying beside Soul Pacifying Lake. But now, there was nothing beside Soul Pacifying Lake. It was very likely that this Verdant Great Sun's soul had been devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who cultivated both Soul Path and Food Path, could not digest this Verdant Great Sun and was instead restrained by him. It could be deduced that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this process. Seeing that his killer move was useless, Paradise Earth also showed a look of difficulty. Spectral Soul attacked again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan looked at each other. The former sighed, "I wonder if Feng Yuan has any comprehension?" Feng Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression, "I have no idea at all." "I have some ideas." Xianxia suddenly spoke, "Ever since the Fate War, I have been hiding in the city of Divine Emperor, cultivating the human Tao. Apart from the great gains, I was also thinking about how to get out of this predicament. Thus, I came up with a human path method. Up until now, I have already deduced 90% of this method, and only the last 10% is incomplete. Earlier, when I saw Lord Paradise Earth use the Heaven Path Killer move, my heart palpitated. My intuition tells me that this is the final piece I need. With it, I can complete this killer move." This. The other Gu immortals heard this and became silent. The meaning behind Xianxia's words was that he wanted to obtain Paradise Earth's heavenly Tao research results, which was very rash. Although Feng Yuan had 3 crucial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had never mentioned handing these secluded domains of heaven and earth to him so that he could deduce a way out of the door of life and death. However, in the current situation, Xianxia's originally excessive request was somewhat reasonable. The key was that there was a subtle relationship between him and Paradise. Xianxia was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. In order to cultivate human path, he had accumulated many sins. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he attacked. Xianxia could not even take one attack from Paradise Earth. But Paradise Earth did not kill him or imprison him, he gave him a chance to redeem himself. Xianxia thus entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated enclosed cultivation. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Xianxia made breakthroughs repeatedly and progressed steadily. Starting from Heal Injury Immortal Gu, he created healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and so on. Next, he created the killer move Riddled Injuries, and further deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Scar Immortal Gu. Finally, he refined Scar Immortal Gu and replaced it with his Vital Gu. Feng Yuan entered the Blue Dragon Whale to explore and let Xianxia out. Xianxia cooperated with Feng Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. He played a decisive role at the crucial moment and established a crucial foundation for Feng Yuan's victory over Celestial Court. Xianxia and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be very close. Back then, when Xianxia cultivated human path in the Blue Dragon Whale, he also had Paradise Earth's guidance. It could be said that the two had a deep connection. It was second only to the relationship between Lu Weiyin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Xianxia made this seemingly excessive request. Because back then, Paradise Earth had guided him, now that Paradise Earth had revived, there was a high chance that he would guide him. The only difference was that it was human path before, now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like what Xianxia expected, Paradise Earth did not hesitate. He directly taught Xianxia the results of the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord." Xianxia cupped his fists, his voice was trembling from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded with a smile. Xianxia, even though Fate Gu is destroyed, it is fate that you are here now. Whether we can leave this place or not, we will need to rely on your talent. Junior will do his best and not let down Lord's expectations. Xianxia became even more excited. He was a pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth, he would always be a junior. He was extremely humble and respectful. Paradise Earth was a benefactor to him. In fact, Paradise Earth was a benefactor to many people and forces. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 venerables. Even in Central Continent, many people respected and loved him. Paradise Earth had done countless good deeds in his life. He had helped countless people. After getting Paradise Earth's affirmation and encouragement, the other Gu immortals slightly looked forward to Xianxia. Most of their hopes were placed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a breakthrough in battle. He created reverse flow protection seal and defeated Celestial Court. There was a precedent for this. Moreover, right now, Fang Yuan's status was above Xianxia's. Facing Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, the immortals retreated while fighting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew another head. This was because Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attack had split one of his heads into two. But the two halves of the head split into two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gained another head. Not just the head, no matter how many arms Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost, they could grow back rapidly. His arms were increasing in number, they were getting tougher and stronger. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength was still growing. The fiercer Fang Yuan and the rest resisted and retaliated. The faster Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew. Using battle to nurture battle, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already a special venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to when he fought with his full strength earlier, his strength had clearly risen by a large margin. The immortals could not guess his limits. They were even more determined to leave this place. Fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the door of life and death was too disadvantageous. There were countless soul beasts. It was useless no matter how many they killed. All kinds of soul path killer moves covered the sky and earth, forcing the immortals to defend with all their strength. They did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. Fang Yuan showed a strange expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the attention of the immortals. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun held on to hope and immediately asked, Fang Yuan, did you gain anything? Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. I gained something, but it is not a path to survival. Let me try. After saying this, Fang Yuan's aura became deep and unfathomable. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley buzzed and resonated with each other, shining brighter and brighter. After preparing, Fang Yuan restrained his aura and pushed out with his palm. A gray-white square seal flew out from his palm. The square seal was slow, but wherever it went, souls were destroyed and everything turned to ashes. The army of soul beasts was instantly wiped out. Even the primordial soul beasts couldn't resist this grayish-white square seal at all. They were even weaker than paper. The vast soul river that had been shrouding the sky also collapsed and was destroyed. Most of the soul path killer moves were greatly suppressed by this gray-white square seal. Their power fell sharply. The immortals around Fang Yuan also shuddered in fear. A bone-chilling chill rose from the depths of their souls. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was breathing roughly after neutralizing Danghun Luopa seal. For the first time since the battle started, he was able to catch his breath. He stopped the tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luopa seal. Powerful, too powerful. Xianxia was shocked. Even Paradise Earth was dumbfounded. He was speechless. This move is powerful. It can be said to be the bane of soul path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned before praising it. He saw the gray-white square seal rising up. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 giant arms were destroyed. Even though the gray-white square seal was destroyed, the 100 giant arms that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost were still empty. They seemed to be exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had once used unexpected calamity killer move. Its power was about the same as Danghun Luopa seal. But under unexpected calamity killer move, these soul beasts could still resist it for some time. But facing Danghun Luopa seal, they could not resist at all. Fang Yuan sighed, I am ashamed. I did not deduce the path of survival, but I deduced this result. This move is called Danghun Luopa seal. It uses these two sacred lands as the core. Its foundation is the Luo Pasil killer move that I created in the past. Spectral Soul had once said that Danghun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley are the sacred lands of soul cultivation. My killer move starts from the essence of soul path and suppresses them from the very core. Unfortunately, there are only two of them. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake, I might be able to counter all soul path methods in the world. Demon Immortal Qi Ju heard this and his eyelids twitched. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed like he was not satisfied with this killer move. Good. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised and encouraged. Right now, Fang Yuan has already merged 2 rounds. If you merge the third reverse flow river, you should be able to deduce the path of survival in the door of life and death. Jean Buddha raised a finger and suggested, no, in my opinion, as long as we use this move well, with the main body attacking while we assist, there is a high chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Look. Following Jean Buddha's guidance, the immortals immediately discovered, the injuries caused by Danghun Luo Pasil were deathly still, they could not recover as quickly as before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body, even though the 100 giant arms were recovering, the speed was very slow. Danghun Luo Pasil was a pure soul path killer move, it was amplified in the door of life and death. The soul path Dao marks carved by this move were like the wind in Luo Pa Valley or the vibration power of Danghun Mountain, they made it hard for soul beasts to gather. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned as he analyzed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Dao Lord and can control the soul path Dao marks here to amplify himself and suppress Fang Yuan's Danghun Luo Pasil. But his mind is not clear, he only has the instincts of a Dao Lord, thus Danghun Luo Pasil can also be amplified. The immortals' eyes lit up as they saw another possibility, kill Spectral Soul? At once, the immortals' minds were boiling as they thought rapidly, Danghun Luo Pasil was truly powerful, it was a trump card against the delirious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Jean Buddha was right, looking at the current situation, it was possible to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using Danghun Luo Pasil. If nothing unexpected happens, it is possible. It will be extremely difficult for us to find a way out from here under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's frenzied attacks. But directly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is also a viable option. This place is controlled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, there is little hope of finding a way out. But to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, or even eliminate him, it will definitely be a battle of life and death. The immortals were assessing the situation. Qi Ancestor had a grim expression. The truth is, if we want to leave the door of life and death, we need to get past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, right? Even if we temporarily shake off Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and escape from the door of life and death, what if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chases after us? By then, we will have to deal with both Star Constellation and Spectral Soul. Why don't we kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is busy infiltrating the crazed demon formation? The immortals' hearts jumped. Indeed. Lu Weiyin muttered, we need to fight for the eternal life research results, we need to resist the Celestial Court. If we kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, the threat of the Celestial Court will decrease by half. Humph. Jean Buddha snorted coldly, what are you hesitating for? Everyone. The longer we drag on, the more Star Constellation will infiltrate us, and the closer we are to the eternal life research results. No matter what the plan is, we need to decide on it quickly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned deeply, saying, it is not so simple, Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path, would she leave behind such an obvious flaw? I am worried about a situation now, that is, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method to influence Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has a time limit. When the time is up, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might escape this predicament. At that time, we will have Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as our ally. If we attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, be it us or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even if it ends in a stalemate, both sides will suffer great losses. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will still benefit the most. The immortals fell silent. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's words made sense, it was not excessive to overestimate Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, when do you think Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will break free from control and regain his sanity? Fang Yuan's main body asked with a sharp gaze, according to your guess, we can take it one step further. If star constellation Immortal Venerable purposely left behind flaws and clues to lure us into thinking like this, we would not be able to do anything. In fact, even if the real star constellation can only control the specter for a short period of time, what should we do if this time is enough for her to snatch the fruit of immortality? In that case, does fellow Taoist Feng Yuan insist on fighting to the death? Under such an environment? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Feng Yuan without blinking. Feng Yuan didn't back down and stared back at him. The atmosphere among the immortals suddenly became subtle and tense. Right at this time, Xianxia suddenly shouted, I succeeded, I succeeded. My killer move is finally complete. Paradise Earth said solemnly, Xianxia, how confident are you? 80%. Xianxia had an excited expression. This move was incomplete before, it only lacked the fruit of heaven path. But the missing part was never the crucial core. A strong intuition tells me that this move will definitely succeed. Of course, there is still room for improvement, but now that it is complete, I can definitely activate it. Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun heard this and retracted their gazes. Feng Yuan spoke, then let's protect Xianxia and give it a try. Earlier, Feng Yuan and the rest had successfully protected Paradise Earth. Now that Feng Yuan had Dang Han Luo Pasil, it was not difficult to protect Xianxia. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven leaves a way out. A moment later, amidst Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's frenzied attacks, Xianxia activated his killer move and formed a narrow path. The small path was winding, stretching out continuously, completely incomparable to the luck-changing Golden Great Path. But at the end of the path, it pierced through space and the gate of life and death. The immortals could even see the blurry scene of the outside world at the end of the path. The immortals were overjoyed. Xianxia laughed heartily, raised his arms and shouted, sure enough, it worked. Paradise smiled, I didn't misjudge you. 100 years Eastern Immortal Chief, half venerable in terms of talent, you live up to your reputation. Qi Ancestor cupped his fists. It is all thanks to you that we were able to escape today. Demon Immortal Qi Ju praised generously. Let's go. Zhang Budu was still in the lead. He was also very suitable to lead the way. Without any hesitation, the immortals covered each other and stepped onto the winding path. Xianxia's killer move was very special, even the door of life and death could not block it. These Gu immortals managed to escape. The immortals rushed out of the door of life and death and prepared to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's furious roars came from the door of life and death, the entire door was shaking intensely. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not even take a step out of the door of life and death. So that's it, for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is unable to leave the door of life and death. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to lure us inside. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can come out, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method of controlling him is most effective inside the door of life and death. The Gu immortals let out sighs of relief as they guessed. Quick, go to the crazed demon formation. So much time has passed, I wonder what progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made? Demon Immortal Qi Ju reminded. Before the immortals moved, they tried to destroy the immortal graveyard. However, all sorts of killer moves were absorbed into the door of life and death. It's no use. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement is very profound, she has tightly connected this immortal graveyard with the door of life and death. To destroy the immortal graveyard, we need to destroy the door of life and death first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed, he was the first to leave. Precisely because he understood this, he and Feng Yuan chose to attack the door of life and death at the first moment. Of course, there were many other reasons besides this. Of course this method can be broken, we can separate the immortal graveyard from the door of life and death. But we don't have time. Let's go to the crazed demon formation. Feng Yuan also turned around and left. The immortals did not stop, they followed. Ever since Primordial Domain was destroyed, the 8th and 9th layers could be easily entered and exited. When Feng Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the rest arrived at the crazed demon formation again, there was less than 30% of the formation left. A large number of truthful floating ice pieces had already dissipated, the remaining truthful floating ice pieces had expanded by several times compared to before. Bam! Right at this moment, a piece of truthful floating ice exploded, turning into countless ice shards. A large number of ice shards dissipated on the spot, the remaining few drifted into the formation and attached to other truthful floating ice pieces. In this battle, primordial domain lost, giant sun, star constellation, and even spectral soul have already become supreme grandmasters. If the eternal life research results that the crazed demon formation nurtured for 1,000,000 years are also taken away by these people, it will truly be a crushing defeat. If I cannot win in the end, I will have to kill them and destroy the final truthful floating ice piece. No one will benefit from it. Fang Yuan's gaze was bone-chilling as he charged towards the formation. The other Gu immortals charged together almost at the same time. This group was the strongest of the present era. It included Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, Qi Si, Zhang Budu, Xianxia, Qi Ju, and Lu Weiyin. It was a terrifying lineup that almost suffocated people. Terrifying. Guyue Fangjing's expression was pale. Even inside Demon Judgment Board, he could feel the intense killing intent. Don't even think about it. Under the strong pressure, Celestial Court's Gu immortals still stood up. It was Duke Mei, not just Duke Mei, even Duke Tong, Golden Hooped Immortal King, and the rest moved out to obstruct them. Get lost. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. Golden light shined and turned into a giant palm. That slapped away several people. Who land above Qi Si ancestors' head surged with Qi. It turned into a Qi wall that blocked Ruandan and Fairy Maiden Soul. 7 fiendish primeval monarch rode on Shabi 95 as he flew over. Xianxia and Demon Immortal Qi Ju were obstructed by his killer move, their momentum immediately dissipated. Courting death. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was furious. He activated Qi killer move to suppress 7 fiendish primeval monarch. Xianxia had a cold expression as he cooperated. 7 fiendish primeval monarch lasted for a few breaths of time before he was killed by Qi Ju and Xianxia. Shabi 95 was also cut in half. It died on the spot, even though Celestial Court's members were strong. Facing Fang Yuan's group, which had pseudo-venerable strength at the very least, they were too weak. Moreover, in this kind of attack, without the help of immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were using their lives to delay the enemies. Soon, Celestial Court's side lost a large number of members. However, they also achieved their goal. Fang Yuan's group's momentum finally dissipated. Celestial Court has the door of life and death, so what if these Gu immortals die? They will revive soon, their cultivation and battle strength will not be affected. We need to control at least a portion of the formation to kill our way in. Lu Weiyin and Zhang Budu shouted furiously. Starlight flashed. Before Lu Weiyin and Zhang Budu could react, they were sent flying by the starlight. Starlight flickered as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revealed herself. She looked around and sighed. Everyone, you are too anxious. The crazed demon formation's derivation is at the final juncture. We cannot try it recklessly. What if limitless 100 years of hard work and accumulation is destroyed in a moment? Fang Yuan had a cold expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled as he stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, I won't mind waiting. But we cannot waste this final period of time. Star Constellation, let us settle this once and for all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze lingered. I want to test your sharpness. Please. The moment she said that, space changed, stardust flew and starry paths crisscrossed, forming a grand chessboard. At the center of the chessboard was the crazed demon formation. Inside the chessboard were Celestial Court, Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and other Gu immortals. Star Constellation Chessboard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. Paradise Earth smiled as he realized, so Star Constellation Chessboard is an immortal Gu house as well as an immortal formation. But this transformation has never been recorded in history. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied to Paradise Earth, this is because I modified Star Constellation Chessboard after becoming a Dao Lord again. Everyone, please comment on it. Without needing her to say anything, Qi Si ancestor had already made his move. Qi surged and surged in the surroundings. At once, the starry paths faded and the stardust scattered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable held a chess piece and threw it down. The chess piece flew into the air and turned into 9 spiritual fairy. 9 spiritual fairy had already used her transformation path killer move, turning into a kingfisher that shot towards Qi Si ancestor with astonishing speed. Qi Si ancestor fought with her for 3 to 4 rounds, they were evenly matched. Clearly, 9 spiritual fairy had obtained the amplification of the formation. After 5 to 6 rounds, 9 spiritual fairy had transformed into 3 different forms, but she still fell into a dangerous situation. But at this time, chess pieces were thrown down. Wan Zihong, Baicang Shui, Junshin Guang, Zhou Xiong Xian, and other immortals attacked one after another. At once, the immortals fell into a chaotic battle. After just a few rounds, immortal zombie giant Sun saw some clues. These celestial court members were the formation cores of star constellation chessboard formation. They cooperated extremely well with each other and were under star constellation immortal venerables' control. The more people participated in the battle, the more chaotic the situation became, and the greater the advantage of celestial court. Immortal zombie giant Sun snorted coldly. He got up and left the chaotic battlefield, charging towards star constellation immortal venerable who was in the sky. Star constellation immortal venerable finally stopped dodging. She stood on the spot and fought immortal zombie giant Sunday. The battle between two venerables was unprecedented. Starlight flashed and golden aurora spread, illuminating the whole battlefield with gold and blue colors. The aftermath of the battle between two venerables created a grand chi wave that surpassed the chi tides. On one side was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the second-generation immortal king of Celestial Court. He had unparalleled scheming abilities and outstanding achievements. On the other side was the number 1 person in Luck Path. He controlled Northern Plains and spread his bloodline. They were evenly matched. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. All sorts of killer moves and methods were unleashed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun one after another, each displaying their might. Some killer moves were domineering and unbridled, traversing the sky. Some methods were exquisite and dazzling, dividing the universe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was like a golden meteor, advancing bravely and continuously. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flickered around, her body moving around in Star Constellation chessboard formation, leaving behind star shadows to attack Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Moreover, while fighting, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still controlling Star Constellation chessboard formation to help the members of Celestial Court fight. Prince's Impatience activated Phoenix Flames, Baicang Shui unleashed Azure Waves River, Wan Zihong rained down flower petals. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed one after another under Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's coordination, greatly reducing the internal friction between them, forming waves of attacks with small gaps, giving Lu Wei-yin and the rest the illusion that Celestial Court's attacks were endless. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, evaluating inwardly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path attainment is astonishing. Even with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attacks, she has not reached her limits. She still has the ability to support the others and control the entire battle. So, looking at it from another perspective, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun has not truly used his full strength. At this moment, the two venerables were fighting with great momentum and countless methods, but no matter which move it was, its true power did not surpass GC ancestors who elevation killer move. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they were wary of limitless countermeasures. The foundation of venerables was unfathomable. If one side was countered by limitless, the other side would definitely gain an advantage. Of course, the most crucial point was that both venerables wanted to seize the eternal life research results. The value of this research result was simply too great to estimate. The venerables were in a stalemate. Which venerable could obtain the eternal life research results, breaking the balance and becoming the number 1 venerable? Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were eyeing the eternal life research results, they had to stop now. If they fought and destroyed this formation, it would be terrible. They were not limitless. The crucial point was that the truthful floating ice had been nurtured for over 1 million years. If any of them were destroyed, the venerables would not be able to replace them. If that's the case... Fang Yuan's eyes flickered for a while, and he suddenly ordered, Qi-Si. Qi-Si ancestor received the main body's transmission and concealment. He did not hesitate to use his killer move. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation, the terrifying Qi path killer move descended again. The immortals all retreated. Even Qi Ju and Lu Wei-yin were the same. Is he crazy? Aren't you afraid of being countered by limitless again? No, perhaps this is Fang Yuan's plan. How wonderful. After a moment of shock, the Gu immortals came to a realization. Lu Weiyin and the rest were overjoyed, while the celestial court Gu immortals were filled with worry. As expected, at the next moment, chains appeared and shot out, trying to restrain Qi ancestor. But don't forget, Qi ancestor was still inside star constellation chessboard formation. The limitless sword's counterattack on the Sea of Qi would definitely not be able to bypass the constellation chessboard formation. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow the limitless sword's counterattack to break the constellation chessboard formation, but at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly got out of the battle with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fang Yuan, even though your plan is brilliant, how could I not be prepared and leave behind such a huge flaw? Watch. As soon as she said that, starlight shined, the surrounding starry paths moved and attached to limitless chains. After a few breaths of time, limitless chains were wrapped by starry paths and used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Not only was Star Constellation chessboard formation not disturbed by limitless counterattack, it even made use of limitless counterattack to make use of the chain's power, making Star Constellation chessboard formation even more resilient. How can this be? Demon Immortal Qiju's expression changed. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's preparations are too ample, she has infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave too deeply. This was not strange. After all, when Crazed Demon Cave was just constructed, Limitless Demon Venerable went to Celestial Court and made a bet with Star Constellation's will. That was to say, when Crazed Demon Cave was constructed, Celestial Court had already started infiltrating it. This infiltration lasted for over 1,000,000 years. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Savage Wilderness Great World and infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave for over 300,000 years. Compared to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he did not even have half the time. Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path, she was most proficient in infiltration. And Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind Yellow Earth Great World more than 100,000 years ago. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most miserable. Even though he came into contact with Crazed Demon Cave more than 10 years ago. But the time he spent in infiltrating the Crazed Demon formation was almost zero, his progress was also zero. If the Door of Life and Death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's home field, then Crazed Demon Cave was half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's home field, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a small portion of his home field. Fang Yuan was fighting in his home field, his understanding of Crazed Demon Cave was all thanks to Paradise Earth's information. Star Constellation chessboard had limitless chains, it became even more powerful. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not fear death, they fought with their lives inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, barely restraining pseudo-venerables. After all, they had immortal venerables helping them. Of course, they could not stop Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body moved, flying into the sky and joining the battle between Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Qi ancestor, he was restrained by the chains and could not be stored in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he could only be guarded by Zhang Budu and the rest. Then, let's try this move again. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze shining brightly. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, 5 Colored Light Qi rapidly spread around Fang Yuan, be it the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals or Lu Weiyin's group, they all retreated. Fighting inside this 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, they would suffer backlash at any moment. This was the reappearance of the 5 regional walls in Fang Yuan's hands. This move again. Prince's Impatience and the rest gritted their teeth. This move originated from Tao Zhu, it had been used in the Fate War and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space, it had repeatedly made things difficult for Celestial Court. Now, it became a problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi spread inside Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sensed it and started to suffer the backlash. Limitless chains in the starry path started to tremble and move restlessly. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is being suppressed in this formation. But it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has yet to find a way to break it. However, this method will still trigger limitless retaliation. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Triggering limitless retaliation was not strange. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was the nemesis of Gu formations and immortal Gu houses, even the Crazed Demon formation was countered by it. Once it was activated in 5 restriction profound light chi, the crazed demon formation would suffer backlash and eventually break apart. Limitless arrangements were naturally aware of this threat. Thus, it was normal for 5 restriction profound light chi to trigger limitless retaliation. This was also the reason why Fan Yuan did not use 5 restriction profound light chi. As for the door of life and death, there were too many soul path Dao marks there, even 5 restriction profound light chi would be suppressed. Moreover, even if the light chi became dense and formed the 5 regional walls, immortal zombie giant sun and the rest would be harmed, it was not worth it. But the situation was different now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had incredible methods. She actually used Star Constellation chessboard formation to forcefully fuse limitless chains. At this point, Fan Yuan had to use 5 restriction profound light chi to fight against it. At once, the number of things that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to scheme against increased by more than 10 times. On one hand, she had to deal with immortal zombie giant sun, on the other hand, she had to help the members of the Celestial Court fight against the pseudo-venerables, on the other hand, she had to forcefully fuse with limitless chains, and on the other hand, she had to take care of the crazed demon formation, urging it to deduce and quickly produce eternal life. Right now, Fan Yuan was activating 5 restriction profound light chi in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to endure the backlash and also forcefully suppress limitless chains. Fan Yuan's 5 restriction profound light chi posed a huge threat to the crazed demon formation. Limitless chains wanted to capture it by all means possible. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to suppress it. If she did not suppress it and allowed it to erupt, it would severely interfere with Star Constellation chessboard formation and cause it to collapse. Once the formation collapsed, with just those Celestial Court Gu immortals, even with the Immortal Graveyard's revival, they would not be able to stop the ferocious pseudo-venerables. By then, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped immortal zombie giant sun and Fan Yuan, she would not be able to protect the eternal life research results. They would be obtained by these pseudo-venerables. No matter how one looked at it, the Celestial Court still had too few people. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she still had to face too many enemies. 5 restriction profound light chi is a good move. Xianxia praised after seeing through the situation. He felt bad for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light chi, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suffer backlash at all times. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to suppress limitless chains and forcefully merge them. She was simply protecting Fan Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Even though she was the number 1 wisdom path person, she was unable to make ends meet. From her point of view, immortal zombie giant sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay attention to him. In comparison, Fan Yuan was less of a threat, but he definitely couldn't let him go. After all, many venerables had invested in him. Even when spectral soul refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Star Constellations will had invested in him. Fan Yuan couldn't let it go. Once he let it go, he would be in a difficult situation. With this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly threw out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew over. It was Zhou Xianxia. Zhou Xianxia landed halfway up Book Mountain, desperately trying to control it. Book Mountain erupted with golden light rays. They were actually all of immortal zombie giant sun's luck path killer moves. These luck path killer moves attacked immortal zombie giant sun and blocked him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally attacked Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not activate the turbulent Soul Luo Passil. With the amplification of his vast number of Dao marks, this method was definitely more powerful than Hu Elevation killer move. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became ruthless and kept Star Constellation chessboard formation, releasing limitless chains. Adding on the hatred accumulated from 5 restriction profound light chi, Fan Yuan would definitely be restrained by limitless chains. He would be in a worse state than Qi Si ancestor. By then, Fan Yuan's main body would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would release Star Constellation chessboard. It would be greatly beneficial to the Celestial Court. Of course, during this process, Star Constellation chessboard would definitely be damaged. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be injured. But how much damage? According to Fan Yuan's deductions, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. Thus, Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead, he directly retreated into the 5 restriction dark light chi. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Fang Yuan's actions were within her expectations. Information about the Danghun Luo Pasil had already been transmitted from the Gate of Life and Death. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use such a method. However, retreating into 5 restriction profound light chi made it easier for Star constellation Immortal Venerable to use her next move. At the next moment, Star constellation Immortal Venerable gave a light shout. Hundreds of straight starry paths started to twist and turn like water ripples. They quickly gathered and formed into a blue ball of threads that enveloped all of the 5 restriction profound light chi and even Fang Yuan. For a moment, Fang Yuan was sealed. The 5 restriction profound light chi continued to spread, but the space within the azure sphere was vast, and it would take a long time to completely fill it up. What a good response, Fang Yuan praised in his mind. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's method was undoubtedly using wisdom path and star path to imitate space path. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not unravel 5 restriction profound light chi, but she found a way to suppress it. This response was extremely ingenious. Not only did he manage to use the constellation chessboard formation to its fullest potential, but he also used a superb technique like Dao embroidery. Fang Yuan was trapped here, but he wasn't worried. He was waiting for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely understood the weakness of the Celestial Court and the advantage of the Alliance army. Star constellation Immortal Venerable took a risk to deal with Fang Yuan, which meant that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could do something. On the other hand, when Star constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some small moves. Although these small moves were small, they would definitely make Star constellation Immortal Venerable feel very uncomfortable. If he did not deal with them immediately, these small moves would become a huge bargaining chip to suppress the Celestial Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted loudly, sending out a huge wave of golden light that pushed Book Mountain aside and charged towards Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain shook and flew away like a meteor. Zhou Xianxia, who was on the mountain, had already turned into meat paste. This was the price he had to pay to control Book Mountain with his life on the line. This rank 8 expert used all his strength, but he could only obstruct Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for a few breaths of time. This was after he borrowed Star constellation Immortal Venerable's method, and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was still restraining his strength, wary of limitless formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained a rare moment of free time. He immediately started to prepare a method. This opportunity did not come easily. He had just fought with Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Both sides had attacked too frequently. He had not found such an opportunity. However, at the next moment, I have finally waited for this killer move. Golden Hooped Immortal King suddenly appeared. Giant Sun Immortal, you deceived me. I invited your Celestial Court as a guest, but you took the chance to make arrangements, causing Celestial Court's headquarters to be ambushed by your Longevity Heaven during the Fate War. As soon as he said that, Golden Hooped Immortal King dissipated his cultivation and life, just to activate a killer move. Profound light shone down and landed on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to become slightly sluggish. A female immortal immediately appeared behind Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. It was Qing Ding Ling. Giant Sun, I will return all the humiliation you gave me to you now. Qing Ding Ling shouted as she slapped with both palms, hitting Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's back. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble. In Qing Ding Ling's phantom aperture, a black and white dice-like goo worm spun rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3 points. The dice-like goo worm spun again before coming to a stop, revealing the number at the top. Qing Ding Ling, 5 points, rumble. In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's majestic luck flowed towards Qing Ding Ling. Qing Ding Ling's body shook intensely, her face was flushed, her teeth chattered, she could only endure it with all her strength. She had no battle strength at all. Back then, when I forcefully took Crazed Demon Cave's Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, a mysterious goo worm flew out, I did not have time to collect it. It seems that you succeeded in the end. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun realized at once. Qing Ding Ling was sweating profusely. She received a huge amount of luck while replying hatefully, "In order to deal with you, I gave up on metal path and sealed myself in the golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend luck path." Over 300,000 years later, one day, the golden coffin fell into a hidden area and this gambling goo was attracted by me. From that moment, I understood that this was the backlash of you forcefully taking thieving heaven's true inheritance. It was also a fortuitous encounter for me, Qing Ding Ling, to take revenge on you. Gamble, gamble, let's gamble with our lives. Immortal zombie giant sun's body shrouded in golden light rapidly dimmed down. Immortal zombie giant sun's expression turned solemn. His combat system was rooted in a strong positive luck. He had all kinds of killer moves to help him maintain the positive and strong nature of his luck. For example, the unforeseen calamity killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death was to pluck out his misfortune luck to deal with the enemy. Although it caused a temporary decrease in the scale of his luck, it would quickly recover with other luck path methods, and overall, it was more inclined towards positive. Once Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, then according to the difference, his defense, offense, healing, and other abilities would rise accordingly. In short, he would be above the enemy. Originally, all of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were powerful and exquisite. With the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal was in an invincible position. His luck path methods had not been widely spread. How could other Gu Immortals have the ability to snatch his luck? Most Gu Immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom in the first dozen or so rounds. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might be in a deadlock with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but in fact, he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the crazed demon formation stopped working and the eternal life research results appeared, without limitless retaliation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would be able to erupt with strength. But now, Qing Ding Ling had secretly dug up his foundation. Qing Ding Ling had almost completed a miracle. Just by gambling goo, thieving heaven demon venerable's retaliation could not achieve this. Just by relying on Qing Ding Ling, she could not achieve this. In fact, just by relying on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes, she could not dig up Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's foundation. But with the combination of the three, a miraculous result was achieved. In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun activated his killer move. Thoughts surged in his mind and collided rapidly. I fell for Star Constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but she never had a chance. Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light chi and gave her a chance. She purposely left to deal with Fang Yuan, even abandoning Book Mountain for the time being. In fact, she wanted to give me a weakness. She succeeded in the end. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In fact, many members of the Celestial Court were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces in this Star Constellation chessboard formation. In fact, Fang Yuan was even used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to lure Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Just like how Immortal Zombie Giant Sun viewed the Celestial Court as a great enemy, the Celestial Court also viewed Longevity Heaven as a great threat to Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was very strong, he even destroyed Fate Gu. But he was chosen and taken care of by Providence, and also received the support of past Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal arranged for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan was ambitious and wanted to become a refinement path venerable, turning from a chess piece to a chess player, now that primordial domain was destroyed, how could he become a refinement path demon venerable? Without becoming a venerable, no matter how many Dao marks he had, he would only be a pseudo-venerable. Meanwhile, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to Dao Lord level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable abandoned Fang Yuan and returned to battle Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Go. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qing Ding Ling and activated Star Constellation chessboard formation. As a chess piece, Qing Ding Ling immediately vanished on the spot, instantly appearing at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was completed. Qing Ding Ling became the key to this battle. Luck Gamble. Qing Ding Ling recovered and activated the killer move again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3 points, Qin Ding Ling, 2 points, Rumble. This time, Qin Ding Ling's luck surged out and instilled it into Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. The power of luck gamble was like this, it could not be controlled by anyone. Points determined victory, but the appearance of points was completely random. Qin Ding Ling could not influence it as the owner. This was the gamble goo that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable refined. In order to refine this goo, he had cut off his theft path Dao marks. Gamble goo's result was random, it could not be influenced by humans. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was special, he was an otherworldly demon with Dao marks from another world. Thieving Heaven Space was established from the otherworld space path Dao marks on his body, then Gamble goo originated from the theft path Dao marks on his body. Gamble goo itself had no killing power, no matter what the result was, it would just be a joke. But the Gamble luck killer move that used this as the core was extremely risky, the result could not be controlled. It could suddenly succeed or fail, it could not be predicted. But because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Ding Ling's luck were equal. Last time, Qin Ding Ling won the bet. This time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun won. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not have a smile on his face. Because regardless of whether she won or lost, Qin Ding Ling would definitely profit. Why? This was because she had to delve into the profundities of luck path. Luck was divided into 2 types, good luck and bad luck. And the scale of luck varied from person to person. In general, the higher the cultivation level, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Ding Ling's luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely huge, he was at Dao Lord level. Bad luck was rare, good luck was the majority. But Qin Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's, bad luck was the majority, good luck was rare. Qin Ding Ling was only a rank 8 expert, her luck was naturally smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable. She had to deal with a strong enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun now. Everyone's luck would affect each other, even if one had good luck, it would be affected and turn into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qin Ding Ling's luck was much smaller than her opponent's, she was gambling with luck, this was a huge advantage. Secondly, Qin Ding Ling had a lot of bad luck, if she lost to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would also affect his luck. The foundation of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was a strong positive luck. There were 2 key points. One was that the amount of providence needed to be massive, and the other was that it had to be positive. In other words, the more good luck there was, the better. If luck gamble killer move Qin Ding Ling won more than she lost, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would fall greatly. If Qin Ding Ling won less and lost more, even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Qin Ding Ling's luck, it would be mixed with a lot of bad luck. In this situation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had a lot of methods to turn his own bad luck into good luck. But during this process, not only would he expend immortal essence and mental energy, he would also have to sacrifice a lot of battle opportunities in the battle against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. What was worse was that once he turned bad luck into good luck, he would lose to Qin Ding Ling in the next gamble. What would he do then? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Bang bang bang. The continuous explosions destroyed another 30+ truthful floating ice pieces in the Crazed Demon formation. The Crazed Demon array only had 10% or so left, the power of the Crazed Demon formation continued to weaken, and only about 40% of the world in the 8th level was left. Everything was being used to fuel the central ice flow. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics continued to sculpt in the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming more and more fanatical. Limitless counter-power was undoubtedly from the Crazed Demon formation. If not for this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have already destroyed the source of limitless counter-power. So, Limitless Demon Venerable had purposely set it up as one in the past to make people hesitate in taking action. If they wanted the eternal life research results, then they would have to face the threat of the counter and fate restrictions. Thus, as the Crazed Demon formation continued to weaken, the upper limit of the Goo Immortals fighting would also continue to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's methods were getting stronger. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also increased the power of her methods. Immortal zombie giant Sun was dragged down by Qin Dingling. He inevitably fell into a disadvantage. We need to kill Qin Dingling. This was a consensus. Not only immortal zombie giant Sun himself had tried, the other pseudo-venerables also made their moves. But this was Star Constellation chessboard formation. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had painstakingly plotted against Giant Sun Immortal and succeeded, how could she let Qin Dingling be easily attacked? The situation is bad, we need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal. To reinforce Giant Sun, we need to kill Qin Dingling. At the very least, we need to disturb her and break that killer move of hers. But Star Constellation chessboard formation can allow her to teleport instantly, so we need to destroy this formation. After going around in circles, everything had returned to the starting point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, flying stars shot out one after another, breaking the protective golden light and forcing immortal zombie giant Sun to retreat repeatedly. Guh. He spat out a mouthful of cold dark zombie blood. Starlight shone on his chest. No matter how the golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. It showed how severe his injuries were. Because of Qin Dingling's obstruction, immortal zombie giant Sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. After fighting with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a while, he actually showed signs of losing. Seeing immortal zombie giant Sun spitting out blood, the expressions of Lu Weiyin and the rest changed greatly. Was the battle between two venerables going to end with immortal zombie giant Sun's defeat? All sorts of battle situations had already shown that immortal zombie giant Sun had always been the strongest battle strength in the Alliance army, followed by Guiyue and Feng Yuan. If immortal zombie giant Sun lost, then the Alliance would suffer a crushing defeat. However, no matter how much Lu Weiyin and the rest did not want this to happen, they knew that it was normal for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. A battle between Gu Immortals had many influences. First was the cultivation rank and the number of Dao marks. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were evenly matched. Second was the storage of Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu. The difference between the two sides was not big. Third was battle experience. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were equally matched. Fourth was whether the surrounding environment could be used properly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed superior to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, at least for now, it was true. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had used Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Savage Wilderness Great World to forcefully obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Afterwards, he quickly cooperated with Feng Yuan to destroy Primordial Domain and explore the Crazed Demon Formation and the Door of Life and Death with Feng Yuan. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable switched battles, ingeniously using Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Graveyard, Door of Life and Death, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World, Star Constellation Chessboard, and limitless countermeasures. Fifth was her combat methods. Gu formations, battlefield killer moves, Gu houses, and other forms of killer moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were outstanding. It was hard to determine who was superior. Sixth was her combat system. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system had an extremely fierce follow-up, but it was miraculously resolved by Qin Dingling. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had an outstanding combat system that had been displaying its effects all along. This combat system was the combination of Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Feng Ye's combat systems. In terms of offense, it was mainly Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star Killer move. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had their own advantages and often used killer moves that were far more exquisite than ordinary ones. These killer moves often contained more Gu worms, had more complicated steps, and were more difficult to activate. Only Wisdom Path Gu Immortals with extraordinary scheming could control them well. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the offensive aspect was almost exclusively this Flying Star Killer move. It could be said to be extremely lacking and monotonous, with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally abandoning her clear advantage in Wisdom Path. That was not the case. First of all, Flying Star Killer move might be simple, but it was not. If it was used repeatedly, it would be a chain of moves, each move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been hit by many flying stars. By now, the damage caused by the flying stars had already risen to a level where he was heavily injured. Secondly, the lack of offense was due to star constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. In terms of the combat system as a whole, star constellation Immortal Venerable had diverted her scheming ability from the offensive aspect and placed it into herself, allowing her to maintain a precise grasp of the battle situation at all times. Precisely because of this level of confidence, star constellation Immortal Venerable used the surrounding resources to the extreme, defeating the strong with the weak. Facing the powerful allied army, she actually led the celestial court towards victory. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could also use attainment level to suppress the enemy and use emotions to disturb the opponent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. When Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, they were evenly matched in many aspects. However, once they entered a deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system would be obstructed, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system would continue to be maintained, and her advantage would continue to accumulate. Each of these advantages was very small, but when accumulated, they eventually led to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's defeat. Feng Yuan, this is the time to fight with your life on the line, why are you still hesitating? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly turned around and shot towards the azure thread. Luck Path Killer moves erupted like rain, attempting to break the thread and free Feng Yuan. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared for this reaction, she immediately made a move. Star shadows flickered as Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered another heavy blow. The killer move he had activated earlier also dissipated halfway. We need to reinforce Feng Yuan, we need Feng Yuan to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal. Lu Weiyin shouted. Paradise Earth sighed, sigh, if only my great tomb was not destroyed and I had venerable cultivation level, I would be able to resolve this predicament. These damned scums. Jean Budu's iron fist swept out, killing another member of the Celestial Court. However, these Celestial Court Gu immortals would revive soon, there was no way to kill them all. And Jean Budu still had Qi Ancestor behind him. Half of limitless chains on Qi Ancestor's body had already dissipated. On one hand, there were other Gu immortals helping him, on the other hand, the crazed demon formation had shrunk, the Gu immortals' upper limit was continuously increasing, their tolerance towards Hu elevation killer move had also increased. However, Qi Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself, he needed Jean Budu's protection at all times. Everyone, protect me. Paradise Earth shouted as he retreated to the center. The immortals protected him. Paradise Earth obtained a precious opportunity and quickly used a killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura quickly spread out from his body, like a wave of air, directly rushing towards the azure ball of light. This killer move was too amazing, it could restore the world to its normal state, it was the best counter to battlefield killer moves. It was also the best time to use it to resolve the situation. The azure thread was already enduring Feng Yuan's pressure, now that it was attacked by the killer move Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, it immediately collapsed. Feng Yuan roared and flew out like a fierce tiger that had escaped its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand. Feng Yuan said as a rainbow mixed light flew out, bringing Paradise Earth along as it charged towards Qin Ding Ling, Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took a deep breath and used the killer move. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale as paper. Formless air waves rushed out, wherever they went, the starry paths collapsed and turned back into nothingness. Without the starry paths, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could no longer teleport Qin Ding Ling. Her eyes flashed with cold light, she immediately gave up on saving Qin Ding Ling and attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Feng Yuan misled me. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun growled as he was hit, his chest was damaged and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Ding Ling was successfully killed by Feng Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn this situation around in time, thousands of stardust flew over, most of them were destroyed by him, but hundreds still hit his immortal zombie body. The starlight accumulated in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's injuries were already as dense as fire. At this moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was on the verge of death. His life was in danger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to attack without mercy. The final fatal blow. Northern Plains. Chu Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Is First Supreme Elder still in closed cultivation? Today is the day of the battle. Cho Lao Wu rubbed his hands. He was thin and had a slightly hunched back. He had a bitter expression to begin with, but now he showed a worried expression, making him look even more miserable. Don't worry, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge, why would he run away? We just have to wait patiently. Haoshan was leaning on the wall with his arms crossed, his expression solemn. He had a middle-aged appearance, he had a beard and a muscular body. He was good friends with Cho Lao Wu. The two of them had a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar. Precisely because of this, Cho Lao Wu and Haoshan were called Wind Thunder Demons. After joining Chu Du, they were the strongest in Chu clan, second only to Chu Du. Actually, it is not impossible to avoid the battle. At the other side, Great Immortal Wang suddenly said in a low voice. He was short, had small triangular eyes and a red nose. He was a transformation path Gu Immortal, specialized in transforming into dogs. What did you say? Haoshan was enraged. He quickly walked towards Great Immortal Wang and stared at him angrily, growling, "How can First Supreme Elder avoid the battle? He is the great Chu Du. Do you want First Supreme Elder's reputation to go down the drain?" Saying so, Haoshan stretched out his hands and grabbed Great Immortal Wang's collar, lifting him up into the air. Great Immortal Wang was also furious, shouting, "Let go! You barbarian, if you don't let go, don't blame me for using my killer move." Seeing that trouble was about to happen, Cho Lao Wu quickly pulled Haoshan back, while Li Sichun also supported Great Immortal Wang. Li Sichun had a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a tall nose bridge, and thick black chest hair was exposed. He was clearly a male but wore a flowery dress. He pinched his middle finger and said in a sweet voice, Aya, can you guys stop messing around? I am already very irritated. If you guys continue to fight, our Chu clan will really be in danger." Great Immortal Wang snorted coldly, shaking off Li Sichun's hand. "This is our Chu clan's crisis. We need to be careful when dealing with it. If the First Supreme Elder is still alone, then whether or not he accepts the challenge has nothing to do with us. But he is not now. He is the First Supreme Elder of our Chu clan. Do you know what will happen if he loses? Barbarian." Haoshan snorted coldly but did not reply. That was because he knew that deity Wang wasn't lying. Chu Du had originally founded the Chu sect as a sect. The method he used was to invite the immortals to deal with Heavenly Lord Baizu, but later, he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu and coerced these Gu immortals into establishing Chu sect. His methods could be said to be able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. After establishing the Chu sect, Chu Du quickly subdued everyone with his charisma and methods. However, good times didn't last long. Due to the pressure from Longevity Heaven and the Golden Tribes, Chu Du had no choice but to change the Chu sect into the Chu family. Thus, Chu Du took in all the strength path Gu immortals he had nurtured as his foster children. He abolished the sect system and used the clan system to govern. Even so, because Chu Du didn't have any children, the Chu family was still mistrusted and suppressed. Because of this, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War to stabilize the Chu clan. Now, the situation had changed again. Fate Gu was destroyed. Giant Sun Immortals revival was getting more and more. Rumors were spreading. Longevity Heaven issued the Longevity Order, mobilizing Northern Plains' righteous path to forcefully recruit lone cultivators and demonic immortals, attempting to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals were very opposed to this. They were very disgusted with the Huangjin tribes. This way, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe were very attractive. Many Gu immortals were alone. Due to the pressure, they would rather join Chu tribe or Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was a lone cultivator. Baizu tribe's Heavenly Lord Baizu was the same. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded greatly. Because of that, Longevity Heaven gave him a secret warning. Sigh, why did this fairy Black Moon suddenly appear? This person's origin is mysterious. She seems to have popped out of a rock. We still can't find out anything about her. Northern Plains is such a huge place. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It isn't strange for fairy Black Moon to appear. But she actually challenged our First Supreme Elder. She is simply asking to be humiliated. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person's strength was indeed terrifying. Ever since she entered the world, she has challenged all sorts of experts without losing a single battle. Her battle strength is extremely high. In the most recent battle, even Lu Chang was defeated. In almost every battle, Fairy Black Moon has a brand new method that makes people's eyes light up. That totem killer move of hers is her trump card. According to rumors, she is likely to be Reckless Savage's inheritor. Chou Lao Wu, Li Sichun, and the rest discussed. Right now, Halo Lan's reputation was huge. She won consecutively, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that could rival rank 8. And because of the rumors of her being Reckless Savage's inheritor, she suppressed Chu Du. I have already seen through a person like Fairy Black Moon. She is very ambitious. She gathered many people around her and challenged others to gain fame. At this moment, she is already the symbol of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It is inevitable that she will challenge Lord Chu Du. Even if she does not challenge him now, she will do so sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will increase by at least twofold. She will be able to rally all the lone and demonic immortals in Northern Plains. Haotian analyzed. Under pressure, the demonic immortals and lone cultivators who were willing to join Northern Plains' righteous path had basically all done so. The rest were all stubborn people. Unfortunately, these stubborn people all had their own capabilities. After all, without strength, they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And in the hearts of these stubborn people, Chu Du had established a righteous path tribe and was on the same side as the Huangjin tribes, even participating in the Fate War. He was clearly a lackey of longevity heaven. He was even more hateful than the Huangjin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu Du, she would definitely win the hearts of the people. Her gains would be much greater than defeating Lu Chang. In contrast, Chu tribe was originally suppressed by longevity heaven. They were all relying on Chu Du to support them. Chu tribe did not have any bloodline connections. The sect system could not be established openly. It was mostly maintained by Chu Du's charisma. Chu Du was the soul of Chu tribe. Once he fell, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses. Their development would be severely hindered. They would rapidly decline and lose the hearts of the people. Chou Lao Wu and the others were all worried. They had already become the backbone of Chu tribe. They were the ones who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we can get Fang Yuan to help, that would be great. Li Sichun sighed. Great Immortal Wang, however, shook his head. No, the risk is too great. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed outstanding. Longevity heaven can only endure it. But what if Giant Sun Immortal revives in the future? Fang Yuan might be strong, but he is not the match of a venerable. What we are doing now is very straightforward. But it is a foolish move to cut off our ties with Northern Plains' righteous path. Quiet. They are here. Chou Lao Wu suddenly reminded. This wave of Gu immortals came at once. Half of them were Chu Du's adopted sons. They cultivated strength path and had average cultivation level. The rest were the lone immortals and demonic cultivators that Chu tribe had taken in recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, because their loyalty could not be verified, it was quite troublesome to use them. May I ask for external elders, where is Lord Father? Where is First Supreme Elder? It is already so late, why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked one after another. Who asked you to come? Haotian stood up. Chou Lao Wu, Great Immortal Wang, and Li Sichun stood behind him, coldly looking at these people. At this moment, the four immortals suppressed their internal conflicts and became one, advancing and retreating together. External elders, please don't blame us, we are really worried about Father's safety. That's right, since we joined Chu tribe, Lord Chu Du is our leader, is it wrong for us to be concerned? The voices became noisy again. Everyone's anxiety could be seen clearly. Haotian was about to berate them, but at this moment, an aura appeared. The immortals turned around. The closed cultivation room's copper door opened. Chu Du slowly walked out with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder. Lord Father. Chu Du nodded slowly. He looked around and said with a smile, since you're all here, you might as well come and support me. Chu Du's heart was heavy. The actual situation was far more serious than what Li Sichun and the rest had discussed. These itinerant immortals and fiendish cultivators who joined recently were all fence-sitters, and some were even spies. Although the adopted sons were respectful and humble, In fact, they had long been resentful towards Chudu. On one hand, they blamed Chudu for grooming them to become strength path cultivators. Their future was uncertain. On the other hand, Chudu used them to absorb reckless savages' true meaning, causing them to suffer great losses. Chudu knew, the Chu tribe seemed to be united, but in fact, it was already at the juncture of prosperity and decline. If they could pass this battle with Fairy Black Moon, the Chu tribe could still maintain its original state. If not, Chudu would be defeated, then the Chu tribe would definitely decline, and they would be looked down upon by others. No one would join them, and they would become weaker and weaker, eventually becoming cannon fodder in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Lord, with so many people going, how are we going to guard our territory? Cho Laowu asked. Chudu waved his sleeves, saying casually, no matter. How many resource points do we have that are of real value? As for our headquarters, we need a Gu immortal to guard it. Let's draw straws to decide. Although Chu tribe was established, it controlled few resource points and their quality was poor. It could be said that they lacked resources and could not develop. Like this, after choosing a few unlucky fellows to stay behind, Chudu brought almost all the Chu tribe Gu immortals and went to the battle location. Chudu was not flustered, he slowly moved forward. Along the way, Gu immortals from Huangjing tribes appeared and joined Chudu's group. Although these Gu immortals secretly ostracized Chu tribe and Baizu tribe, they were on the same side as Fairy Black Moon and the rest. They naturally stood on Chudu's side. Halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared. Chudu let out a sigh of relief. Even though it was only a clone of Heavenly Lord Baizu, he was a rank 8, the immortals quickly greeted him. Chudu was quite satisfied. Even though Heavenly Lord Baizu did not come to help him, Chudu knew that Heavenly Lord Baizu had an amazing method to instantly switch locations with his clone. Thus, with this clone around, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Baizu himself. At this crucial moment, only Heavenly Lord Baizu could be relied on for Chudu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had been paying close attention to the battle between Chudu and Fairy Black Moon. After all, Longevity Heaven was above, the Huangjing tribes were all around, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe were in the same boat. However, he had important matters to attend to now. Naturally, only the Longevity Heaven could summon him. Right now, Heavenly Lord Baizu was inside Longevity Heaven. Beside him was the current Longevity Heaven's South Desolation immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was in a daze, Yao Huang understood and smiled. Baizu, who do you think will be the final winner between Chudu and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Baizu came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. From my perspective, I hope that Chudu can win. But Fairy Black Moon is not to be underestimated, her strength is unfathomable. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Baizu is right. Both cultivate strength path, one has been famous for a long time while the other has just risen to fame. It is hard to tell who is stronger. Only a true contest can determine the victor. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, her strength path attainment is extraordinary. But in my opinion, Chudu has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary character who once forced the whole of Lu tribe. Once he said that, a Lu tribe Gu immortal snorted coldly with an unhappy expression. A large number of Gu immortals gathered around Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang, they were all from the Huangjing tribes. The Gu immortals discussed for a while, when 5 Elements Grandmaster flew over. Alright, the formation is ready, please enter. In front of the immortals, a formation was already set up. Beautiful blood-colored patterns could be seen everywhere. The Huangjing tribe Gu immortals stopped talking and entered the formation, including the He tribe Gu immortals led by Heavenly Lord Baizu. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Baizu and Drug Emperor were left at the edge of the array. The Medicine Sovereign stared at the grand formation as he suddenly spoke. It would be fine if Chudu wins. But if he loses, I'm afraid the Black Moon Immortal sect would truly rise in power. Fellow Immortal Baizu, have you secretly supported fellow Immortal Chudu? Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head. To tell you the truth, I once suggested it to him, but he rejected me. He only wanted to use his strength path attainment to welcome this battle. In his heart, this battle of strength has an unusual meaning. The Medicine Sovereign remained silent as he smiled in his heart. Chudu will definitely lose. He Lulan was nurtured by the ancestor, she had outstanding strength, and with the help of Effort Gu, her cultivation level and killer moves improved rapidly. On the other hand, He Lulan already knew about Chu Du. If He Lulan wins this battle, she will become a prominent figure in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Her every move will be an indicator for lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Right at this time, the sky in longevity heaven suddenly changed as an alarm rang. This was the agreed signal. Why is it so early? Yao Huang's expression changed as he shouted, quickly activate the formation. Even without his reminder, 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling the formation had already activated the formation. The formation rumbled as blood-red light shone brightly. The Gu immortals in the formation cores shook slightly, their expressions distorted as a large amount of blood was extracted from their bodies, their strength and cultivation level fell rapidly. This formation was a rank 8 Blood Path Immortal formation. The Blood Path Immortal formation condensed a mystical force that quickly vanished into the formation, being transmitted to a mysterious place. At this moment, Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer, inside Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a fatal blow, whoosh. The heavily injured and dying immortal zombie giant sun's body suddenly burned with blood-red flames. Inside immortal zombie giant sun's immortal aperture, countless Gu worms shone brightly as they flew around, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine might from longevity heaven. Among them, familial affection Gu was the first core, while imitation Gu was the second core. Right now, imitation Gu had already turned into a blood relation bone, acting as the second core. The blood path divine might quickly spread throughout immortal zombie giant sun's body. The cold immortal zombie black blood started to boil like boiling water. A smear of golden light blossomed from the black blood. Soon after, the golden light spread out like flowing water. After a few breaths of time, immortal zombie giant sun's blood had turned golden. His withered skin that resembled the black bark of a withered tree quickly regained its white luster. A head of needle-like hair grew rapidly and extended to his shoulders. At first, his pupils were dim and lifeless, but now they were bright and radiating golden light. His whole body also started to grow taller, his slightly hunched back was now puffing out his chest, his muscles bulged as he turned into an imposing middle-aged man. Boom, blood-colored light spread out as winds and clouds surged. Giant Sun Immortal had completely revived. The entire revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she could not break Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's blood light defense, and there was even a faint hint of a trap on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's body, so she decided to watch from the sidelines. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As expected, Blood Sea Ancestor is your clone. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path as a secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates Wood Path with Painting Path as a secondary path. Thieving Heaven cultivates Theft Path with Space Path as a secondary path. Such a combination is very suitable for Venerables to fight. Blood Path is my choice. It is just that the time was not right when I was alive. Years after my death, there was enough foundation for the Blood Sea clone that I left behind to create Blood Path. Celestial Court also has many geniuses. First, there was Gu Immortal Fei Shuang and Ning Shui who chased after my Blood Sea clone. Then, there was Refinement Path Great Grandmaster Lianshan who refined Blood Relation Immortal Gu, almost ruining my plan. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. During the time when Blood Sea Ancestor died, Celestial Court had already sensed something fishy. Thus, they created Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, his Blood Path's development was severely hindered. It did not develop into a mainstream path and was always treated like a rat on the street. Even if the super forces researched it, they did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret and use the strength of everyone in the world to perfect Blood Path. But in the end, Blood Path was obstructed. If Blood Path was flourishing, Giant Sun Immortal's strength would have risen even more. Forget it, nothing goes according to one's wishes. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, his gaze went past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, passing through the formation and looking into the distance. Inside the Crazed Demon formation, there was not much truthful floating ice left. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression as she collected her thoughts. The resurrected Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were all healed, even though his battle strength had not returned to his previous life's peak state. he was already on par with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Qing Ding Ling was still resurrecting. Luck gambling had already been used once, Giant Sun Immortal was prepared for it, it would be hard to use it again. The following battle between Star Constellation and Giant Sun was bound to be a battle of life and death that was hard to control. But even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she really had to go all out. Because the current situation was not simple, she had many worries. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly sighed, Star Constellation, the eternal life research results are right in front of us, but let's postpone our fight for the time being. Why don't we work together and get rid of these irrelevant people? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned before nodding with a smile, this is a good idea, it should be done. These two venerables were still fighting a battle of life and death a moment ago, but now they were working together, undoubtedly, this was a wise move. When two tigers fought, it would not be good for others to take advantage of them. Thus, the wise Star Constellation and Giant Sun would naturally get rid of those weaklings first. Boom, Giant Sun Immortal charged at Fang Yuan, countless golden rays shot towards Fang Yuan like spears and swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal's sincerity towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth were together, they had just killed Qing Ding Ling not long ago. You defend, I will attack. Fang Yuan called out to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a moment before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Extension. A pure white web of light appeared again, the heavenly web was untainted by even a speck of dust, the hole was like an elephant, it did not leak through. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 10,000 rays of golden light were all blocked by the heavenly net. This was the void, there was no luck path Dao mark amplification from the outside world, Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. In turn, there was limitless counters restriction. It was not like the Door of Life and Death where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained a vast number of soul path Dao marks and could attack with his full strength without any reservations. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, Fang Yuan attacked from the back, the 5-colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal did not slow down, he did not dodge or evade, he continued to charge forward. A layer of golden light flowed continuously on the surface of his body. Giant Sun Immortal charged into the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, the 5-colored smoke flowed away from his body. Giant Sun Immortal got close to Fang Yuan, he suddenly used another move. A golden hand rapidly flew out, grabbing at the sky above Fang Yuan's head. The giant hand wanted to plunder Fang Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, Cooking Luck Pot revealed itself and shook fiercely, blocking the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal used another move, the giant golden hand was strengthened and its strength rose sharply. But this time, when it tried to grab it forcefully, Cooking Luck Pot's resistance was even stronger, the giant hand was directly repelled. Giant Sun Immortal already knew that Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot, and it was not weak at all. But this probing still made him secretly moved. How many rank 8 immortal goo did this Fang Yuan use to raise this Cooking Luck Pot to this extent? Even Giant Sun Immortal felt troubled at this moment. Fang Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot's protection, most of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, Goo Immortals could not fight against Giant Sun Immortal because they could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal targeted their luck, they could not resist much, and the effect would be very low. But Fang Yuan's current situation was completely different. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was obstructed, Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but right at this time, a starlight shot over at lightning speed, hitting Fang Yuan's forehead. Fang Yuan's head was slightly tilted back from the attack, seeing that his defensive methods were weakened by 30%, he quickly moved around casually, moving around continuously. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal to attack Fang Yuan from another direction. At once, Fang Yuan faced the combined attacks of two venerables, the immortals present were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was, how could he be worthy of being targeted by two venerables? But thinking about it, everyone started to understand. After all, among all the pseudo-venerables in the battlefield, Fang Yuan was the biggest threat. Other than Fang Yuan's main body, Qixi Ancestor and Zhang Budu were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus, he had the biggest force. And Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who seemed to be alone, had already cooperated with Fang Yuan for a long time during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. The pressure increased, Fang Yuan focused on dodging, while resisting the attacks of the two venerables. He shouted to Paradise Earth's immortals, "We need to work together, we need to be united. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results in front of us, the two venerables will not let us take advantage of them easily. They will definitely get rid of us first." Without much hesitation, Xianxia, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qiju, and the rest shouted and attacked. But even with their efforts, they could not relieve the pressure on Fang Yuan's shoulders. Inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals fought desperately against Xianxia and the other pseudo-venerables. Even if they sacrificed their lives, they did not hesitate. Fang Yuan gradually started to escape, he became more and more passive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly activated Star Constellation chessboard formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal took the chance to attack, a golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge, he was hit by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to use a famous defensive method. A long robe instantly appeared on his body. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind, as white as snow. The robe's surface rippled. It was actually the image of the reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not only that, but the surface of the robe was also shrouded in a faint mist. Another streak of rainbow light, azure and pure, curved like a ribbon on a celestial robe. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, the nape of his neck, and circled around his waist. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The countercurrent protection seal was not just for show. It immediately reflected the giant sun. Immortal's golden light, as well as the flying stars that came after it. Fang Yuan finally got a chance to catch his breath. He didn't dare to be negligent. He spread his fingers wide. His left hand released 5 colored smoke. It was the killer move, 5 restriction profound light chi. His right hand also opened up and pressed on the star path. It was a sinister and vicious compound killing move called Corrosive Ash. This move contained the profundities of Wood Path, Poison Path, Dark Path, and Fire Path. It could corrode everything and cause severe internal damage. The longer it dragged on, the more intense the damage would be. Even if he stopped this killer move, there would still be continuous damage, just that the damage would gradually decrease. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped this killer move. But the immemorial year beast that was held for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pile of rotten mud. Fang Yuan blew out a breath of air and blew it away. Fang Yuan used this move not to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. It was this Star Constellation chessboard formation. He had to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated a killer move again. He had the same thought as Fang Yuan, great minds think alike. He wanted to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move had extraordinary power. Wherever it went, the star path vanished, starlight dissipated, and the void returned to its original state. Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she scattered starlight from her hands. Most of them were still focused on Fang Yuan, but the remaining half attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not figure out his methods immediately, she had to be vigilant at all times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the entire situation. She was extremely calm. As long as there were any suspicious signs, she would suppress them in advance. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, Paradise Earth also became more conservative. This reverse flow protection seal is truly troublesome, but Fang Yuan, how long can you last? Giant Sun Immortal used killer moves consecutively with shocking power. These killer moves were reflected back, but Reverse Flow River's water level also fell rapidly. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal was known to the world. Giant Sun Immortal was not unprepared for it. It was just that he had not dealt with Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal personally, and Fang Yuan modified it afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal could only choose to expend it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and frowned slightly. She willed as the star path shook. A grand rank 8 Immortal Gu house moved along the star path and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will had a solemn expression as he used a method that he had prepared for a long time. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenery Hanging Painting. Instantly, Fang Yuan's image appeared in Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Yuan's image was standing in front of Genesis Lotus Will, unmoving, his eyes were wide open and he had no expression. After using this killer move, Genesis Lotus Will's body started to become unstable. He gritted his teeth as he used another Painting Path Killer move. It was called Rope Cutting Ink. A thin ink line flew out of Genesis Lotus Will's hand and cut the face of Fang Yuan's image. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan, who was fighting with Giant Sun Immortal, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut open, the wound was like a thin line, black ink flowed out of the wound. What's going on? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Almost instantly, he turned his eagle-like gaze towards Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method, it is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing. It is likely related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. His guess was absolutely correct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action, since she prepared the killer move Luck Gamble for Giant Sun Immortal, she would not leave out Fang Yuan either. Even though Fang Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he could not use it again. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of a plan, she would not leave out Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Thus, Scenery Painting Killer Move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the first place. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Genesis Lotus Will to work together and modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just stabilized himself with Reverse Flow Protection Seal when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately used this method. Reverse Flow River had the essence of reversing everything, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had little understanding of painting path, he did not have much attainment level. Fang Yuan knew this loophole, he had already gathered some painting path mortal goo. But against a method like scenery painting, he was still unable to do so. This way, Fang Yuan was hit by scenery painting killer move. This was also the reason why most Gu Venerables would cultivate two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path, Giant Sun Immortal cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. When Gu Venerables cultivated both paths, they usually had one orthodox path and one mystical path. That was to say, one path was the main method that could be spread far and wide. The other path remained mysterious and restrained communication. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the orthodox path and Star Path as the mystical path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the orthodox path and Painting Path as the mystical path. Fang Yuan's current situation was the advantage of this. Fang Yuan could reverse Wood Path methods, but he was unfamiliar with Painting Path, thus, Painting Path methods were effective. Giant Sun Immortal's situation was special, he intended to cultivate Blood Path as the orthodox path and Luck Path as the mystical path. In Giant Sun Immortal's first life, he created Luck Path, but he only cultivated Luck Path in his entire life. Thus, he kept Luck Path a secret, and only left behind a third of his Luck Path true inheritance in 88-point Xianxia Tower to support Fang Yuan and his family's ambitions. After his death, he used all methods to create Blood Path using his clone's ability. He had intended to use Blood Path as the most common method, thus, the Blood Sea clone spread Blood Path everywhere. He wanted to borrow the strength of the world to help him perfect and develop Blood Path. In Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will use a Painting Path killer move called Brush Strike. The brush continued to move on Fang Yuan's image, leaving behind ink marks wherever it went. At the same time, black ink wounds appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's injuries were rapidly worsening. Compound Immortal Killer Move, Man as before, Fang Yuan used another killer move to heal himself. But this way, he had no choice but to cancel the Corrosive Dark Ember killer move, only using 5. Restriction Profound Light Chi to counterattack. The killer moves he used at the same time did not exceed the limits of Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path abilities. But Fang Yuan had to leave room for thinking, to deal with sudden situations. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, Fang Yuan's reaction would be slightly slower, and the enemy would take advantage of it. After all, his enemies were not Qin Ding Ling or Bing Sai Chuan, but venerables. Moreover, two venerables were working together. Immense pressure pressed down on him like an endless mountain. They would not stop until they killed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. His situation was getting more and more difficult. This was the most difficult battle he had fought since rebirth. Compared to this, the situation during the Fate War was far less torturous. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the rest wanted to reinforce him, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. The two venerables focused most of their firepower on Fang Yuan, leaving only a small part of their energy to stop the other pseudo-venerables from helping. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was exhausted, and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cancel the move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal laughed loudly. He unleashed the killer move that he had already prepared. The killer move was formless. Fang Yuan was instantly hit. The sovereign immortal aperture shook intensely, thunder rumbled and clouds of calamity gathered. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Immortal friend Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar. It can turn fortune into disaster. Your sovereign immortal aperture has too many resources. It is developing too well. If such a profound blessing were to turn into a calamity, how great would the calamity be? Fang Yuan's expression changed. Library of Literature over 100 typos were fixed, and over 30 bugs were fixed. The climax of this plot update will be released in 2019. 2.1. From now on, if there are any typos or bugs, just leave me a comment. If there is no update, it means I encountered an accident. Goo. After going through the liver life formation, I am so skinny, I am dizzy. This is a small update, don't expect too much. Also, please don't refine the human path Immortal Goo Alliance leader Goo. I really want to have a good year. The first Goo Immortal was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The last generation combat beast King's heart tightened. So fast? His heart was heavy. The more Goo Immortals died, the less resistance the sovereign immortal aperture had. If it reached a certain limit, it would cause an avalanche, and the situation would be unsalvageable. The last generation combat beast King gritted his teeth. Send the message, don't save mini Black Heaven, abandon all desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. First, ensure that all the cities are safe, then focus on the important resources. What have the Wisdom Path Goo Immortals deduced? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. Not even half. There are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Goo Immortal was sweating profusely. Take out the results first. The last generation combat beast King almost stomped his foot. The results were quickly obtained. The last generation combat beast King made a decision and Star Collection City began to mobilize the Goo Immortals. Oh? Wu Shuai was the first to receive this order. A strange expression appeared on his face as he slowly retreated. In a short period of time, while he was fighting the flame monsters, the Blaze Mist Swamp had been completely destroyed. Most of the flame monsters were still alive. There were too many of them. Even with Wu Shuai's full strength, he could only exterminate a small portion. These flame monsters' targets were already destroyed, so all their hostility was concentrated on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreating, how could the flame monsters let him go? They chased after him. Wu Shuai led the way and met with another Goo Immortal halfway. This Goo Immortal also had a Qi monster army behind him. The two Goo Immortals met at the center, while the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought against each other. It works. These calamities and tribulations are not natural, they are caused by the Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. Because it's just a change in luck, without Providence's unified command, it's like having an army of billions without a marshal to lead it. We can use calamities to deal with calamities. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. Some Goo Immortals collected the acid rain, while some Goo Immortals directed the flowing heavenly river into the desert. With this, the situation in the sovereign immortal aperture was finally alleviated. We've stabilized our footing. The last generation combat beast King spat out a mouthful of turbid air. In just a short period of time, he was already drenched in sweat. The calamity came too fiercely. If they were slightly slower to react, they might end up collapsing. Thankfully, it was a race against time. The Gu immortals managed to gain a foothold before the calamities and tribulations. However, it was far from enough to reach this stage. Calamities and tribulations were still taking place everywhere, and only a small portion of them were able to wear each other out. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was still being damaged by the calamities and tribulations. With every breath that passed, the damage would be more severe. The tribulation clouds above the day's flower mist have completely dissipated. The tribulation clouds above the needle forest snowfield have mostly dissipated. The dark graphite mine is completely destroyed. The tribulation clouds have been destroyed. Something is wrong. There is a strange situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds in the mini 5 regions are experiencing the same change. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. The last generation combat beast king had just let out a sigh of relief when he heard the bad news. Oh no! His expression turned pale. Combining the information he had a map of the mini 5 regions in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation had appeared at all the key locations. Bam bam bam, from the tribulation clouds, earth and yellow light pillars shot out. The light pillars hit the ground and penetrated deep into the ground. The tribulation clouds surged. Large amounts of tribulation clouds quickly entered the earth and yellow light pillars. A portion of the light pillar lit up. This portion of light flew down and entered the ground. Bam, a loud sound resounded. The ground shook intensely. Bam, 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 the earth-shaking light pillars in the mini 5 regions continued to attack. The ground shook even more intensely. The terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. Everywhere they went, the ground shook violently, mountains collapsed, rivers changed their paths, and the sea roared. Giant Sun Immortal's method is luck path. It targets the resources of the immortal aperture. Now that these resource points are either destroyed or suffering heavy losses, the earth veins have become the focus of attention. Thus, so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were formed, surrounding all the earth vein nodes and trying to destroy them. Wu Shuai's expression was cold as ice. Although Giant Sun Immortal's tribulation did not have Providence's overall control, there would be such a change towards the end. It was equivalent to making up for the lack of a leader. However, do you think the earth veins that we built so painstakingly will be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating the formation resolutely. The earth vein formation was activated, a grand aura rapidly spread. The rampaging underground tremors were fiercely suppressed. Next, Star Collection City sent Gu Immortals to various locations to attack the earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The heavenly light pillars broke one after another. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu Immortals worked together to get through this crisis. The tribulation cloud changed again, this time forming beast calamities in various locations. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel hamsters attacked the nodes of the earth vein from all directions. After losing 7 to 8 earth vein nodes, these golden steel hamsters were exterminated, while a small portion of the hamsters were enslaved by Wu Shuai. The tribulation cloud changed again, still targeting the earth veins. The immortals defended the earth veins with all their might, working closely together. Although the earth vein nodes were decreasing, the situation was gradually turning for the better. Calamities and tribulations were still ever-changing, but their target was still the earth veins. This was a controllable factor. It gave the immortals a lot of convenience. There were more than a dozen calamities and tribulations targeting the earth veins. After the immortals defended against them, most of the tribulation cloud that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture had dissipated. However, just as the immortals thought they were about to pass, an aura that caused all the living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture to feel fear suddenly appeared. At first, this aura was very small. But soon, the aura grew rapidly in the depths of the tribulation cloud. Under the immortals' shocked and fearful gazes, a flame burned in the depths of the tribulation cloud. Black flame. The moment the black flame appeared, it burned the remaining stubborn tribulation cloud to nothingness. The black flame grew rapidly, as lumps of black flame continued to fall. Everywhere it went, be it the ground or the sky, everything was burned to nothingness. The immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. The black flame's power was so terrifying, it was like the nemesis of all existences, the natural enemy of all existences. Isn't this black flame the same as the one in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal really has a good method. Wu Shuai's heart was pounding, even an existence like him felt extreme threat from the black flame. There was nothing to say, the immortals started to resist the black flame. However, all their methods were not effective. Even if Fairy Meow Een and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only destroy a small portion of the black flame. Moreover, once the black flame was damaged to a certain extent, it would transform into black water or black lightning. Many Gu immortals were caught off guard and killed by the black calamity. At the crucial moment, Xianxia made his move. Don't panic. The main body had also expected this and instructed me to deal with it. Xianxia said as he activated the human path formation. The human path formation had the 1,000-wish tree, as well as the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam, lumps of white light flew out of the formation. These lumps of light were huge, they flew to various places in the mini 5 regions. Wherever the black flame spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black flame quickly dissipated and changed forms, but no matter what form it was, they were all enveloped by the white light and continued to dissipate. The white light was very effective, but the black flame continued to collide and grow in size. If this continues, it will be terrible. Even though human path killer moves are effective, they cannot compare to the growth of the black flame. What should we do? The immortals panicked. Oh no, black flame has appeared in Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned by the black flame. The situation worsened rapidly. Xianxia, Wu Shuai, and the rest's expressions changed. The situation was out of control. The human path formation that Fang Yuan left behind was also not working. What to do? The defending Gu immortals were already doing their best, but there was nothing they could do. They could only rely on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body continued to dodge. At this moment, he was bathed in blood, his hair was disheveled and one of his arms was cut off. It was a tragic sight. Against the two venerables, he had no chance to counterattack and regain the initiative. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi was forced to stop. There was a word that could be used to describe Fang Yuan's current situation, that was, barely surviving. Giant Sun Immortal's method was truly amazing. It could be said to be taking drastic measures. The Gu immortals left behind in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were already powerless, they could only hope that Fang Yuan's main body would make a move. But Fang Yuan could not find such an opportunity. The two venerables worked together like a storm, they came one after the other, almost suffocating him. I need to get rid of the black flame. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. If the black flame was left unchecked, his Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be finished. Immortal Killer Move. Huang suddenly, a Chi Path Killer Move arrived and blocked a venerable for the time being. This was the Chi Si clone's move. He finally broke free from the restriction. Here I come. Jean Buddha roared. Without the responsibility of protecting Chi Si, he was freed. He charged forward and arrived in front of Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal Killer Move. Mortal Smoke. He used his method to save the human path formation first. Next, he worked with the human path formation to destroy the scattered black fire. Lumps of burning white fire tangled with the black fire, tearing at it fiercely. The main body's attack was truly extraordinary. The black fire's growth was immediately restrained. However, Jean Budu and Chi Si Ancestor were both forced back. Paradise Earth's ally. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly, flying towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth breathed in deeply as he used Heavenly Net Recovery again. With his help, Fang Yuan gained some breathing space again. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Net, Jean Budu and Chi Si Ancestor came to reinforce him again. At this point, the two venerables were still not able to take Fang Yuan's life, they were frowning. The crazed demon formation was getting thinner, the venerables also started to let loose. Their attacks were getting more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only escape pathetically. Immortal Gu House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House, activating a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core, it could actually absorb the power of the black fire. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's stalemate finally started to turn around. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress lasted for Fang Yuan for a while before it was broken by the two venerables. Die. After fighting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly used a ruthless killer move. "Protect me." Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he shouted. At the crucial moment, Zhang Budu flew over, using his body to block the killer move. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhang Budu shattered into pieces, dying on the spot. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts sank. In contrast, Celestial Quartz Immortal's morale was greatly boosted. Fang Yuan lost his main clone, Zhang Budu, while his immortal aperture was also rapidly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But thankfully, the various immortal goo were sent to jewel yellow skies under the control of Zhang Budu's will. However, the black fire was still rampaging in the sovereign immortal aperture, Giant Sun. Immortal attacked again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he could only command the Qi clone to block the attack. The Qi clone was not as tough as Zhang Budu, it would definitely die under Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. But Fang Yuan had to sacrifice this clone for the safety of his main body. However, at the next moment, the starry path shook and twisted, forming an azure thread lump that trapped Qi ancestor inside. Giant Sun Immortal was caught off guard, his killer move landed on the starry path lump and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter sighed. Lu Weiyin and the rest were shaken. This was the first time the two venerables had made a mistake in their cooperation since the start of the battle. They were really too lucky. The Qi clone managed to keep his life, he continued to protect Fang Yuan with his life. The situation in the sovereign immortal aperture only improved slightly. As long as Fang Yuan relaxed his efforts to save himself, he would lose control again and the entire immortal aperture would face destruction. With a loud sound, the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer completely vanished, the unified great world turned into nothingness, countless living beings became sacrifices. The door of life and death flew over along with the immortal graveyard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable caught them and kept them in her immortal aperture. At this point, Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Fang Yuan, the 8th layer completely vanished, only the 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation at the center of the 9th layer, only that final piece of truthful floating ice remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics stood on the surface of the floating ice, activating practice goo together as if they were making the final carving. Seeing this, all the immortals present were shaken, while Fang Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. The crisis was over, he had finally gotten through the most difficult moment. As Fang Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal did not attack him anymore, they stood on the spot and looked at each other. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. The two venerables had worked together to get rid of these pseudo-venerables first. In the end, Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods and tried every possible means to survive. The two venerables' plan failed. Now, the eternal life research results were almost complete. The most important thing was to seize this research result. Whoever continued to tangle with these pseudo-venerables would create an opportunity for the other venerable. Success, we succeeded. The 3 Crazed Demon Cave eccentrics suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, lying on the ground in extreme excitement. Immortal killer move, luck gamble. The two venerables were in a deadlock for a moment, when Qin Ding Ling suddenly appeared from the starry path. She activated her killer move again, attacking Giant Sun Immortal. At the same time, Golden Hooped Immortal King also appeared, using the Golden Hooped Ring to trap Giant Sun Immortal. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had an obvious advantage. As long as Giant Sun Immortal was hit by this method, his combat system's foundation would be dug out, he would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he did not succeed, he would be slowed down for a moment because he had to deal with Qin Ding Ling and Golden Hooped Immortal King. With this momentary advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would probably maintain it until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, at the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Star Constellation Immortal, you have a great method, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Goo House suddenly shone brightly. Most of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Goo House had been placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal earlier. Giant Sun Immortal used it to escape. Fang Yuan and the rest also benefited from it. From then on, this immortal goo house had been involved in the operation of the crazed demon formation until it was expelled. Luck suppression Heavenly Palace was not truthful floating ice after all. After it was expelled, it hid itself deeply, even star constellation Immortal Venerable could not find it. Luck suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple, it had been involved in the operation of the crazed demon formation, it was compatible with this world. Right now, when Giant Sun Immortal activated it, it immediately affected the crazed demon formation, causing limitless chains to become restless. This star constellation chessboard formation that star constellation Immortal Venerable set up not only forcefully fused with limitless chains, but also involved many pseudo-venerables including Feng Yuan, it had already reached its limit. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly erupted, finally freeing limitless chains from the starry path, causing the entire star constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GUH. Star constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood, she suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal flew into the sky, rapidly closing the distance between itself and the crazed demon formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries, she took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain was like a lantern, but also like a birdcage. Star constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal's back, lightly shaking it. Giant Sun Immortal was immediately affected by endless emotions, its speed fell sharply. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shot out starlight specks, quickly chasing after it. Bam bam bam, the two venerables fought, wind and lightning surged, ghosts and gods trembled in fear. Thankfully, this was a void, otherwise, all living beings would not exist. The two venerables kept each other in check, reaching the mountain-like truthful floating ice almost at the same time. The two venerables suddenly stopped at the same time, their expressions strange. Pang Shan of the crazed demon cave's three eccentrics woke up at this moment. He was originally extremely fat, but now, he was all skin and bones, as if all the essence in his body had been squeezed dry. What is going on? Why haven't we obtained eternal life yet? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we have no strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was unfocused, there was something wrong with his condition, he had a dazed expression as he mumbled. Alarmed by his voice, the other two immortals also woke up. Secret Schemer had an ugly expression, he collapsed on the ground, barely cupping his fists towards the two venerables outside. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just a step away, no, half a step away. As long as either of you slightly activates practice goo, you will be able to completely mold this truthful floating ice. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was no small matter, whoever went in would not be able to come out immediately. If they wanted to come out, they would have to completely mold this truthful floating ice. But how could that be so easy? Right now, the 8th layer was destroyed, there were no longer any great worlds to provide fuel and clues for the crazed demon formation. That was to say, if they wanted to properly mold this truthful floating ice, they would have to contribute their strength. The amount of contribution was very important. If they contributed too much, even if the venerable who entered the truthful floating ice had the initiative, they would lose a lot of battle strength. In the end, they might be taken advantage of by another venerable who was in perfect condition, be it star constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. They both had their concerns, they could only stop and ponder. On the other side, the pseudo-venerables and the celestial quartz goo immortals were still fighting. Duke Tong, don't you like to block me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled sinisterly, pointing his finger. Boom boom boom, the chi lump exploded, blasting Duke Tong into pieces, not even leaving behind a corpse. Spear forest. Che Wei shouted, countless spears shot out from the surroundings, forming a dense forest. Lu Weiyin charged forward, breaking through the spear forest and grabbing with his hand. A yellow giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without star constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you stop me? Lu Weiyin sighed, the yellow giant hand clenched and turned Che Wei into meat paste. Celestial quartz goo immortals were inferior to pseudo-venerables after all. Earlier, even in star constellation chessboard formation, these celestial quartz goo immortals could not resist pseudo-venerables and died frequently. After reviving in the immortal graveyard, they quickly joined the battle, creating a dangerous balance in the battlefield. Now that star constellation Immortal Venerable was not in charge of the situation, without star constellation chessboard formation, these celestial court gu immortals immediately collapsed and were slaughtered, unable to stop the pseudo-venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, immediately taking action to help. Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately attacked and obstructed star constellation Immortal Venerable. The two venerables started fighting again. The two venerables were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. While he was resting, Giant Sun Immortal opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time, he transmitted, Bing Sai Chuan, go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal's order and was about to charge in. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, waving the lamp in her hand again. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum immediately stopped. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of controlling Calamity Luck Altar, held his chest and knelt down, crying with his head lowered. He blamed himself and cried, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's my fault, it's my fault. If I had performed better, I would have been able to help Master defeat Celestial Court and obtain the eternal life research results. What is the point of me living? I have betrayed Master's trust. Sob sob sob. I might as well just die." Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated his killer move and wanted to commit suicide. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He took on star constellation Immortal Venerable's attack and summoned Calamity Luck Altar back to him. Golden light flowed and permeated Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Bing Sai Chuan broke free from his self-blame. He was covered in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. If not for Master's help, I would have committed suicide. Is this star constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Has Master been suffering from such terrifying emotions all this time? Thinking of this, Bing Sai Chuan's fear intensified. His face was pale as he collapsed on the ground, his body was shivering like a sieve. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but he still felt suffocated. He was filled with fear. He was about to be scared to death by himself. Giant Sun Immortal took action again and saved Bing Sai Chuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She had taken advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. She also took advantage of the fact that Giant Sun Immortal did not have a method to revive his subordinates. Giant Sun Immortal temporarily avoided her. Star constellation Immortal Venerable opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. Even though these gu immortals were killed by Lu Wei-yin and the rest, they quickly revived in the Immortal Graveyard. Once these people came out of Star Constellation's Immortal Aperture, they scattered and charged towards the truthful floating ice. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He used several methods to kill all of these celestial court members. The two venerables restrained each other. They fought back and forth, using many methods, but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Xianxia. "You are courting death." Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly. Golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Xianxia. Xianxia screamed and quickly retreated. At the same time, Paradise Earth and Lu Wei-yin attacked with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore apart defenses one after another, but Xianxia was still hit. Xianxia let out a cry and fainted on the spot. His injuries were extremely severe. He was barely hanging on to his last breath. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were furious. They also understood the upper limit of their current strength. Xianxia's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scales. They immediately joined forces. Xianxia's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to take advantage of them. The situation was in a deadlock like this. The two venerables kept each other in check. Their attention was placed on each other. The pseudo-venerables were left to watch the battle. As for the pseudo-venerables, it was wishful thinking to try to enter the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Xianxia, Paradise Earth, Qi Ju, and the rest also made a move, they took advantage of the opportunities created by the two venerables' battle, but they all returned in failure. Lu Wei-yin was heavily injured, while Paradise Earth had light injuries. He was breathing heavily. Xianxia woke up, his injuries were severe and could not be healed immediately. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad and retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity, thus he was in good condition. As for Feng Yuan, he rarely made a move, he mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire, but he also paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were destroyed. Secluded domains of heaven and earth like Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were damaged by the black fire. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire, and even more Gu immortals died. 60% of the Gu immortals died in battle, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. Just this tribulation alone caused Feng Yuan to return to his original state. He lost 70 to 80% of his foundation. I only have 20% of my immortal essence left. Feng Yuan calculated inwardly. Even though he had time path methods to increase the production of immortal essence, and also had the help of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, his expenditure was too huge. All kinds of construction and immortal Gu refinement aside, just the repeated battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Feng Yuan's careful planning was useless, he had no room to save. Using only 20% of his immortal essence to deal with the two venerables who were in good condition was very dangerous. Boom boom boom, the two venerables attacked, their killer moves became stronger and stronger, exceeding their limits. Crazed demon formation was still operating, limitless chains appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the two venerables. The two venerables resisted limitless chains while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through the limit and triggered the chain's counterattack. He resisted the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of limitless chains. The situation gradually went out of control, the two venerables fought and competed fiercely, the power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds and thousands of chains, but soon, limitless chains increased by several times and joined the fight between the two venerables. The pseudo-venerables retreated quickly, they were almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even though they know this is wrong, there is no other way, the fierce competition has already formed. What should we do? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a venerable. We pseudo-venerables don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle from a close distance. The pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Feng Yuan. Friend Feng Yuan, do you have a good plan? Feng Yuan's face was pale, his aura was extremely weak, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time, another change occurred. After the killer moves of the two venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. With a series of cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics were heavily injured, among them, Pang Shan died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood, he shouted anxiously with a distorted expression, he did not have the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal at all. What are you doing? You bunch of idiots. This is the eternal life research result, we only need one person to continue activating practice Gu, but you destroyed it. Not Immortal beat his chest and stomped his feet, he pointed at the two venerables and scolded, falling into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-venerables' expressions were unsightly, but the two venerables did not care. The destruction of the eternal life research result shook their hearts. But they could not stop their attacks. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party and suffer a huge loss. The two venerables were evenly matched, once they suffered a huge loss, it would affect the outcome. Once the outcome was decided, it would not only affect the eternal life research result but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Regardless of which side won, Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it would affect the prestige of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. In the end, it could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also a choice. But if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the eternal life research result, sending someone to complete the final step and take the eternal life research result. Thus, they could not retreat. Even though the eternal life research result was slightly damaged, it was still mostly intact. But if they continued to fight like this, neither of the two venerables would be willing to back down. If the outcome could not be decided, the eternal life research result might truly be destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not back down. Even if the final battle ended in failure, it was better than the enemy obtaining it. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted, "Celestial Court is our common enemy, help me and we will split the eternal life research result equally, just like Primordial Domain." The immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Fang Yuan not long ago. But now, he actually took the initiative to ask for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal was actually so shameless. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest. She shouted, "Fang Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you, they had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate View is destroyed, why can't we join forces?" Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this, were all venerables like this, but soon, the immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. Venerables were far stronger than pseudo-venerables, but Fang Yuan was not an ordinary person. Not long ago, the two venerables joined forces, but he managed to barely survive. This showed Fang Yuan's strength. Now that the two venerables were in a stalemate, Fang Yuan was a sufficient bargaining chip. Whichever side he chose to bet on would fall into a disadvantage. Just looking at the current situation, a slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory or defeat. Even if the venerables had extra strength and trump cards, they could rope in Fang Yuan to counteract the other side's trump card. It would not be a loss. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Good plan, immortal venerables. It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford the price?" Fang Yuan was fearless at this moment. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The tribulation had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be destroyed, but the situation was completely different now. No venerable would be foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, Fang Yuan would be able to last for some time without the burden of the black fire tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan had a falling out, but they took the initiative to make up for it because Giant Sun Immortal was strong and Fang Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court had a deep grudge, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed join forces. Why not? Fang Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had a falling out, they could not easily join forces. They were very wary of each other, unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world, forcing them to think that it was more advantageous to join forces. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, "Fang Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately followed, "I can also give you all of my primordial domain, my wisdom path true inheritance, and Genesis Lotuswood path true inheritance can also be traded. Not only you, Fang Yuan, but also Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, Qi Ju, everyone, my celestial court's magnanimity is known to all. I swear in the name of Star Constellation." Crack crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished speaking, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal opened their eyes wide, staring blankly at the truthful floating ice. Cracks appeared on the truthful floating ice, spreading all over in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me, that attack just now completely destroyed this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal hugged his head and shouted. The immortals stared fixedly at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered. The shards were like crystals, flying everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only the human-shaped ice block in the middle was left. This human-shaped ice block's figure and outline were originally very blurry, but after a few breaths of time, it became lifelike. After a few more breaths of time, it became flesh and blood. Eventually, under the dumbfounded gazes of the immortals, the human-shaped ice block turned into a goo immortal. Ever-mad demon Tao addict, looking up to ask about yin and yang, heaven and earth, a million years of planning and accumulation. Today, Limitless will live forever. After this immortal finished his long chant, he slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. P.S. Today, I will update slightly. Roar roar. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had a deep understanding of Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless Formation. After countless investigations, she did not find any traces of Limitless rebirth in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal had the same result as her. Precisely because of this, the two venerables competed so fiercely. But the truth was right in front of them. Limitless Demon Venerable had really revived. Don't tell me, once the final truthful floating ice block is successfully sculpted, Limitless Demon Venerable will revive and become eternal? Feng Yuan was also shocked. Feng Yuan could clearly sense that Limitless Demon Venerable's aura was far stronger than the other two venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt it even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they felt like they were facing mountains and a vast ocean. This does not match the historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass Venerables and achieve eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with golden light. His current state is very strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other before attacking at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable fiercely. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled, his chains danced in the air and easily turned the two venerables' attacks into nothingness. The two venerables' hearts shook, their battle intent increased instead of decreasing, they used even more ferocious killer moves. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended and did not attack. After several rounds, the two venerables could not even harm a hair on Limitless. Limitless roared and waved his hands, space shook as Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly retreated. Paradise Earth, Feng Yuan, and the rest did not dare to stay, they retreated far away. At once, within 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than Not Immortal and Secret Schemer, there was nothing else. Giant Sun had a solemn expression. Star Constellation had a deep gaze, starlight flickered in her eyes, she was deducing with all her strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled, friends, I do not want to be enemies with all of you. The research of 1,000,000 years of eternal life has not been verified yet. How do we verify it? Giant Sun Immortal asked. Everyone, take a look. Limitless Demon Venerable slightly moved his body. The immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that there was a small hole where Limitless Demon Venerable was originally standing. Through the hole, the Gu immortals saw chaos. If one said it was black, it was not black. If one said it was white, it was not white. If one said it was light, it was light. If one said it was darkness, it was darkness. Using all the words in the world to describe it was inaccurate. Because chaos was just chaos. Chaos was a great calamity. You lunatic, you actually broke the world boundary again, are you not afraid of destroying the entire world? Giant Sun Immortal shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also spoke solemnly, Limitless, I know your goal, but if you insist on destroying the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life and have the celestial court die with me, I will eliminate you. Calm down, the hole is not big, I only want to test the eternal life research results. Even though we venerables are invincible in the world, we are still plagued by calamities and tribulations, this is chaos. Among all the venerables here, which one of you has not been injured by the chaos? Which one of you did not suffer from it? Crazed Demon Cave has existed for 1,000,000 years, there is an obvious criterion for whether the eternal life research results are successful or not. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly stretched his arm into the hole. The other venerables and many Gu immortals subconsciously held their breaths as they stared fixedly. Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any killer moves, he was only using his own body for this experiment. He was truly too daring. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to do this. Even though they could last for some time in the chaos, that was under the condition that they used all their strength to defend themselves. Like Limitless Demon Venerable who had no defensive measures, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only needed to touch a bit of the chaos to be completely wiped out. Unless they cut off their wrists in time. Limitless Demon Venerable stretched his arm and calmly like this. After a while, he pulled his arm back. His arm was black, like charcoal formed after a tree was burned. But when he clenched his fist, the charcoal on the surface instantly turned into dust, completely dissipating, revealing a smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal opened his mouth wide. He was dazed. Is this the realm of eternal life? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. I understand why I did not deduce it. Back when you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had been using the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had almost destroyed the world because he created a huge hole. And the deepest part of Limitless Crazed Demon Formation was a hole in the world boundary, creating a small hole. Once the Crazed Demon Formation was shaken, this small hole would turn into a huge hole. That would be a huge problem. The entire Goo Cultivation world could be destroyed because of this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not wrong in calling Limitless a lunatic. For over 1,000,000 years, the world had been on the verge of destruction. All of this was caused by Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed lightly, replying to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, in my previous life, I had already walked to the end of my path. I asked the Heavenly Tao, there is no possibility of eternal life. I was restrained by fate goo. I racked my brains and created Crazed Demon Cave after racking my brains. I had no other choice, I could only think of this method. But to be safe, I pulled in the Celestial Court. With you guys around, even if there is a hole in the Crazed Demon Formation and the hole expands, your Celestial Court will definitely do its best to fix it. Once he said that, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression be pleasant? She realized now that when Limitless Demon Venerable forced her to play a game of chess, he did not just want to use her wisdom path attainment, he wanted to borrow the power of the Celestial Court to deduce new heaven path research results. He also wanted to use the Celestial Court as the final layer of insurance. If something happened in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court would be the paper that Limitless Demon Venerable used to clean up his mess. But with the Celestial Court's standpoint, they would definitely make sacrifices to fix the hole, and they would be very willing to do so. But Limitless Demon Venerable continued, at this level, it cannot be considered eternal life. Don't you think so? Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth nodded slowly, he was expressionless. Feng Yuan had a vague realization, true eternal life was to be undamaged by chaos. But Limitless Demon Venerable had not reached this level. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing repeatedly. He looked at Demon Immortal Qiju, Qiju, can you help me? Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly, why should I help you? Limitless Demon Venerable took out practice goo, smiling, this immortal goo was prepared for you. Qiju, for this moment, I had been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years. Demon Immortal Qiju laughed loudly, tears flowed out of his eyes, my revival was indeed part of your plan. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Lamentable, truly lamentable. He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was mocking himself. He had lost to Limitless Demon Venerable, he was filled with resentment and unwillingness. After rebirth, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the gap between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Demon Immortal Qiju quietly, he waved his hand, practice goo flew towards him. Demon Immortal Qiju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene that was etched deeply in his memory. Limitless, you want to become a venerable, have you asked me? With me around, you can become a venerable. Demon Immortal Qiju's sneak attack on Limitless succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would have no chance of defeating him. This battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Then, Demon Immortal Qiju lost. His eyes were red, he shouted at Limitless Demon Venerable, you clearly passed your tribulation and became a venerable long ago. Why did you seal your cultivation level and fight me to the death? Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. During the intense battle, he had also been on the verge of death several times. He smiled lightly, because you are my Tao guardian. Only when I am truly at the brink of death can I truly understand the relationship between venerables and Tao guardians. Ha ha ha, the truth has proven that my guess was correct. Tao guardian, I already know the secret of Tao guardian. Demon Immortal Chi Ju stared with wide eyes. To verify this guess, you even disregarded your own life? Even if you become a venerable, you will be invincible in the world? Limitless Demon Venerable replied, even if I become a venerable, it is only a first-level cultivation level. Compared to this, exploring the Great Tao is more tempting. Oh Limitless, Limitless, you have not changed your personality even after 1,000,000 years. You are still that limitless. Demon Immortal Chi Ju pointed at Limitless Demon Venerable and scolded. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled, just like how I am limitless, you are still that Demon Immortal Chi Ju, right? Demon Immortal Chi Ju gritted his teeth, he was so angry that he felt powerless. He grabbed Practice Goo and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right, I am still me. Come. Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Good. You are my Tao guardian, our fates are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of a Tao guardian can a venerable advance and break through the venerable realm, reaching eternal life. Demon Immortal Chi Ju gritted his teeth, then let me see what true eternal life is. Saying so, he activated Practice Goo. Practice Goo's light enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. From the size of a normal person, he became a 10 feet tall giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was extremely weak, his aura had fallen to rock bottom, he had to stop using Practice Goo. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed, he was no different from a normal person. But anyone could tell that the current Limitless Demon Venerable had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Because even under the Immortals' investigative killer moves, he was still like a normal person. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth's Immortals did not move, they were observing the situation. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply, he stretched his arm into the hole in the world boundary again. A moment later, he retracted his arm and palm were unharmed, the entire place was silent. Even Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fell into extreme shock when they saw Limitless Demon Venerable's unharmed arm and palm. After a Goo cultivator became an immortal, there would always be earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables would face a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic calamity every 100 years. This chaotic calamity was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it arrived, the Venerable's life would be in danger, they would have to use all their strength to survive. Ordinary Goo Immortals did not know, but all the Venerables had been tested by chaotic calamities, they knew the terror of these calamities and tribulations. Now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it himself, he did not even use any defensive methods, he directly resisted the chaos and was actually unharmed. This scene gave all the Venerables an incomparable shock. As for Feng Yuan and the others who knew about it, because they had not experienced it personally, they were not as moved as the Venerables. You did it. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. No, he has not yet. This is not complete eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with an extremely firm tone and expression. The Immortals looked over. Yes, he has not yet. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable also spoke, his expression showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and started to suck. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk, they could not help but suck in cold breaths of air. If the Venerables were like babies, then the chaos was like fire. Earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable put his arm into the chaos, he was using his body to cook the fire. Now, he was even more reckless, he was directly swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. At the same time, chaos continued to flow out of the hole, it was like a torrent, constantly washing his head, shoulders, and body. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time, an extremely powerful aura burst out, causing the hearts of all the immortals to tremble. Everyone watched quietly, they knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge, he was charging towards the true state of eternal life. Ever since he was young, he had always maintained an exuberant curiosity. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to understand everything, he wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought, his venerable identity had never made him feel a trace of pride. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. He still wanted to leave, but there was no path left. Thus, he painstakingly planned to cooperate with Star Constellation, he pulled the entire Cultivation world and risked his life to create the crazed demon formation he had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, all for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth, there was no path left. He moved his legs and used all his strength to step into the endless darkness. He wanted to carve out a path, this was his final charge. Limitless had already used all his strength. A long time passed, but it also felt like a few breaths of time. Whoosh! Black fire suddenly spewed out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortals' hearts shook. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly opened his eyes, looking at the immortals, he said plainly, I failed. No. Me too. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted, he attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Gu. A profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable's body was extinguished rapidly, Limitless Demon Venerable obtained some time to breathe, he laughed heartily before shaking his head, Chi-Ju, stop. If I don't use all my strength, how can I know the result? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju retorted angrily, are you willing to give up just like this? True eternal life. I want to see it too, I want to see it too. Limitless Demon Venerable sighed, his expression was extremely complex. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. Do you still not understand? Eternal life never existed. At the next moment. Bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. No! Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time, they were grief-stricken. Limitless Demon Venerable had failed, because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was too deeply involved with him. He was instantly attacked by the primal chaos and vanished into thin air, a grand pseudo-venerable could not even last 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos calamity could be seen from this, the immortals present were still in a daze. This battle in crazed demon cave that involved almost all the venerable's schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was revived, Giant Sun Immortal was revived, Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength but still did not succeed. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life, that was an extravagant hope. No, it did not exist. How could it fail? How could it fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head, dazed, there is no eternal life, hee. There is no eternal life, hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit, is there no path ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were once again the greatest doubt in the immortals' minds, no one could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified, his attainment in this aspect far surpassed the immortals. But he died. He failed. He died under the primal chaos calamity. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh, right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Fang Yuan suddenly took action, snatching a truthful floating ice, the immortals were immediately jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead, he turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the primal chaos, but there was actually a small portion that remained. The primal chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by limitless crazed demon formation, and they were definitely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead, but his million years of effort was not just a popped bubble, he still left behind abundant results. Snatch. There was nothing to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble. A large number of killer moves were unleashed, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. But the remaining truthful floating ice pieces were still intact, they were still shining brightly. This was normal. Even the primal chaos calamity could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables naturally could not do anything to them. Rumble. The scene was chaotic, killer moves affected each other, the immortals kept each other in check. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal shouted angrily, golden light filled the sky and burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Fang Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables hurriedly dodged. The golden light suddenly formed a whirlpool, sucking in one of the truthful floating ice pieces. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and threw down a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars, shining with dazzling starlight. They collided with the golden light and both were destroyed. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was sucked into the golden light regained its freedom and floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. The rest of the truthful floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size as it. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to take away half of the eternal life results of 1,000,000 years. How was that possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree so easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly attacked, aiming at the small truthful floating ice piece closest to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly flashed and sent Lu Weiyin flying. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. When he wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, the golden light was like a needle that almost pierced through his body. The two Venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were both very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin were both stopped. The Pseudo-Venerables quietened down and waited for a new opportunity to appear during the battle between the two Venerables. The loophole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress this small loophole. But after his death, the strength he left behind declined rapidly. Although the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal glanced at the hole in the world boundary and said calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why don't we stop and get rid of these Pseudo-Venerables first, then fix the loophole and finally split the truthful floating ice? What do you think?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, then used her actions to give the most direct reply. For a moment, starlight scattered in all directions, attacking Fang Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Fang Yuan and the rest dodged left and right, escaping pathetically. Limitless Demon Venerable was already dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two Venerables could attack to their heart's content. Of course, they had not used their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were still in great danger, struggling on the edge of life and death. "We can't hold on, the two Venerables can't compete. Everyone, I will retreat first." Fang Yuan shouted, pulling Qi Ancestor out of the 9th layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left. If Fang Yuan retreated like this, the two Venerables would not be able to chase after him. Because whoever chased after him would give the other Venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on the truthful floating ice, because as long as either of the two Venerables attacked and blocked the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, it would be very difficult for the retreating pseudo-venerables to come back in. As long as they stalled for some time, the two venerables would keep the truthful floating ice, then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables, but right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. Everyone else can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice that you snatched earlier, this is not something you can take away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their clear-cut attitudes. Among the Gu Immortals present, Fang Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Fang Yuan obtained was very large, it was at least 10% of the total truthful floating ice fragments. At this moment, the two venerables worked together again to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was completely incomparable to now. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to use reverse flow protection seal again. Reverse flow river was almost empty earlier, but during this time of rest, the river water recovered a little in the Sovereign Immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, reverse flow protection seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They only needed to use some ingenious methods to deal with it. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share the truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent, we have to work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded, Fang Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Fang Yuan's safety, instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal also targeted the largest truthful floating ice. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path Method to collect the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme, the two venerables could not sense it. After activating it, it was extremely fast, even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, but she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the Immortals' hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed, they resisted it with difficulty. Fang Yuan used Fortitude Gu, Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light, all sorts of killer moves were activated, attacking all the Gu Immortals. Giant Sun Immortal's methods, Chi Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone present. Her expression turned pale rapidly, the starlight around her dimmed rapidly, the 10 billion thoughts in her mind were quickly expended, she was almost out of energy. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain, limitless chains appeared again, pulling a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but there was an immortal Gu inside. This immortal Gu was not discovered by anyone except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was because of this immortal Gu that she was willing to give up on the biggest piece of truthful floating ice, and take this small piece first. After taking this immortal Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move, putting away Book Mountain and defending with all her strength. Her actions were very wise. Giant Sun Immortal could no longer suppress him. At the next moment, he shouted loudly, golden light shot everywhere as he counterattacked fiercely. His attacks wreaked havoc, forcing star constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave, cutting a sorry figure. Giant Sun Immortal also took the chance to take a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal also knew that he could only suppress star constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, he could not take the biggest piece of truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely. Because they were using all their strength to take the truthful floating ice, they had no other choice. This gave the pseudo-venerables a good opportunity. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 to 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Xianxia, Lu Weiyin, and Qixi also had 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean, only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables had heavy injuries, they tried to attack but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time and attacked the pseudo-Venerables again. This time, they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice. Eh? The two Venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-Venerables. Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength at this moment. Almost every breath of time, his strength increased, his aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 Venerable level. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined brightly, so that's it. Paradise Earth, you cultivate heaven path in this body, this truthful floating ice is closely related to heaven path. You can actually absorb strength from it and raise your cultivation level, you have amazing methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise, at the same time, her killing intent surged. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth was willing to give up on Fang Yuan to snatch a piece of truthful floating ice. So this was the reason, evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the disadvantage of being forced to revive early and become a Venerable again. And this time, he was not a Venerable of Earth Path, but the extremely special Heaven Path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, he would become the #1 expert in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Gu was destroyed, the two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable join the fray, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two Venerables joined forces for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two Venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others, "Friends, please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Xianxia hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into jewel yellow skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from jewel yellow skies and used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly, he was only a step away from becoming a Venerable. "Just one step away, friend Fang Yuan." Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan sneered, "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance from jewel yellow skies, as well as all kinds of Heaven Path killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Fang Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to jewel yellow skies. The two sides quickly made a transaction. "Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth." After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two Venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up, endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying, he was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Xianxia, Lu Weiyin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Si ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again, but at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed, the backlash arrived. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him!" Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped, they quickly followed suit. The two venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this. They chased after him. The pseudo-venerables used their full strength. They could be said to be fearless. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with great difficulty. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Starlight, however, struck Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth roared, veins popped up on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken, his body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth's final breath was hanging on. At this time, Qi Si made a move, protecting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly arrived beside Paradise Earth. "Fang Yuan!" Lu Weiyin and Xianxia's hearts shook, their four eyes shined with the light of hope. The two venerables' expressions turned grim. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth, boom, Fang Yuan's palm slammed on Paradise Earth's back before piercing through his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Fang Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. At the moment of death, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide. He grabbed Fang Yuan's arm. "Rest in peace, Paradise Earth." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with everlasting regret. Everyone was shocked. The two venerables looked at Fang Yuan with indescribable expressions. Lu Weiyin's lips trembled. He broke the silence and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Fang Yuan, what did you do? Fang Yuan, you!" Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi Si ancestor hovered beside Fang Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Fang Yuan. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. He was too reckless. "Something is wrong," Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned. She did not say anything. The two venerables looked at Fang Yuan calmly storing Paradise Earth's corpse into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. "Fang Yuan, what should we do now?" Xianxia asked anxiously. "Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables?" Lu Weiyin stomped his feet and stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Simple, I just need to become a venerable, right?" Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura, it was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. "Deceiving us?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. Coldly, starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly. Qi tides rumbled and blocked the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal also attacked. Countless golden needles shot down like a storm. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, and even Fang Yuan's Qi Si clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Fang Yuan blocked them all, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable? Gu Alliance, 8588488609. As long as you are the alliance leader of Venerable Mortal Gu, there is no restriction on your books. You can enter this group. After entering the group, please verify your alliance leader identity with the administrator. You can take a screenshot. Additionally, this time's explosive update ended here. A total of 6 chapters have been updated, 5 chapters have been repaid for. The remaining updates are: first place in the logo design competition, Lu Menghan Bing, Book Friend 20181210224945184184, Heavenly Essence C, Handsome Beauty Chi, Guyue Desaladine, Jade Heart Taoist, clear wind smells immortal drunken moon summoning dream, big 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 raccoon, this glory shines brightly because of you, time easily forgets people, eating melon, three suns dazzling world, reality bewitches life, God God ta si. There are also 15 IOUs. The deduction is definitely correct, because it was not me who did it. Another thing, this book's update strategy has been adjusted. Removing the Alliance Leaders update system, using monthly votes. Above 2,000 monthly votes, one chapter will be added for every 1,000 monthly votes. Recently, I have not been eating or sleeping well. I have also stopped playing Hearthstone. I just want to have a good new year, using all my free time to write. The result is today's explosive update. My hands are lousy, especially when there are too many characters and too many clues. It is really hard to write. If I write too quickly, I cannot guarantee the quality. For example, singing poems, that was all my effort. But now, this level is completely because I went through the liver life formation and went into a frenzy to write. I have reached the limit of my ability. Most importantly, I am living in fear every day, afraid that a new alliance will appear. The alliance leaders are too enthusiastic. We are unable to follow the previous promise of one chapter per alliance, crying. Thus, we adjusted the policy and stopped updating for the new alliance leader. Actually, the alliance leader did not update much at the beginning, but for some reason, he was inexplicably led by the new alliance leader. Of course, to compensate the alliance leaders and provide them with better benefits, after discussing with the management team, we decided to create the GU World Alliance Leader Group, as well as the following 3 benefits. 1. Alliance Leaders exclusive logo. I specially found a designer to design it. 2. Alliance promotion card written by me, smiling. If you want it, please register your address in the Alliance group. 3. I will enter the group at least twice a month to interact with the Alliance leaders. 4. Currently, it is a secret. Rumble, Feng Yuan unleashed his killer moves, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Feng Yuan become a Venerable? Lu Weiyin and Xianxia saw Feng Yuan fighting the two venerables. They had complex expressions as they asked Qi Ancestor anxiously. Qi Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I do not know either. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia were speechless. Feng Yuan had concealed himself so deeply. He even tricked his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also silent. Because the two of them realized that Feng Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than both of them. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become a rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The two venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light filled the sky with terrifying might. Feng Yuan gave a light shout, using his methods to forcibly suppress the monstrous golden light. He has far more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest felt their hearts jump. Giant Sun Immortal secretly sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He focused his attention and activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Feng Yuan's head. At first, Feng Yuan's luck did not leak out at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see cooking luck pot. But soon, Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Feng Yuan's true luck. A silver pillar of light stood tall in the sky. It was grand and condensed enough. The foundation of the silver light pillar was a brown grave. Most of it had already dissipated, only a few remnants were left. Giant Sun Immortal had a thought. He sighed internally. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can help stabilize the silver light pillar. On the other hand, it can be used to excavate and replace Feng Yuan's foundation. It was originally the biggest threat to Feng Yuan's luck, but now that Feng Yuan has killed Paradise Earth, the threat is gone. The remaining remains of the grave are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Feng Yuan has not completely digested yet. Giant Sun Immortal looked up again. He saw the top of the silver light pillar. Back when they were in the Alliance, Giant Sun Immortal had already seen Feng Yuan's luck. Compared to before, Feng Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. It pierced through directly. It was truly an indomitable spirit. The 3 clouds were at most revolving around the top of the silver light pillar. This meant that the 3 venerables could not cover Feng Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned pure gold. It was at the top. Star constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables clouds were at the bottom, they seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Is this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is rapidly escaping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was already an amazing feat for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to control him. But it was not realistic to completely control a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what, in terms of luck, Fang Yuan really became a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his own luck path methods, he was sure of it now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze filled with anger. How did Fang Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and tone, it was as if rank 9 level was nothing special. What did he think a Venerable was? If rank 9 Venerables could become rank 9 Venerables so easily, then what was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? What were the previous Venerables worth? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Fang Yuan is indeed a rank 9. I underestimated his craftiness and treachery. When did he become a Venerable? Was he at this cultivation level from the start? All the signs indicate otherwise. He secretly became a Venerable at some point during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But, his attainment level is clearly not enough. In the Battle of Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal tacitly attacked Fang Yuan and destroyed the refinement path-related Primordial Domain. Wait a minute. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. He looked at Fang Yuan while retreating. Does Thieving Heaven's true inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? You already have enough refinement path attainment level. Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the continuous attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to shoot out flying stars. Stardust flew like lightning and hit Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the impact, he almost fell forward. He immediately straightened his back and reached out his hand to wipe his back. The starlight on his back was shining brightly, they were the Dao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Fang Yuan, these Dao marks all turned into his own, the power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Fang Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare to her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods, it mainly relied on the power of consecutive attacks. And the key to consecutive attacks were the Dao marks left behind by the flying stars. With these Dao marks, the subsequent flying stars would deal more damage to the target. But now, Fang Yuan directly turned these Dao marks into his own, the flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Fang Yuan, she would be helping him. Fang Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and took the opportunity to counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it, she could only retreat for now. This refinement path killer move is used to perfection, Fang Yuan was prepared for it. It is just that he has been restraining himself, only now that he has become rank 9 and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture, he took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced the true extent of Fang Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago, it was impossible that he could not use it just because Fang Yuan had not advanced to rank 9. If Fang Yuan had used it earlier, it would have been very effective. But he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the flying star killer move. In the final battle, he took it out and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration, she instantly realized a certain truth and blurted out, Fang Yuan, you did it on purpose in the Battle of Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on the Battle of Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy the refinement path Primordial Domain. You showed weakness to the enemy so that we would look down on you even more. Giant Sun Immortal heard this and his mind immediately brightened, he could not help but glare at Fang Yuan even more angrily. Fang Yuan was still smiling, he said plainly, Star Constellation, you think too highly of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, Fang Yuan, don't think of deceiving me. Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance has refinement path true meaning or not, before you entered primordial domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grandmaster. After entering primordial domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of the refinement path primordial domain, you could still step into the level of a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your venerable intentions on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to become a venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and undergo tribulations. It is very risky, you need to choose your timing carefully. Once you openly become a Supreme Grandmaster, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you quickly become a venerable, the three worlds are not united yet, limitless eternal life is still far away, you still need to wait. And with limitless retaliation, even if you become a venerable, your strength will not be fully displayed. Thirdly, if you are not a venerable, you will subconsciously be ignored by us venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Lastly, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, all parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know how much I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you have been hiding your methods all along, waiting for the situation to become clearer. After we have exhausted our methods, you will fight for the final victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Feng Yuan's attacks while analyzing Feng Yuan's schemes to everyone present. Be it Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable to appear and compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He attempted to become a venerable right under the eyes of the two venerables, but was heavily injured by them in the end. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis and understood even more clearly. With a whistling sound, he stepped on golden light and attacked Feng Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Feng Yuan from another direction. The enemy was fierce, Feng Yuan dodged temporarily. Giant Sun Immortal chased closely, shouting, "Back then, I charged into the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also charged in, what a good scheme. If you stayed outside, you would still have to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven." Back then, because of Celestial Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was closely connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate clearly. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still charged into the door of life and death. Because he had his own trump card. When he used blood path methods to completely revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would heal completely. Giant Sun Immortal had been using this trump card to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting a venerable. Venerables had extremely deep foundations, he had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to attack the door of life and death. By charging into the door of life and death, he could investigate the true relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he would break this relationship and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, then work together with him. If there was a higher possibility, he would take the door of life and death for himself. With all sorts of plans, Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death was indeed to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's emotional methods. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really not have any methods to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life research results still needed some time to brew. He had already left a surveillance method in the Crazed Demon Formation, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, when the three forces in Crazed Demon Cave were fighting for supremacy, other than Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, star constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. After Paradise Earth entered the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left. Although he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom, Fang Yuan counterattacked, Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken and he was forced back. Giant Sun Immortal roared, Paradise Earth was forced to revive prematurely. This is what you, Fang Yuan, wanted to see, right? Good acting skills, good acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Ding Ling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed your help, but you were trapped by star constellation Immortal Venerable. You purposely fell for it. You purposely made the Qi clone use Who Rise, that way, the Qi clone would be restrained and Zhan Budu would not be able to leave. You just openly watched us fight. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. Back then, he was still an immortal zombie, suppressed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The foundation of his combat system was dug out. Although the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had a trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not act because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth attacked. Paradise Earth did not attack star constellation Immortal Venerable directly, he tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately saved Fang Yuan. From this, it could be seen that Paradise Earth's thoughts were unpredictable. However, after Fang Yuan was saved, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Ding Ling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card and revive completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Ding Ling, but how could this be hidden from Giant Sun Immortal? He was very clear in his mind. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and joined forces with star constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was thus attacked by two venerables together. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but he was still hit in the end. His sovereign immortal aperture suffered a tribulation. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted, At that time, you took advantage of the fact that your immortal aperture was hit and your aura was mixed up. You took the chance to break through the Heavenly Tao's seal, adding calamity after calamity. You deceived everyone and succeeded in passing the tribulation, becoming a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded. He detected the decline in Fang Yuan's luck and the calamity aura coming out of him. But to think that Fang Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the Heavenly Tao's seal, breaking through an even greater calamity. Giant Sun Immortal's methods alone were not enough to create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Black fire was a remnant of the chaotic calamity. Fang Yuan did not speak, he attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued, You became a venerable right under our noses just like this. I originally thought that you were not proficient in concealing your aura, but to think that you had such shocking attainment in this aspect. You hid your cultivation aura all this while. You actually deceived me and star constellation Immortal Venerable. No, even Paradise Earth was deceived by you. This great liar Fang Yuan actually managed to deceive them to the end. All the venerables were fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia looked at each other, they were filled with shock. The battle between the venerables became more intense, they gradually used their full strength, they could not interfere. The Qi clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Fang Yuan who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Xianxia had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and impressed. After all, Fang Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable, he even suppressed these two great existences. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Xianxia were very angry. They had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death was mostly due to Fang Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his huge secret. He could absorb the truthful floating ice and increase his cultivation level. Fang Yuan purposely made a deal with Paradise Earth. He even shouted so loudly to provoke the two venerables into attacking Paradise Earth with all their might. In the end, the two venerables' attacks helped Fang Yuan instead, allowing Fang Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Treacherous, insidious, vicious, these words circulated in Xianxia and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all used on Fang Yuan. Rumble, The golden aurora retreated, the starlight dimmed, Fang Yuan was in the limelight, his aura was like that of a tiger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had bitter expressions on their faces. They had expended a lot of energy fighting until now, their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there, they had not had time to heal. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had been restraining himself and hiding his strength, his thoughts were too deep. Boom, the three venerables clashed again. Fang Yuan had a slight advantage. The two venerables retreated, they both coughed out blood, their injuries worsened. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe, his black hair fluttered in the wind, he swept across the battlefield with an aura that covered mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand, he suddenly chanted, knowing early on the difficulties of the world, still hoping to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blowing my body like cotton wool, fate sinks up and down travels alone. Heart forged by thousands of strokes, painstakingly forged a sword. Today's sword points to overlapping clouds, refine goo, refine humans, and refine the heavens. Fang Yuan's attacks were like raging waves, they enveloped the entire battlefield, covering the 8 extremities of the universe. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist, they were forced to retreat. Fang Yuan grabbed, the final truthful floating ice flew towards him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted, she had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the final moment. The door of life and death suddenly erupted with a suction force, Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time, his killer move landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan exposed a flaw because he wanted to obtain the truthful floating ice, he was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, they revealed a trace of joy. But at the next moment. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, a killer move that used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core was activated by Fang Yuan. A path of life was formed, extending from the door of life and death. Fang Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield, he threw the enraged spectral soul demon Venerable into the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded, Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids were twitching. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Fang Yuan to come up with when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan had been evading with a troubled expression, in the end, he declared that the deduction had failed. But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was so familiar with this move, he had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan had already used this move, but he still used Danghun Luopa Seal to fool Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out, he was still in a bad mood, his mind was in a mess, he did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan instead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was chaotic. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luopa Seal, Fang Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms with one attack. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Calamity, his Dao marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. Fang Yuan roared and chased after them, finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice in his hands. Star Constellation, I have tried my best. Suddenly, Vern Great Sun's sigh came from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roaring and anger stopped abruptly, he gave up on Fang Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom. With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned, the scene was silent again. This was a nameless grassland, the soil was poor, the grass was barren, most of it was withered wild grass. The sky was gray, there was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. Dozens of Gu immortals were gathered in this ordinary place, the Gu immortals' gazes were focused on two of them. One was a male immortal, wearing a yellowish-brown leather robe of northern plains, with a thick red leather belt and a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body, as for his face, it was not outstanding, it was rather ordinary. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his surname was Chudu, he was the Domination Immortal, and facing him from afar, was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor, half of her face was covered by a mask, covering her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half of her face was exposed, but it had strong lines, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic aura. She was the famous Northern Plains Gu immortal, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all kinds of experts without a single defeat. As for her true identity, He Lulan, only a few Gu immortals knew. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu tribe's rank 7 Gu immortal expert Lu Chang, she took the initiative to challenge Chu Du. Chu Du did not back down, he agreed. Once the news of this battle spread, the Northern Plains Gu immortals were extremely sensitive, they paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chu Du, you are finally here. He Lulan's eyes burned with battle intent. A battle of strength path, I have been waiting for this for a long time. Chu Du happily replied, no matter what the outcome is, I want to invite you to Chu tribe as a guest, we can exchange our cultivation experiences on strength path. He Lulan snorted coldly, Chu Du, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, let's see if you have the qualifications. Come, let's fight. Chu Du smiled, please. He Lulan did not hold back, her body moved like lightning, flying into the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another shot down from the clouds, like shooting stars, rushing towards Chu Du. Chu Du raised his head, seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed was even faster, he pulled apart the distance between them, activating his killer move and pushing his palms upwards. Rumble, a surge of power gushed out, the chi waves were pushed back, He Lulan's strength path phantoms crumbled like bubbles under the wild attack. Chu Du pushed his palms again, instantly sweeping away the dark clouds above them, revealing a clear sky with resplendent sunlight shining down. He Lulan, who had drilled into the clouds earlier, was also exposed. He Lulan had a solemn expression, using the cover of the dark clouds, her killer move was ready. In the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head, she aimed at Chu Du and smashed down. A thunderous explosion occurred, the air distorted, the fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms to block the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, he was forced back over 100 steps. But he quickly stopped in mid-air, shaking his arms, causing a layer of dust to fall from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception, her following attacks were like torrential rain, continuous and unstoppable. Chu Du blocked and counterattacked time and time again. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar, their auras shook heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides without blinking. Interesting, to think that a strength path Gu immortal would have so many long-range combat methods. It seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. Humph, it is still early. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly, strength path Gu immortals are best at close combat, these two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chu Du was firm as a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range offensive methods. After a dozen rounds, both sides suddenly charged and collided fiercely. An explosion occurred, shaking the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare strength path battle. Whoever wins will likely become the #1 strength path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated strength path. After all, strength path was declining, it was not something that had been declining for 50 to 60 years, it had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chu Du was the publicly recognized strength path expert in the current 5 regions, he could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan suddenly appeared, her path was a huge surprise to many Gu immortals. To think that another freak of strength path had appeared, under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks, it was hard to tell who would win. Offense and defense were constantly changing, a huge amount of strength was contained in every attack. Be it Chu Du or He Lulan, they did not retreat at all, they fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between strength path Gu immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned, it was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though strength path is declining, strength path Gu immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight with either Chu Du or Fairy Black Moon, I would be in deep trouble. Every time Chu Du and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion, the air around them was distorted, air currents were created, the wind was blowing non-stop. Compared to long-range combat, Strength Path was more suited for close combat. A Gu immortal with some attainment in Strength Path would be able to threaten them with their punches and kicks. The advantage of close combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chu Du fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat when they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, when I meet a Strength Path Gu immortal, I cannot let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are too frequent, such a battle does not allow time to prepare killer moves. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? More than 10 rounds passed. Chu Du gradually gained the upper hand. He Lulan was strong and had many methods, but in terms of battle experience, she was slightly inferior to Chu Du. Her cultivation time was far less than Chu Du's. Chu Du relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate advantages bit by bit. Then, these advantages accumulated and gradually suppressed He Lulan. Chen Qing, Yin Wu Kei, and the rest had solemn expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade, flashing past. She knew, if she did not think of a way to change this, if this continued, she would be the one to lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared, her punches and kicks flew like a torrent towards Chu Du. Chu Du was like a reef by the sea, no matter how strong the waves were, he did not move at all. He Lulan was not surprised, while Chu Du was defending, she retreated quickly while preparing her killer move. Chu Du smiled lightly, quickly approaching her. Oh no! Chen Qing saw this and shouted. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and immediately understood that Chu Du had been waiting for this chance. Chu Du burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly approaching He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner, she could only stop her killer move and fight Chu Du with her punches and kicks, blocking the opponent's endless attacks. Precisely so, when she stopped her killer move midway, the killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash, causing He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chu Du created this opportunity and also used it, forcing He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chu Du had completely gained the upper hand, a wave of cheers erupted. The voices came from Chu Du's foster sons, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. A tiger roar resounded, a huge pitch-black tiger sent Chu Du flying with its claw. The pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chu Du. Chu Du quickly turned around to defend himself, even though he blocked another attack from the Dark Capital Strength Biao, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the recoil. It appeared. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, Dark Capital Strength Biao. Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Laowu had a cold expression, this was the first time he had seen it, this totem killer move is too convenient. Normally, it would rest on the skin, and when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. That's right. Haoshan gritted his teeth, if not for this move disrupting the situation, our first Supreme Elder would have already grasped victory. P.S. 1. Congratulations to One Sword One Painting and Dodo has dollars for becoming the alliance leaders of this book, thank you very much for your support. 2. Typos and bugs in chapters 213 to 246. Recently, many readers have provided typos and bugs, but because of the lack of time, they can only be corrected slowly. 3. I will go to the Alliance camp tonight. 4. I will try to maintain a stable update during the new year, I will not prevent unexpected goo from appearing. The Dark Capital Strength Biao had astonishing speed, it was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized herself, she hurriedly used a healing method on herself before joining the battle. She cooperated with the Dark Capital Strength Biao, attacking from both sides. Chu Du was at a disadvantage. Chu Du was in a sorry state, his leather robe was torn in many places, showing his weakness in defense. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth, his injuries were accumulating. Chu tribe's Gu immortals had grim expressions, they could not see any hope of Chu Du turning the situation around. The advantage that the Dark Capital Strength Biao gave He Lulan was too huge. You will be defeated like this. He Lulan shouted as she used her killer move, 8-directional strength fighting. Chu Du was surrounded by several figures, he could not break out of the encirclement. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above, it was the Dark Capital Strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chu Du. If it bit him, even if Chu Du did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chu Du laughed loudly, I finally caught you. At the next moment, a Strength Path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was caught off guard, it growled and tried to fight back. But it only lasted for a breath of time before the Strength Path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom, with a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks and dirt flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Immortal Killer Move, Battle Strength Transpiration, Chu Du suddenly burst out with an aura, his body expanded as he turned into a 10 feet tall giant. His upper body was exposed, his skin was red, the 58,000 pores on his body opened up as sweat turned into steam, enveloping his entire body. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Combined Strength, Chu Du stretched out his arms and slammed his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped, He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding Thousand Li was completely covered by a formless force, the Gu immortals found it hard to move. They were like mosquitoes that had fallen into a drop of oil. Affected by this killer move, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's speed fell sharply, it was no longer a threat to Chu Du. This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth, Chu Du's move was beyond her expectations. I did not want to use it. He Lulan snorted internally, she activated Expend Energy Immortal Gu in her Immortal Aperture. This rank 7 Immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Energy Immortal Gu as the core, it was called 70% Expend Energy. The situation was urgent, He Lulan immediately used this move. This move was silent when it was used, but when it was used, its aura erupted, it was extremely fast. Chu Du tried to dodge, but he did not manage to dodge. After being hit by this move, his every action, even his killer moves, required more energy than before, more than half. While Chu Du's condition fell, He Lulan attacked fiercely again. The battle reached its climax, both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the Heaven and Earth combination killer move, they calmed down and continued to watch the battle. Regardless of the result, these two are at the peak of Northern Plains rank 7. With such terrifying battle strength, they might even be able to challenge rank 8 Gu. Immortals. Chu Du, Black Moon, the pillars of strength path in the world are undoubtedly these two people. The Gu immortals sighed, at this point in the battle, be it He Lulan or Chu Du, they had won everyone's admiration. Now that they were evenly matched, the immortals were even more interested in the final outcome. Awesome, truly awesome. Chu Du had many fractures, his robes were dyed in blood, but he laughed loudly, this battle made him very excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth, she was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Every tiny detail of Chu Du's control was superior to He Lulan's. Bit by bit, it affected the entire battle. He Lulan tried to salvage the situation, but the more she attacked, the more flaws she had, giving Chu Du more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expend strength killer move, how can he still have so much stamina? Chu Du did not look tired, He Lulan was surprised. Chu Du had immense strength, He Lulan was already using all her strength, but she could not take down Chu Du right now, she could only hope that 70% expend strength killer move could tire Chu Du out. However, more than 10 rounds passed again. Before Chu Du got tired, He Lulan was already at a disadvantage, she was in imminent danger, He Lulan gritted her teeth, she was not willing to lose, in this situation, she could only take a risk. At the next moment, the Dark Capital Strength Biao roared loudly, pouncing towards He Lulan. He Lulan advanced instead of retreating, fusing into the Dark Capital Strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's huge body shrunk rapidly, turning into a half-beast half-human form, sticking to the surface of He Lulan's armor, it was like smoke and also like an illusion. This was a higher level usage of totem killer moves, Gu immortals and totems were closely connected, their battle strength rose sharply. Chu-do, go down. Hei Lulan shouted, flapping her tiger wings. She instantly appeared in front of Chu-do. Chu-do raised his arms. Hei Lulan's iron fists landed on his arms, a huge force erupted like thunder, the surrounding air exploded, Chu-do was sent flying uncontrollably. Chu-do stomped on the ground, creating a deep trench. While he was still flying, Hei Lulan suddenly appeared above Chu-do. Boom! With another heavy attack, Hei Lulan sent Chu-do crashing into the ground. Boom boom boom, Hei Lulan floated in the air, her fists rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed, the terrifying strength made many Gu immortals turn pale. Lord Chu-do! Father! Chu tribe's Gu immortals shouted, they were extremely worried. Hei Lulan's state was too powerful, she had a dominating stance, Chu-do could not retaliate at all. Enough, stop, Black Moon. Chu-do's voice came from the deep pit, he spoke with difficulty. Hei Lulan ignored him, her fists rained down like a tide. Is Chu-do admitting defeat? Wu Guang said excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With this reminder, everyone realized that Hei Lulan's gaze was like a wild beast, she had already lost her rationality, she was only using her killing instincts to control her killer moves. Chu tribe's Gu immortals were all overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we can win. This killer move is too powerful, Fairy Black Moon's killer move failed, she might suffer a backlash and lose her life. But right at this moment, a figure pounced out. It was Chu-do, but Chu-do's following action was out of everyone's expectations. He actually endured the violent attacks and got close to Hei Lulan without caring about his life, eventually placing his hand on Hei Lulan's shoulder. A vibration force was emitted, Hei Lulan and the Dark Capital Strength Biao were separated. Hei Lulan regained her rationality, her pupils shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu-do's right chest. And Chu-do had used a method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, Hei Lulan fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's ferocity did not decrease, it appeared behind Chu-do again and bit down. Stop! Hei Lulan shouted in her mind, her thoughts erupted as she tried to stop the Dark Capital Strength Biao. In this situation, Chu-do would definitely pay the price of his life after being attacked like this, but the Dark Capital Strength Biao was not under Hei Lulan's control, it was extremely ferocious. Right when Hei Lulan thought that Chu-do was going to die, a surging aura burst out of Chu-do's body. The killer move arrived and sent the Dark Capital Strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level? Chu-do became a rank 8 Gu immortal? Our first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? Hei Lulan stared with wide-opened eyes, staring at Chu-do, why? Saying so, she retracted her left hand from Chu-do's chest and placed it on Chu-do's shoulder. A killer move was activated by Hei Lulan, but it was not an offensive killer move, it was a healing killer move. Chu-do's expression was pale, he accepted her goodwill and smiled at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight with you. A fair fight. Because, Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Continue walking down this path, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chu-do spoke his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, Hei Lulan was speechless. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was forced back by Chu-do, it flew back again. But now, Hei Lulan had regained control of it. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was heavily damaged, it returned to Hei Lulan's body. Hei Lulan looked at Chu-do deeply before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chu-do, you've won this battle. This battle shook the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world, even though Chu-do won. The result was out of everyone's expectations. Chu-do displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a higher-up among Gu immortals, be it him or Chu tribe, their reputation soared, and during the intense battle, Chu-do first sealed his cultivation level, fighting with Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. Finally, Chu-do disregarded his own safety and saved Fairy Black Moon. All these factors made the neutral Gu immortals have a good impression of him. Even In Wu Kei, Chen Qing, Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration for him. After returning to Chu tribe, a foster son suggested holding a celebration banquet, inviting all the immortals to use this battle to raise Chu tribe's reputation. But Chu Du rejected it. Chu Du dealt with this battle in a very low-profile manner. However, his advancement to rank 8 Gu Immortal still created a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news at almost the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue and Feng Yuan became Refinement Path Demon Venerables. The world was in an uproar, the immortals were shocked. P.S. In the last 2 to 3 days, 6 book friends have become the alliance leaders of this book. During the new year, I would like to thank everyone for their support. Thank you One Sword One Painting, Moon Ancient, $, Mo Shadow Moon Desolate Year, and especially thank you Wooden and Rock for your Silver Alliance. Over the next 2 months, Daoist Gu's management group will hold a book group activity. Everyone is welcome to participate. Please refer to the following chapter for details. Was an enchanting book, not only because of the charming main characters, Guyue and Feng Yuan, but also because of the other characters that left a deep impression on the reader. It could be said that was not just a biography of Feng Yuan's life, it was also a grand stage where countless characters would go on stage to display their talents. By Ning Bing, He Lulan, Wu Yong, Wu Shui, Peng De, Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiaobai, Zhang Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Tai Rua Nan, Xianxia, Yang San Mu, Lu Wei Yin, Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li, Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, Che Wei, Guyue Fangjing, Yuan Qiong Du, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal, Golden Hooped Immortal, Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing, Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Lianyun, Wang Xiaoer, Song Zixing, Bo Qing, Wan Dan, Di Zongxing, Shabi 95. Mao Li Qiu, Qing Chou, Bing Sai Chuan, Chu Du, Dongfeng Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Ma Hong Yun, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Xing, Nie Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Shen Shang, Song Yisher, Xiahan Mo, Zui Xianweng, Miao Mingshen, Shi Clan's First Supreme Elder, Feng Gong, Feng Dichang, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, Little Fox Immortal Land Spirit, the Land Spirit of Langia. 10 Venerables, Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, Limitless, Reckless Savage, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, Paradise Earth, Great Dream, Renzu of Myth City, Verdant Great Sun, Guyue Desolate Een, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Boundless Forest Samsara, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence, Great Strength True Martial, Carefree Wisdom Heart, and others. Among these characters, there were pure humans, variant humans, sinister heroes, kind-hearted young ladies, mortals and Gu Immortals, losers and victors. There were mysterious legends, as well as heroes with great achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths and had all kinds of Gu worms. They had their own stories, their own pains, their own misfortunes, their own glory, and their own unique fortuitous encounters. They also had their own ambitions, some were selfish, some were thinking for their race, some even transcended their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh heartily, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Towards them, you might have a few words to say, then come and participate in this book friend character selection event. The book's character column currently only had the main character Feng Yuan, it was empty. Who could accompany the main character Feng Yuan and become this book's iconic character, participating in the event, below the Gu Immortal Character Selection event post, in Chidian Point's book review section. 1. Write down the name of the character you want to recommend to. Upload your closest image, uploading will give you bonus points, can also be skipped. 3. Describe the character's most outstanding moment, can paste the original text. 4. Express your own opinion towards the character, bonus points if there are self-created poems. Note, 1 character per level, 1 image. Event period, February 3rd to March 31st. Selection rules. First, look at the number of likes on the post. Second, the management team will discuss the selection and get the final result. Event rewards: the first 3 winners will receive 2,000 Qidian coins and 2 character posters, signed by the author. The 4th to 10th winners will receive 1,000 Qidian coins and 1 character poster, signed by the author. During the event period, the officials will open the character column for the most popular characters at fixed times. Note: this building prohibits online posts, check-ins, and irrelevant comments. The final explanation of this event is reserved to the Gu Immortal Management Team. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea was red. Seabirds chirped and the sea breeze blew. There was still some distance from Eastern Xianxia family's headquarters, but it was not far. This place is good. Fang Yuan quickly landed on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Fang Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Fang Yuan directly threw out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed into one and enveloped the entire island, before spreading out from the sky, sea, and bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 and escaped from Crazed Demon Cave, he would definitely choose Eastern Xianxia family's headquarters, or secretly go to places like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable, he could do it openly. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal chased after him at this time, Fang Yuan would be happy to see that. Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes, his divine sense surged as he probed into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had accumulated several beads of rank 9 Immortal Essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was commonly known as White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger, it was like an apricot and was orange in color. This was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 Immortal Essence. After all, he had obtained some Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But at this moment, his heart was still surging. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him alone. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan slowly activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refined Self. A faint yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out of Fang Yuan's dantian. Next, the yellow light slowly flowed around Fang Yuan's body. The important thing was the wounds on Fang Yuan's body. There were hundreds of wounds on Fang Yuan's body, most of them had only been roughly treated before returning. Even now, there were still many wounds bleeding, specks of starlight or golden light shone on his bones or his mangled flesh. As the yellow light flowed in, the starlight and golden light dissipated wherever it went. This meant that the Tao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal left on Fang Yuan's body were all refined by Fang Yuan. But the refinement process was not pleasant, intense pain constantly assaulted him. Fang Yuan's body trembled slightly, his face was pale and his forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. Finally, the yellow light stopped on Fang Yuan's severed arm. It lasted for an hour before the faint yellow light dissipated. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, slowly relaxing. After a while, he immediately activated Man as before Compound Killer Move. At the next moment, his injuries were all healed, his severed arm was also completely healed. But when Fang Yuan touched his new hand, he still felt a little weak and powerless. But this already made him very satisfied. Fang Yuan's injuries were severe. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not much better off. Fang Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Fang Yuan had the killer move Refined Self, this killer move could rapidly refine the Tao marks on the Gu cultivator's body and turn them into his own. The root of this method was Fang Yuan's former killer move, Self-Cleansing. Fang Yuan had used this to refine the Tao marks left behind by the killer move Flying Star in the battle. In Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star combo. His body's injuries were healed, his soul was also at peak condition. Fang Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was first hit by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, triggering calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, under Fang Yuan's secret manipulation, it broke through the Heavenly Tao's seal and faced the Chaos Calamity. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses, its foundation fell sharply. Compared to before in Crazed Demon Cave, it only had 20% of its foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation, it was too horrible to look at. However, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already predicted this situation and made preparations. Fan Yuan gathered his focus, his thoughts surged as he activated the compound Immortal Killer move, landscape as before. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's middle-aged year essence pool, as well as the year essence pools scattered all over the place, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of landscape as before. It quickly swept through the entire Mini-5 regions and spread to the Mini-9 heavens. The phantom river of the River of Time quickly dissipated, but what was left behind were many restored resource points, mountains, and rivers. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals saw this and cheered, their morale greatly boosted. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Back then, when he created the year essence pools and created the time path regions, he had already planned to cooperate with landscape as before. After using this method, the water of the River of Time in the year essence pool almost dried up. Many of the time path regions existed only in name. The difference between the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and the outside world's time flow was greatly reduced. It would take some time for the year essence pool to accumulate enough water of the River of Time to raise the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation thus recovered by 40%. This way, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only lost 40% of its foundation, greatly reducing the time, effort, and resources that Fan Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the Chaos Calamity. Landscape as before could not be used. Gu Immortals who died in the Chaos Calamity could not be revived through Human Sea. There were many other losses as well. The Immortal Essence loss was huge. The once vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence reserves was now only 10% left. It had already fallen below the danger level and was in a very dangerous situation. This was one of the main reasons why Fan Yuan stopped and did not continue to make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Fan Yuan was now a Venerable. The rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence he produced was far more durable than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was that the rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had helped Fan Yuan Immortal Essence reserves greatly, could not provide much help to Fan Yuan anymore. At the same time, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's flow of time was close to the outside world. Fan Yuan's Immortal Essence reserves were not as efficient. And in the near future, Fan Yuan needed to rest, manage his Immortal Aperture, and refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He needed a lot of Immortal Essence. I lack a lot of Immortal Essence, and Immortal Yuan Stone is already of little help to me. If I disregard everything and prioritize increasing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's flow of time, it will not be appropriate. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos calamity every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, unless they were dream path or pill path, they did not pose much of a threat to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was wary of the chaos calamity that occurred every 100 years. Although he had already passed a chaos calamity in Crazed Demon Cave. That was only the Heavenly Tao's seal. The scale of the chaos calamity was far smaller than the chaos calamity that occurred every 100 years. If the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's flow of time increased too quickly, Fan Yuan would quickly attract a chaos calamity. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even on the verge of death, giving other venerables a chance. Replenishing Immortal Essence was a problem. Other than this loss, Fan Yuan also lost a large number of Immortal Gu. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after Gu Immortals died, Fan Yuan did not retrieve their Immortal Gu or Immortal Apertures. Moreover, the 7 Immortal Gu houses that Fan Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fan Yuan's loss of Immortal Gu this time was so great that other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, no other super force could bear it. Fortunately, during the later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan consciously reduced his losses. For example, when Zhan Buddha died, his remaining will sent many precious transformation path Immortal Gu into jewel yellow skies. Other than Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu, many Gu Immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal, Xiaohe Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fan Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, and others all died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. A portion of them also died in the sovereign immortal aperture to resist the calamities and tribulations. Most of them revived through human sea and needed to cultivate to become immortals again. A portion of them could not be revived. Among these people, there was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the last generation combat beast king. His death made Fang Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man had worked hard and made great contributions. He was a great help to the sovereign immortal aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Fang Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also had a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that he exposed many killer moves. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore, they needed to be modified. If he fought against other venerables in the future and used the same killer moves, Fang Yuan would face a huge risk. Compared to these losses, Fang Yuan gained even more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained a lot. He was the undisputed #1 winner. Firstly, Fang Yuan plundered the first 7 layers and obtained a large number of Chaos Dao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den and obtained a large number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to attempt the refinement of rank 9 immortal Gu. The second item was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's Primordial Domain was similar to Giant Sun Immortals, it was slightly inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Primordial Domain had huge value, especially to Fang Yuan. The third item was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path Cultivation results. It included how to digest truthful floating ice and raise his Heaven Path Cultivation. The fourth item was Information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained a detailed understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Celestial Court, and Longevity Heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortals methods, their combat systems, Celestial Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, White Cloud City Crushing Seemingly Not Painting Path Formation, Wandan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extreme Formation, Calamity Luck Alters Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and so on. The fifth item was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose, he became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From now on, he had turned from a chess piece into a chess player. He could openly set up the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity and the history of variant humans had to record his name. At this point, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the previous 10 sages. He was like the sun, shining for all eternity. No matter how heroic the other Gu immortals were, they were all stars in the sky. Gu Yue, Fang Yuan, the 11th venerable in the Gu cultivation world. A demonic cultivator who became venerable through refinement path. According to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, P.S., summarizing the past, looking forward to the future. I wish the readers all the best. In the coming new year, you will be like Fang Yuan, walking towards a happy life with a brand new appearance, Eastern Sea. Shin Clan's headquarters, Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal stood in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal emitted rank 8 aura. He had a high status. He was Shin Clan's current first supreme elder, Shin Songxing. Rumble. The stone door of the closed secret room slowly opened. 2 Gu immortals walked out. The one in front wore a gray robe, his long black and white hair draped over his shoulders. It was Shin Shang. He cultivated human path. His infiltration in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire injuries in his immortal aperture had completely healed, his battle strength had risen, he had absolute pseudo-venerable battle strength now. After Shin Shang stepped out of the stone door, he stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu immortal behind him. Dao friend Liu, please. This Gu immortal wore simple linen clothes. He had a strong body like a bear, he wore a bamboo hat, half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Weiyin, who had come out of Crazed Demon Cave alive. Lu Weiyin cupped his hands slightly. Senior Shin's human path methods are extraordinary. My injuries have already healed by 30%. I can only repay this favor in the future. Xianxia laughed heartily. Dao friend Lu, there is no need to thank me, there is no need to call me senior. In Crazed Demon Cave, you and I fought side by side, we worked closely together, with such camaraderie, we can talk as equals. Xianxia smiled. Sirs, the banquet is ready, please come in. Before Lu Weiyin could continue being modest, Xianxia laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him into the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors, it was at the top of the red sandalwood myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 seats in the pavilion. Xianxia sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat at the guest seat, and Xianxia sat at the back. There was no need to talk about the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table. Lu Weiyin only tasted a little as he gazed into the distance. He saw that the surface of the sea was like a mirror, there were no waves, the setting sun was shining brightly, the clouds were like fire. What a beautiful scene! Lu Weiyin had just praised. At this time, countless birds chirped on the island, countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly in the chirping of the birds, creating a beautiful sound. For a time, the sounds of nature mixed together slowly reverberated, spreading far and wide between the vast sea and the sky. Lu Weiyin could not help but show an expression of indulgence, he closed his eyes to enjoy the scenery. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. I have heard of Eastern Sea Shin Clan's red sandalwood myriad Sparrow Island long ago, seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of Crazed Demon Cave alive and see this scene, my heart is at peace, sigh, it is good to be alive. Lu Weiyin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8, his defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him experience the feeling of weakness. Ignoring the difficulties involved, Lu Weiyin had been on the brink of death many times. Thinking of these dangerous situations, Lu Weiyin still felt some lingering fear. Xianxia immediately showed a curious expression. He inquired, if not for Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, but even Guyue and Fang Yuan became Heaven-refining Demon Venerable? Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven suffered losses, even though they gained a lot, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the world was shaken, after the shock, the Gu Immortals felt a huge surge of curiosity. Xianxia naturally could not avoid it. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia looked at each other. They talked about the battle in Crazed Demon Cave with complex expressions. After Xianxia heard this, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's Pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Scheme, Giant Sun Immortal's Strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Regret, as well as Guyue and Fang Yuan's Forbearance. The scale of this battle was simply too high. Even Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, and others became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost close to 50 Gu Immortals, only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Crazed Demon Cave, including Nya Kuangfeng, Bukong, and Duan Hu, countless living beings died. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his attempt to attain eternal life. Fang Yuan became the biggest winner. Xianxia frowned, asking the 2 immortals, I still have 3 things I do not understand. First, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such a risk? With such strength, I could suppress the world. If this Crazed Demon formation did not work, I might as well set up another one. Xianxia shook his head. Limitless Demon Venerable was determined to pursue the path. After a million years of accumulation and planning, how could he be willing to give up without testing it? Lu Weiyin added, back then, he might not have been in that state for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living Gu Immortal. At least, after he died, he did not have flesh and blood, nor did his immortal aperture fall, he turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it. Xianxia nodded, asking, second, are we really going to leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was first controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his emotions surged and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by Star constellation immortal venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world boundary. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality like I had expected. His emotions did not fluctuate, he could be said to be indifferent and emotionless. Furthermore, he treated the hole in the world boundary as his biggest target. He suppressed it with his body, ignoring everything else. His strange state is like a soul beast. Xianxia said, why did spectral soul demon venerable become like this? I have already discussed it with Dao friend Lu, but there was no conclusion. The way I see it, the venerables probably do not have a definite answer, they are only guesses at most. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained the upper hand and took the final truthful floating ice, while spectral soul demon venerable was focused on suppressing the hole in the world boundary, the three venerables stopped. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were very weak at that time. Since spectral soul demon venerable was dealing with the hole in the world boundary, it was wise to ignore them for now. Saying so, Xianxia looked at Lu Weiyin and continued, as for how we will deal with them in the future, and whether spectral soul demon venerable will regain his rationality, we cannot estimate it. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turning grim. Spectral soul demon venerable was addicted to killing, he had not regained his rationality, he could only stay in the 9th layer of the void and could not break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Xianxia finally asked, the third matter is that Fang Yuan's series of schemes to become a venerable have been exposed by star constellation immortal venerable and giant sun immortal. But I still do not understand, why does Fang Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those endless compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly, Dang Hun Luopa Seal, as well as the killer moves made from Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I do not understand, forget about other aspects, but Fang Yuan's specialty in wisdom path has always been to prevent others from deducing him. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the celestial court. How can he have such rich killer moves? Don't tell me, he also has a huge improvement in wisdom path? But isn't this improvement too huge? Forget about Dang Hun Luopa Seal, that killer move that allowed him to leave the door of life and death so easily uses 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core, and seems to have successfully created the road of life. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia both shook their heads, they did not know. The former sighed, if not for Fang Yuan not being so unpredictable, he might not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, I have many guesses about this. The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses for a while. After they were full, Xianxia took out cups and brewed tea for Lu Weiyin and Xianxia on the spot. Lu Weiyin looked at it for a while and sensed some clues. He asked with great interest, is this 6 sound tea? Xianxia smiled, I am just a small fry, please allow me to show you my incompetence. Lu Weiyin said with a stern expression, Shen Clan's 6 sound tea is famous in the world, to think that I would have the fortune to taste it today. There is a saying in luck path, extreme misfortune brings bliss. There is another saying, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Haha, I am truly fortunate today. 6 sound tea was a set of 6 small cups of tea. The refinement process, temperature, type of teacup, order of drinking, and drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all very detailed. Xianxia used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea, it was called Autumn Tree Sound. The tea was clear and transparent, it was like the clear sky in autumn, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Weiyin only felt a refreshing sweetness. His mind was clear, without a trace of pollution. It was like he was carefree, he had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all his worries. Xianxia made the second cup of tea, it was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique taste, it was soft like cotton wool instead of tea. But it melted the moment it entered his mouth, it turned into cold water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea, it was called River Cry. But Xianxia was halfway through when tears flowed down his face, he failed to make the tea. I am ashamed. Xianxia quickly apologized while wiping his tears. Lu Weiyin had benefited from Xianxia's treatment and was treated so warmly by Shen Clan, he knew that the climax of the show was coming. He asked, Shen Clan's first supreme elder, why are you crying? Xianxia then said, thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Lu. I am so ashamed that I shed tears. My Shin clan has been established for over 1,000 years. But to think that in my generation, I, Shin Songxing, am useless and incompetent, my Shin clan is facing destruction. This great red sandalwood myriad Sparrow Island and the tens of thousands of people in Shin clan are going to turn into a dream. Xianxia heaved a long sigh. Lu Weiyin asked, "Friends, are you worried about Fang Yuan?" Precisely so. Not long ago, we received news that this demon venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island. The 5 restriction profound light chi is covering an area of 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. The whole of Shin clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful. Shin Songxing said this as large amounts of tears flowed down his face. P.S. Thank you to Old Alliance Leader, Hysterical Elegance, for your generous reward. Thank you for your support all this time. Congratulations to 3rd Xianxia for becoming the new Alliance Leader of this book. The Grand Shin clan's first Supreme Elder was truly crying at this moment. Shin Songxing's fear towards Fang Yuan was a part of it, but more importantly, he had his own plans. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it at the same time. This news could not be fake. Fang Yuan had become heaven-refining demon venerable, and Qi ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about it. Before this, Eastern Sea's righteous path had been supporting Qi ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist the variant human alliance under Fang Yuan. But the leaders of both sides were Fang Yuan. It could be said that the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path super clans were being toyed around by Fang Yuan. After Shin Songxing learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon, he felt uneasy and fearful. Shin clan was an Eastern Sea super force. They had a huge foundation and controlled the 7 seas. How could they face Fang Yuan? Previously, when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's super forces disregarded past grudges and allied together. They even elected Qi ancestor to stabilize the situation. Now that Fang Yuan had become a pseudo-venerable, Shin clan and the other super forces could not run away. Because their roots were in Eastern Sea, they could not migrate. Even if they migrated, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border and western desert, because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Fang Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be finished. Secondly, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerable leaders who could resist Fang Yuan. But there were many super forces there. How could outsiders like Shin clan have room to develop? They were bullied by Fang Yuan in Eastern Sea, but would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Shin clan sided with other venerables, when the chaotic war erupted, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shin Songxing gathered the clan's elite Gu immortals and discussed for a long time. They felt that surrendering to Fang Yuan now was the best choice. Even though it was shameful, Fang Yuan was a demon venerable after all, anyone would understand. After Shin Songxing made up his mind to join Fang Yuan, he thought further. Since they were going to join him, Shin clan would definitely benefit more if they were the first to do so. If Shin clan took the initiative to join forces with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, while also encouraging other Eastern Sea Righteous Path members to join Fang Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shin Songxing secretly reported this plan to Xianxia. Xianxia thought about it for a long time and felt that it was feasible. It was best to convince Lu Weiyin first. Xianxia felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had not met Lu Weiyin many times, they had a deep relationship. Xianxia had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor in southern border. According to the relationship between Central Continent sects, the two could be considered fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Xianxia had fought side by side without any conflicts. This time, after returning, Xianxia used human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If Lu Weiyin used earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once, Shin Songxing cried, while Xianxia drank tea at the side, waiting for Lu Weiyin's reaction. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He knew that Xianxia and Fang Yuan had an unclear relationship. During the Fate War, they had worked together to resist Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Xianxia left Divine Emperor City and fought against Celestial Court because of Fang Yuan's words. What about Lu Weiyin? Where should they go from here? Lu Weiyin had considered this question for a long time already. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the world was turned upside down again. The three venerables were in a stalemate, and there was the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, was clear of his position. Fighting against venerables was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were in a stalemate, they recruited Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables one after another. These people were the best chips that could tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the three venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the three venerables being in bad states and being wary of each other, they could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered, if Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The reason why I helped Fang Yuan ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was because I wanted to use Fang Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now, Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin would feel better. But the truth was that Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And Fang Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul mostly because of Lu Weiyin's desperate ambush. Xianxia observed his expression. He knew that Lu Weiyin could not calm down. He could understand Lu Weiyin's conflicted emotions. Xianxia did not speak. He had also received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Xianxia did not have such misgivings. He advised, in my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you took the initiative to help Fang Yuan because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final instructions. After pausing for a while, Xianxia continued, furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was the final attack. But that was only the final attack. The main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply to the sky. He had to nod and sigh. That makes sense. He smiled bitterly. The situation changed, the world changed. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I am just a floating duckweed. Even though Mushroom Man Blessed Land still exists, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are all Fang Yuan's hostages now. I am in a dilemma. I cannot calm my emotions. Xianxia, we have a deep friendship in battle. I wonder what you think. Can you teach me? I am all ears. Xianxia coughed twice. I won't hide it from you. I am likely going to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had an agreement with Lord Fang Yuan. Later, we worked together and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After working together several times, Lord Fang Yuan has not mistreated my Xin clan. Of course, to say that Fang Yuan is trustworthy? That is pure nonsense. He is a demon venerable after all. But Xin clan's foundation is still here. If we move now, the future is uncertain. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Xin clan had a huge foundation and many Gu Immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to sustain their cultivation and nurture new Gu Immortal seeds at the same time. Of course, every Gu Immortal had their own immortal aperture. But it was hard to be self-sufficient with just the resources in the immortal aperture. If that could be done, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be so prosperous. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials, the 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared, and the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too high. After hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Weiyin had a heavy expression. He nodded slowly. Brother Shen has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, I will follow you this time. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other. They muttered internally, old fox. Lu Weiyin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Xianxia's favor of healing him. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Xianxia coughed. It is for the best that you have made this decision. In the future, we will be able to look after each other. Xianxia quickly went along with it. He suggested using Xianxia and Lu Weiyin's names, with Xin clan as the leader, to contact the other Eastern Sea superforces and join Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed on the spot. Xianxia made the sick-sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Xianxia brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin back to the stone room to heal their injuries. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia's injuries were quite severe. A single treatment was definitely not going to be enough. Even if Xianxia used human path methods to remove the venerable Dao marks in their injuries, he would need to spend some time. On the morning of the next day, Xianxia set off and visited the other superforces. His contact work was going smoothly. Originally, these superforces were all based in Eastern Sea, but the superforces heard that Xianxia and Lu Weiyin were joining Feng Yuan. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength left in the world. Among these 3, Xianxia and Lu Weiyin were joining Feng Yuan, while the remaining Qi Si ancestor was the Righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader, Feng Yuan's Qi Path clone. This was too powerful of an example. Eastern Sea's other superforces followed suit. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Feng Yuan. Xiaxian, Xiajia, and the other Gu immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the Righteous Qi Alliance the moment Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu immortals were quite pitiful. Their foundation was first devoured by the variant human alliance, then they joined Qi Si ancestor and wanted to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si ancestor and Feng Yuan put on a show. They killed Xia Ruiji and the other important Xia clan Gu immortals. This demon Feng Yuan killed my clansmen and devoured my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will come back one day. Let's go, otherwise, Zui Xianwen will come to patrol us. Hehe, don't worry. For today's escape, I specially found a rare wine for Zui Xianwen. With his nature, he would be dead drunk by now. Xia clan's Gu immortals conversed while flying close to the sea, secretly leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zui Xianwen watched them from afar until they could no longer be seen. This old Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting agreeing to Qing Dingling's request. Right now, he was an inner member of Celestial Court, hiding in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Celestial Court had secretly instructed him a day ago to let these Xia clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zui Xianwen thought of Feng Yuan's venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. News of the first heavily injured Gu immortal on the verge of death arrived. The War Beast King's heart tightened. So fast? His heart felt even heavier. The more Gu immortals died, the lower the sovereign immortal aperture's resistance. If it reached a certain limit, it would cause an avalanche that could not be controlled. The Combat Beast King gritted his teeth. Send the message, Xiao He Tian doesn't need to rescue him. All desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts are to give up on rescuing him. First, he would do his best to ensure the safety of all the major cities. Next, he would secure the important resources. What results did the Wisdom Path Gu immortals deduce? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Gu immortals. I have not deduced half of it yet. After all, there are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Gu immortal said while sweating profusely. Show me the results first. The last generation War Beast King almost stomped his feet. The results were quickly obtained. The Combat Beast King immediately made his choice and Star Collection City mobilized all the Gu immortals. Oh? Wu Shuai was the first to receive this order. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then he slowly retreated. In a short period of time, while he was fighting against the flame monsters, the extreme marsh flowery mist swamp had been completely destroyed. More than half of the flame monsters remained. There were too many of them. Even with Wu Shuai's full strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. Now that the target of these flame monsters had been destroyed, they focused all their hostility on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreat, how could the flame monster spare him? They all chased after him. Wu Shuai led the way and met another Gu immortal along the way. This Gu immortal also had a Qi monster army behind him. The two Gu immortals met at the center, while the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought against each other. It really works. These calamities and tribulations weren't formed naturally, they were caused by my main body being struck by giant sun immortals' killer move because it's just a change in luck. Without Providence's unified command, it's like an army of billions without a marshal to lead them. We can use calamities to deal with calamities. Wu Shuai was delighted. This was the deduction result of the wisdom path Gu immortals. Some Gu immortals collected the acid rain, some Gu immortals directed the flowing heavenly river into the desert. With this, the sovereign immortal aperture situation finally eased. We've stabilized our footing. The last generation war beast king let out a breath of turbid air. In just a short time, his head was already drenched in sweat. The calamity was too fierce. If they reacted any slower, they would probably collapse. Thankfully, they fought against the calamities and tribulations. The Gu immortals managed to stabilize themselves. However, this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still happening everywhere, and only a small portion of them were able to consume each other. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was still being destroyed by the calamities and tribulations. With every breath of time, the losses were increasing. Supreme marsh flower mist, the tribulation clouds in the sky have completely dissipated. More than half of the tribulation clouds above the Needle Forest snowfield have dissipated. The dark blue graphite mine has been completely destroyed. The tribulation cloud has been defeated. Something's wrong. Something abnormal has happened. Report. There are more than 20 tribulation clouds in different parts of the small 5 regions. This is the earth-shaking heavenly tribulation. The beast king of the last generation had just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the bad news. Oh no. His face turned pale. Combining the information he had received, he had a map of the 5 minor regions in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation had appeared in all the key locations. Bam bam bam, yellow pillars of light shot out from the tribulation clouds. The pillars of light hit the ground and penetrated deep underground. The tribulation clouds surged as a large number of tribulation clouds entered the yellow pillars of light. The pillars of light suddenly lit up, this light flew down and went underground along the pillars of light. Boom, with a loud sound, the ground shook intensely. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shaking pillars of light in different parts of the 5 minor regions continued to attack, the ground shook even more intensely. The terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. Everywhere they went, the ground shook, mountains crumbled, rivers changed their course, and the sea roared. Giant Sun Immortal's method is luck path, it targets the immortal aperture's resources. Now that these resource points are either destroyed or suffering heavy losses, the earth vein stands out. Thus, there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations, they are surrounding all the earth vein nodes, trying to get rid of them. Wu Shuai's expression was cold. Even though the calamities and tribulations caused by Giant Sun Immortal were not controlled by Providence, at the end, there would be such changes. It was equivalent to making up for the lack of commanders. However, do you think the earth vein that we painstakingly built will be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating the formation. The earth vein formation activated, a grand aura spread rapidly. The earth-shaking tremors that were wreaking havoc underground were suppressed. Next, Star Collection City sent Gu immortals to various locations and started attacking the earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The giant heavenly light pillars broke one after another. The sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortals worked together and got through the current crisis. The tribulation clouds changed again, this time forming a beast calamity in various places. One after another, primordial desolate beast-level golden steel earth rats attacked the various nodes of the earth vein from all directions. 7 to 8 earth vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were exterminated, the remaining few were enslaved by Wu Shuai. The tribulation clouds changed again, they still targeted the earth vein. The immortals defended the earth vein with all their strength, working closely together. Even though the earth vein nodes continued to decrease, the situation was gradually turning for the better. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ever-changing, their target was still the Earth vein. This was a controllable factor, it gave the immortals a lot of convenience. There were more than 10 calamities and tribulations that targeted the Earth vein. After the immortals defended against them, most of the tribulation clouds that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture had already dissipated. However, just when the immortals thought they were about to pass, an aura that made all the living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture feel fear suddenly appeared. At first, this aura was very small. But soon, the aura grew stronger at the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Under the immortals' shocked and fearful gazes, a fire burned deep within the tribulation clouds. Black fire. The moment the black fire appeared, it burned the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds into nothingness. The black fire grew rapidly, lumps of black fire fell down continuously, wherever it went, be it the ground or the sky, everything was burned into nothingness. The immortals drew in a breath of cold air. The black fire was so terrifying, it was like the nemesis of all existences, the natural enemy. Isn't this the black fire from the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal has such a good method. Wu Shuai's heart jumped, even an existence like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing to say, the immortals quickly defended against the black fire. But none of their methods were effective. Even when Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit used their full strength, they could only destroy the surface of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was damaged to a certain extent, it would transform into black water or black lightning. Many Gu immortals were caught off guard and killed by the black calamity. At the crucial moment, Xianxia made his move. Don't panic. My main body also expected this situation, he instructed me to deal with it. Xianxia said as he activated the human path formation. The human path formation had the 1,000-wish tree, as well as the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam, lumps of white light slowly flew out of the formation. These lumps of light were huge, they flew to all parts of the mini-5 regions. Wherever there was a black fire, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire quickly dissipated, changing forms during this period, but no matter what type it was, it continued to dissipate within the white light. The white light's effect was very good, but the black fire continued to collide and expand. If this continues, it will be bad. Even though human path killer moves are effective, they cannot match the growth of the black fire. What should we do? The immortals panicked. Oh no, black fire has appeared on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The Earth vein formation is also being burned by the black fire. The situation was rapidly worsening. Xianxia, Wu Shuai, and the rest had a change of expression. The situation was going out of control. Fang Yuan's human path formation was also not working. What to do? The defending Gu immortals were already doing their best, but there was nothing they could do. They could only rely on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body continued to dodge. He was bathed in blood now, his hair was disheveled, one of his arms was severed, he was in a terrible state. Against the two venerables, he had no chance to counterattack and regain the initiative. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was forced to stop. One word could be used to describe Fang Yuan's current state, he was barely alive. Giant Sun Immortal's methods were truly powerful, he was taking drastic measures. The defending Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture could do nothing, they could only hope for Fang Yuan's main body to take action. But Fang Yuan could not find such an opportunity. The two venerables worked together like a torrential storm, he could barely breathe. I need to get rid of the black fire. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, if he ignored the black fire, his sovereign immortal aperture would be finished. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. Suddenly, a Qi path killer move arrived, temporarily blocking a venerable. This was the Qi Si clone's attack, he had finally broken free from the restriction. Here I come. Jean Budu shouted, without the responsibility of protecting Qi Si, he was freed, he charged forward and arrived in front of Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal killer move, Mortal Flame Smoke, he activated his method to first save the human path formation. Next, he cooperated with the human path formation to attack the scattered black fire. Lumps of burning white fire intertwined with the black fire, tearing at it. The main body's attack was truly extraordinary, the black fire's growth was immediately stopped. However, Jean Budu and Qixi Ancestor were both repelled. Paradise Earth's ally. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly, flying towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth breathed in deeply, using the killer move Heavenly Web again. With his help, Fang Yuan had a chance to breathe again. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Jean Budu and Qixi Ancestor came to reinforce again. Up until now, the two venerables had not taken Fang Yuan's life, they were frowning. The crazed demon formation became fewer and fewer, the venerables started to let loose. Their attacks became more terrifying, Fang Yuan could only escape in a sorry state. Immortal Gu House Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House, activating a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core, it could absorb the power of the black fire. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's stalemate finally turned for the better. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress held on for a while for Fang Yuan before it was destroyed by the two venerables. Die. After fighting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly used a ruthless killer move. Protect me. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he shouted in shock. At the crucial moment, Jean Budu flew over and used his body to block the killer move. Boom, with a loud sound, Jean Budu was torn to pieces, he died on the spot. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerable's hearts sank. In contrast, the morale of the Celestial Court's immortals rose greatly. Fang Yuan lost his main clone, Jean Budu, his immortal aperture was rapidly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, all the immortal Gu were sent to jewel yellow skies in time under the control of Jean Budu's will. But the black fire was still rampaging in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal attacked again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he could only command the Qixi clone to block the attack. The Qixi clone did not have a thick defense like Jean Budu, he would definitely die under Giant Sun Immortal's attack. But Fang Yuan could only choose to lose this clone for the safety of his main body. But at the next moment, the starry path shook and twisted, forming into a blue lump that trapped Qixi Ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal was caught off guard, his killer move landed on the starry path lump and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter sighed. Lu Wei-yin and the rest were shaken, this was the first time the two venerables had made a mistake in their cooperation since the start of the battle, they were truly too lucky, the Qixi clone managed to survive, he continued to protect Fang Yuan with his life. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture situation had only gotten slightly better, as long as Fang Yuan relaxed his efforts to save himself, he would lose control again, the entire Immortal Aperture would face destruction. With a loud sound, the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer dissipated completely, the final unified great world turned into nothingness, countless living beings became sacrifices. The door of life and death mixed with the immortal graveyard and flew over. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable caught them and stored them in her immortal aperture. At this point, of the 9 layers of Crazed Demon Cave, the first 7 layers were cleared by Fang Yuan, the 8th layer was completely gone, only the 9th layer was left. And in the Crazed Demon formation at the center of the 9th layer, only that final truthful floating ice piece was left. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics stood on the surface of the floating ice, activating Practice Gu together, seemingly carrying out the final sculpting. The hearts of all the immortals shook when they saw this, whereas, Fang Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. He had finally made it through the most difficult moment. As Fang Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal did not attack him again, they stood on the spot and looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly became subtle. The two venerables had originally joined forces to deal with these pseudo-venerables first. In the end, Fang Yuan used all kinds of methods and tried every possible way to survive. The plan of the two venerables had failed. Now, the immortality results were almost complete. The most important thing was to snatch this fruit, whoever tangled with these pseudo-venerables would create an opportunity for another venerable. We did it, we did it. The 3 eccentrics of the Crazed Demon Cave suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice. They were exhausted and paralyzed on the ground, but they were extremely excited. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble, the two venerables were in a deadlock for a while, when the starry path suddenly shook and Qin Dingling appeared. She activated her killer move again, attacking Giant Sun Immortal. At the same time, golden-hooped Immortal King appeared again, activating his golden hoop to trap Giant Sun Immortal. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable clearly had the advantage. As long as Giant Sun Immortal was hit by this method, the foundation of his combat system would be excavated, he would definitely fall into a disadvantage. Even if he missed, he would be delayed for a moment because he had to deal with Qing Ding Ling and golden-hooped Immortal King. With this moment of advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would probably maintain it until the end and snatch the immortality results. However, at the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly. Star Constellation Immortal, you have a good method, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Goo House shone brightly. Most of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Goo House had been placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal earlier. Giant Sun Immortal used it to escape. Fan Yuan and the rest also benefited from it. Since then, this Immortal Goo House had been participating in the Crazed Demon formation's operation until it was sent out. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not the truthful floating ice. After it was sent out, it hid itself deeply. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple. It had been participating in the Crazed Demon formation's operation. It was compatible with this world. Now that it was activated by Giant Sun Immortal, the Crazed Demon formation was immediately affected. Limitless chains became restless. This Star Constellation chessboard formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up forcefully fused with limitless chains. It also involved many pseudo-venerables including Fan Yuan. It was already close to its limits. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal burst out. Limitless chains finally broke free from the starry path, causing the whole Star Constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GUH. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. She suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal flew into the sky, rapidly closing the distance between him and the Crazed Demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain was like a lantern, but also like a birdcage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal's back, lightly shaking it. Giant Sun Immortal was immediately affected by countless emotions. His speed fell sharply. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out starlight specks as she chased after him. Bam bam bam, the two venerables fought, wind and thunder rumbled, ghosts and deities were shocked. Fortunately, this was the void, otherwise, nothing could exist. The two venerables were intertwined. They reached the final mountain-like truthful floating ice almost at the same time. Suddenly, the two venerables stopped at the same time, their expressions strange. Pangshan of Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics had woken up. He was originally extremely fat, but now he was emaciated, as if all the essence in his body had been squeezed out. What's going on? Why haven't we attained eternal life yet? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we don't have any strength left. Pangshan's gaze was unfocused, his condition was not right, he had a foolish expression as he muttered. Alerted by his voice, the other two immortals also woke up. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly as he collapsed on the ground. He cupped his fists towards the two venerables outside. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just a step away, no, half a step away. As long as either of you activate Practice Goo slightly, you can completely sculpt this truthful floating ice. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was no small matter. Whoever entered it would not be able to come out immediately. If they wanted to come out, they had to completely sculpt this truthful floating ice. But how could this be so easy? Right now, the 8th layer was destroyed. There were no other great worlds that could provide the Crazed Demon formation with fuel and clues. That was to say, if they wanted to sculpt this truthful floating ice, they would have to contribute their own strength. The amount of contribution was crucial. If they contributed too much, even if the venerable that entered the truthful floating ice seized the initiative, they would lose a lot of battle strength. In the end, another venerable that was in perfect condition might take advantage of it, be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. They had their worries, they could only pause and ponder. On the other side, the battle between the pseudo-venerables and Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like to block me? Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed sinisterly as he pointed with his finger. Bam bam bam, the Qi lump exploded, blowing Duke Tong into pieces, not even his bones remained. Spear forest. Che Wei shouted, countless spears shot out from the surroundings, forming a dense forest. Lu Weiyin charged forward, breaking through the spear forest and grabbing with his hand. A giant yellow hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without star constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Weiyin sighed, the giant yellow hand grabbed and turned Che Wei into meat paste. The celestial quartz goo immortals were inferior to pseudo-venerables after all. Earlier, even inside star constellation chessboard formation, these celestial quartz goo immortals could not resist pseudo-venerables, they died in battle frequently. After reviving in the immortal graveyard, they quickly rushed over to participate in the battle, creating a dangerous balance in the battlefield. But now, without star constellation immortal venerable controlling the situation, without star constellation chessboard formation, these celestial quartz goo immortals immediately collapsed, they were slaughtered, they could not stop the pseudo-venerables. Star constellation immortal venerable saw this and snorted coldly, immediately helping them. Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good chance, he immediately acted and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables fought again, the two Venerables were evenly matched, it was hard to determine the victor. Using this time to catch his breath, Giant Sun Immortal opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time, he transmitted, Bing Sai Chuan, go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal's orders and was about to enter. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, the lantern in her hand shook again. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum immediately stopped, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of controlling Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly clutched his chest as he knelt down, crying with his head lowered. He blamed himself as he sobbed, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's my fault, it's all my fault. If I were slightly stronger, I would have helped Master defeat the Celestial Court long ago and obtained the Eternal Life research results. What's the point of living? I failed Master's trust. Sob sob sob. I might as well die. Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated a killer move, he wanted to commit suicide. Giant Sun Immortal sighed as he took Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attack head-on, summoning Calamity Luck Altar back to his side. Golden aurora flowed, permeating Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. Bing Sai Chuan obtained Giant Sun Immortal's help, he broke free from his self-blaming emotions. He broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear, if not for Master's help, I would have committed suicide. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Master has been suffering from such terrifying emotions all this time? Thinking of this, the fear in Bing Sai Chuan's heart intensified. His expression was pale as he collapsed on the ground, his body was shivering like a leaf. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath, but he still felt suffocated. He was filled with fear, he was about to be scared to death. Giant Sun Immortal took action again, saving Bing Sai Chuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, she knew that Giant Sun Immortal was protective of his people, she also took advantage of the fact that Giant Sun Immortal did not have a method to revive his subordinates yet. Giant Sun Immortal avoided her for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. Even though these goo immortals were killed by Lu Weiyin and the rest, they soon revived in the Immortal Graveyard. Once these people came out of Star Constellation's Immortal Aperture, they split up and charged towards the truthful floating ice. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, he used all sorts of methods to kill all of these celestial court members. The two venerables restrained each other, they used all sorts of methods but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Xianxia. Courting death. Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly, golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Xianxia. Xianxia screamed as he quickly retreated, Paradise Earth and Lu Weiyin helped him with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore through his defenses one after another, but Xianxia was still hit. Xianxia cried out as he fainted on the spot, his injuries were terrifying, he was barely hanging on. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were enraged. They also knew the upper limit of their strength. Xianxia's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scale. They immediately joined forces. Xianxia's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to fish in troubled waters under their noses. The situation was in a deadlock. The two venerables restrained each other. Their attention was basically on each other. They let the pseudo-venerables watch from the sidelines. It was also wishful thinking for the pseudo-venerables to charge onto the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Xianxia, Paradise Earth, Qiju, and the rest also made their moves, they seized the opportunities created by the two venerables, but they all failed. Lu Weiyin was heavily injured. Paradise Earth had light injuries. They were breathing heavily. Xianxia woke up. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad. He retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity. He was in a good state. As for Feng Yuan, he rarely made a move. He mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire, but he had paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were lost. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and other secluded domains of heaven and earth that were attacked by the black fire were very damaged. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire. The number of Gu immortals was even higher. 60% of the Gu immortals died, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. With just this one tribulation, Feng Yuan was almost beaten back to his original state, and his foundation was lost by 70 to 80%. I only have 20% of my immortal energy left. Feng Yuan calculated in his heart. Even though he had time path methods to speed up immortal essence production and heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus's assistance, his consumption was too huge. Not mentioning all sorts of construction and immortal Gu refinement, just the continuous battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Feng Yuan's meticulous planning was of no use. There was no room for saving at all. It was very dangerous to use only 20% of his celestial core power to deal with two venerables who were in peak condition. Boom boom boom, the two venerables attacked. Their killer moves became stronger and stronger, surpassing their limits. The crazed demon formation continued to operate. Immediately, the limitless chain appeared out of thin air and shot towards the two venerables. As the two venerables defended against the limitless chains, their attacks became more ferocious. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through his limit and triggered the chain's counter. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced into a corner. She could only raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of the limitless chains. The situation gradually went out of control. The two venerables fought and competed with each other. The power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds or thousands of chains, but soon, the limitless chains multiplied by several times and joined the fight between the two venerables. The pseudo-venerables retreated. They were almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are fighting with all their might. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even if they know this is not right, they have no choice. The vicious competition has already begun. What should we do? If this goes on, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a venerable. We, the pseudo-venerables, do not even have the qualifications to observe the battle. The pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, do you have a good plan? Feng Yuan's expression was pale, his aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time, a change occurred. After the killer moves of the two venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily injured. Cracking sounds could be heard as countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three monsters of Crazed Demon Cave were heavily injured. Among them, Pang Shan even died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood, but he shouted anxiously. His expression was distorted. He did not have the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal. What are you doing? You fools. This is the fruit of eternal life, only one person needed to activate practice Gu, but you destroyed it. Not Immortal pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at the two venerables as he cursed, falling into hysterical madness. The pseudo-venerables' expressions were unsightly, but the two venerables did not care. The eternal life research results were destroyed, their hearts shook. But they could not stop. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party and suffer a huge loss. The two venerables were evenly matched. Once they suffered a huge loss, the outcome would be affected. The outcome would not only affect the eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Whether it was Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who won, it would affect the reputation of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. It could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also an option. But if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the eternal life research results, sending someone to complete the final step and take the eternal life research results. Thus, they absolutely could not retreat. Although the eternal life research results were slightly damaged, they were still mostly intact. But if they continued fighting like this, neither venerables would retreat. If they could not decide the victor, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not give up. Even if they failed in the end, it was better than the enemy succeeding. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted, "Celestial Court is our common enemy, help me, we will split the eternal life research results equally, just like Primordial Domain." The immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Fang Yuan not long ago. But now, he actually asked to cooperate. Was Giant Sun Immortal so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest, shouting, "Fang Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you, they had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't we work together?" Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this, were all venerables like this, but very quickly, the immortals accepted this seemingly absurd reality. A venerable's strength far surpassed pseudo-venerables, but Fang Yuan was not ordinary. Not long ago, even when the two venerables joined forces, he still managed to survive. This showed Fang Yuan's strength. Right now, the two venerables were in a deadlock, but Fang Yuan had enough bargaining chips. Whichever side he bet on, the other side would fall into a disadvantage. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage was enough to determine victory or defeat. Even if the venerables still had backup plans, it would not be a loss to rope in Fang Yuan to offset their trump cards. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Great plan, venerables. It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford it?" Fang Yuan was not afraid now. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The calamity had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be in ruins, but the situation was completely different now. No venerable would foolishly find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, without the burden of the black fire tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan could last for some time. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan had fallen out, but he took the initiative to make up for it because Giant Sun Immortal was strong, while Fang Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court had deep enmity, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed work together. Why not? Fang Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had fallen out, they could not easily work together. They were very wary of each other, unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world and forced them to think that working together was more beneficial. Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, "Fang Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable followed up, "I can also give you all of my primordial domain, my wisdom path true inheritance, and Genesis Lotus Wood path true inheritance can also be traded." Not just Fang Yuan, but also Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, Qi Ju, and everyone else. Everyone knows the magnanimity of my celestial court. I swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared blankly at the truthful Floating ice with white eyes. The truthful floating ice was covered in cracks in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me that attack completely destroyed this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal hugged his head as he shouted. The Immortal stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered, the crystal-like fragments flew everywhere before dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice block was left. This human-shaped ice block's shape and outline were very vague, but after a few breaths of time, it became vivid and lifelike. After another few breaths of time, it turned into flesh and blood. Eventually, under the Immortal's dumbfounded gazes, the human-shaped ice block turned into a goo Immortal. It has always been crazed demon Tao addict. Bound to ask the universe of yin and yang. Millions of years of planning and accumulation. Today, Limitless shall attain eternal life. This Immortal finished chanting and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth was in disbelief. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was speechless. Author's note, let me make a small breakthrough today, roar roar. The most shocked was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had a deep understanding of Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless formation. After countless investigations, she could not find any traces of Limitless Revival's arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal also had the same result as her. Precisely so, the two Venerables fought so fiercely. But the truth was right in front of them, Limitless Demon Venerable had truly revived. Don't tell me, if the final truthful floating ice sculpture succeeds, Limitless Demon Venerable will revive and achieve eternal life? Feng Yuan was also shaken. Feng Yuan could clearly sense that Limitless Demon Venerable's aura far surpassed the other two Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt it even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they felt like they were facing a towering mountain or a vast ocean. This is a discrepancy in the historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass Venerable and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with golden light. His current state is very strange, his aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other before attacking at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable fiercely. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly, his chains danced in the air and easily negated the two Venerables' attacks. The two Venerables' hearts shook, their battle intent did not diminish, instead, they unleashed even fiercer killer moves. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended and did not attack. After a few rounds, the two Venerables could not even injure a hair of Limitless. Limitless roared lightly as he waved his hands. At once, space shook as Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated. Paradise Earth, Feng Yuan, and the rest did not dare to stay, they retreated far away. At once, within 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than Not Immortal and Secret Schemer, there was no one else. Giant Sun's expression was grim. Star Constellation's gaze was deep and flickering with starlight, she was clearly deducing with all her strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly, friends, I do not want to be enemies with you. I have obtained 1,000,000 years of eternal life, but I have yet to verify it. How do we verify it? Giant Sun Immortal asked. Everyone, please take a look. The Limitless Demon Sovereign turned slightly. All the immortals widened their eyes. A small hole appeared where the Limitless Demon Venerable was originally standing. Through the hole, the Goo Immortals saw chaos. It was black, but it was not black. To say that it was white was definitely not white. Say it is light, it is light. If you say it is dark, it is also dark. It was not accurate to describe it with any words in the world. Because chaos was just chaos. The primal chaos was a catastrophe. You lunatic, you actually broke through the world boundary again, aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal loudly berated. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also spoke solemnly, Limitless, I know of your ambitions, But if you insist on destroying the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life and the celestial court, I will eliminate you. Don't be impatient, the loophole is not big. I just want to test the results of eternal life. Even though we venerables are invincible in the world, we are still plagued by calamities and tribulations, and that is this chaos. Among the venerables here, who has not been injured by the chaos? Who has not suffered because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has existed for 1,000,000 years, whether the eternal life research results that were deduced succeed or not, there is an obvious standard. Saying so, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly stretched out his arm into the hole. The other venerables and Gu immortals subconsciously held their breaths, staring at him. Limitless Demon Venerable did not use any killer moves, he only used his body as an experiment. He was truly too daring. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not dare to do this. Even though they could last in the chaos for some time, that was under the condition that they used all their strength to defend. For people like Limitless Demon Venerable who did not have any defensive measures, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable only needed to touch a drop of chaos to be completely erased. Unless they cut off their losses in time. Limitless Demon Venerable stretched his arm in calmly. After a while, he pulled his arm back. His arm was completely black, it looked like charcoal formed after a tree was burned to ashes. But when he clenched his fist, the charcoal on the surface instantly turned into ashes, vanishing completely, revealing a smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal opened his mouth wide, he said in a daze, "Is this the attainment of eternal life?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed, "I understand now, why did I not deduce it? Back then, when you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had been using the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had almost destroyed the world because he created a huge loophole. And the deepest part of Limitless Crazed Demon Formation was to create a small loophole in the world boundary. Once the Crazed Demon Formation was shaken, this small loophole would turn into a huge loophole, it would be a huge problem. The entire Gu cultivation world might be destroyed because of this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's evaluation of Limitless as a lunatic was not wrong at all. For over 1,000,000 years, the entire world had been on the brink of destruction. All of this was caused by Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm as he sighed lightly, replying to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "In the previous life, I had already reached the end of my path. I asked the Heavenly Tao, there was simply no possibility of eternal life. I was restrained by fate Gu, I racked my brains and finally created Crazed Demon Cave after racking my brains. I had no choice but to think of this method. But to be safe, I pulled in the Celestial Court. With you around, even if the Crazed Demon Formation has a loophole and the loophole expands, your Celestial Court will definitely do its best to patch it up." Once he said this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression be good? She realized now that when Limitless Demon Venerable made a bet with her, he did not just want to use her wisdom path attainment, he also wanted to use the power of the Celestial Court to deduce a new heaven path research result. He also wanted to pull in the Celestial Court as the final insurance. Once something happened in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court would be used by Limitless Demon Venerable to clean up his mess. But with the Celestial Court's standpoint, they would definitely do their best to patch the loophole, and they would be very willing to do so. But Limitless Demon Venerable continued, "This is not eternal life. Don't you think so?" Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth nodded expressionlessly. Fang Yuan had a vague realization, the true realm of eternal life was to be unharmed by chaos. But Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that level. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head as he sighed. He looked at Demon Immortal Qiju, "Qiju, can you lend me a hand?" Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly, "Why should I help you?" Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu and smiled, "This Immortal Gu was prepared for you, Qiju, I have waited over 1,000,000 years for this moment." Demon Immortal Qiju laughed heartily, tears were flowing out of his eyes, "My revival was indeed within your calculations." Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Lamentable, too lamentable. He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was mocking himself. He lost to Limitless Demon Venerable, he was filled with resentment and unwillingness. After rebirth, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju quietly. He waved his hand as Practice Gu flew towards the latter. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene that was etched deeply in his memories. Limitless, have you asked me before you want to become a venerable? With me around, you want to become a venerable. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's sneak attack on Limitless succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would have no chance of defeating him. This battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Then, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju lost. His eyes were bloodshot as he screamed at Limitless Demon Venerable, "You clearly passed the tribulation and became a venerable long ago. Why did you seal your cultivation level and fight to the death with me?" Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood. There were several times during the intense battle when he was on the brink of death. He smiled lightly, "Because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am truly on the brink of death can I truly understand the relationship between a Tao Guardian and a venerable." Ha ha ha, the truth proves that my guess was right. Tao Guardian, I already know the secret of a Tao Guardian. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stared with wide eyes. To verify this guess, you disregarded your own life? Even after becoming a venerable, you are invincible in the world? Limitless Demon Venerable nodded. Even if I become a venerable, I will only have 1 layer of cultivation level. Compared to this, exploring the Great Tao is more enticing. Limitless, oh Limitless, you have not changed your personality even after 1,000,000 years. You are still limitless. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at Limitless Demon Venerable and scolded. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled, "Just like how I am limitless, you are still Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, isn't that so?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth, as if he was powerless from anger. He grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. "You are right, I am still me. Come." Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. "Good. You are my Tao Guardian, our fates are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of a Tao Guardian, a venerable can advance further and break through to the realm of eternal life." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju gritted his teeth. "Then let me see what true eternal life is." Saying so, he activated Practice Gu. The light of Practice Gu enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. From the size of a normal person, he became a 10 feet tall giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was dispirited. His aura fell to rock bottom. He had no choice but to stop using Practice Gu. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed. He was no different from a normal person. But it was clear that Limitless Demon Venerable's current strength had reached an unfathomable level. Because even under the investigative killer moves of the Immortals, he was still like a normal person. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth's Immortals did not move. They watched quietly. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Limitless Demon Venerable breathed in deeply. He stretched his arm into the hole in the world boundary again. A moment later, he pulled back his arm. It was intact. The entire place was silent. Even Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Limitless Demon Venerable's unscathed arm and palm. They fell into deep shock. After Gu cultivators become immortals, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it appeared, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They had to use all their strength to fight for survival. Ordinary Gu immortals might not know, but all the Venerables had gone through the test of chaotic disasters. They knew how terrifying these tribulations were. Right now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it with his own body. He did not even use any defensive methods. He directly resisted the chaos and was unscathed. This scene shocked all the Venerables present. As for people like Feng Yuan who knew about it, because he had not experienced it personally, his feelings were not as deep as the Venerables. "You did it." After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant Son Immortal was silent. No, he has not. This is not true eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with a firm expression and tone. The immortals turned to look at him. That's right, he has not. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable added, his expression suddenly showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and inhaled. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk, they drew in deep breaths. If Venerables were like infants, chaos was like fire. Earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable's arm went into the chaos, he was using his body to bathe the fire. Now, he was even more reckless, he was directly devouring the fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable devoured a large amount of chaos, he sat down cross-legged. At the same time, chaos continued to leak out of the hole, it was like a torrent that washed over his head, shoulders, and body. Limitless Demon Venerable used his killer move for the first time, a powerful aura burst out, the immortals present were all shaken. Everyone watched quietly, they knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge, he wanted to charge towards the true and complete immortality realm. Ever since he was young, he had always been curious. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. She wanted to understand everything, wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought. His identity as a venerable one had never made him feel proud. He had once walked to the top of the world, to the end of the world. He still wanted to leave, however, there was no way out. Thus, he painstakingly plotted to cooperate with Star Constellation. He pulled the entire Goo cultivation world and risked his life to create the crazed demon formation he had accumulated for over 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth, the road was long gone. He opened his legs and stepped into the endless darkness with all his might. He wanted to carve out a path, this was the final charge. Limitless had used all his strength, a long time passed, but it also felt like only a few breaths. Who? Black flame suddenly spurted out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortals' hearts shook. Then, the Limitless Demon Sovereign slowly opened his eyes and looked at the immortals. I failed. No. Me too. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted as he attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Goo. A profound light shot out of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and landed on Limitless Demon Venerable. The black flames on Limitless Demon Venerable's body extinguished rapidly. Limitless Demon Venerable obtained a breather, he laughed and shook his head. Chi-Ju, stop. If I don't use all my strength, how will I know the result? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju retorted angrily, are you willing to give up like this? True eternal life. I also want to see it, I also want to see it. Limitless Demon Venerable sighed, he had a complex expression at this moment. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. Do you still not understand? Eternal life has never existed. At the next moment. Bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless truthful floating ice pieces. No! Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time, it was like they had lost their parents. Limitless Demon Venerable failed, because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was too deeply involved with him. The primal chaos instantly found him, he vanished into thin air, a grand pseudo-venerable could not even last for 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos great disaster was evident, the immortals were still in a daze. This battle in crazed demon cave that involved almost all the venerable schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this. Star Constellation Immortal revived, Giant Sun Immortal revived, Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength, but he still failed. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life, it was an extravagant hope. No, did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer hugged his head in a daze, there is no eternal life, hee, there is no eternal life, hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit, is there no other path ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were the biggest doubt of all the immortals right now. Nobody could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified, his attainment in this aspect clearly surpassed all the immortals. But he died. He failed. He lost his life in the chaotic disaster. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh, right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Fang Yuan suddenly made a move and snatched a piece of truthful floating ice. The immortals were jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died. He turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion actually remained. The chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by limitless crazed demon formation. They were absolutely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable died, but his million years of hard work was not just a bubble that burst. He still left behind abundant results. Snatch. There was nothing much to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble, large numbers of killer moves burst out, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth split. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. However, the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice floes were undamaged, and they were still shining brightly. This was normal. The chaotic disaster could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of the Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables could not do anything to them either. Rumble, the scene was chaotic. Killer moves affected each other. The immortals were hindering each other. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gave a furious roar. Golden aurora filled the sky as light burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Fang Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables dodged in panic. The golden aurora suddenly formed a whirlpool that swept one of the truthful floating ice pieces into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, scattering a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars. Their starlight was dazzling as they collided with the golden aurora, destroying both. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was swept into the golden aurora regained its freedom. It floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. All of the remaining floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to snatch away half of this eternal life research result. How could that be possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Wei-yin suddenly made a move, aiming at the nearest truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly appeared out of nowhere and sent Lu Wei-yin flying. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. He wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, but the golden light was like needles that almost pierced his body. The two Venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Fang Yuan and Lu Wei-yin were both stopped. At once, the Pseudo-Venerables stopped fighting. They were waiting for a new opportunity when the two Venerables fought. The hole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he could suppress this small hole. But after his death, the strength he left behind weakened rapidly. Even though the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal took a glance at the hole in the world boundary, saying calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation, why don't we stop fighting and get rid of these Pseudo-Venerables first, then fix the hole and divide the truthful floating ice piece? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, using her actions to give the most direct response. At once, starlight danced and shot everywhere, all attacking Fang Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Fang Yuan and the rest blocked left and right, escaping in a sorry state. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two Venerables could attack freely. Of course, they did not use their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were in great danger. They were struggling at the edge of life and death. If we can't hold on, the two venerables will not be able to compete. Everyone, I will retreat first. Fang Yuan shouted, pulling Qi ancestor and leaving the ninth layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the ninth layer left. With Fang Yuan's retreat, the two venerables could not chase after him. Because whoever chased after him would give the other venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on fighting for the truthful floating ice piece, because now, as long as either of the two venerables made a move and blocked the ninth layer, it would be very difficult for the pseudo-venerables who had retreated to come in. As long as they could stall for some time, the two venerables could keep the truthful floating ice piece, then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. The others can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice piece that you snatched earlier. This is not something you can take away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their attitude clearly. Among the Gu Immortals present, Fang Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Fang Yuan obtained was very large. It occupied at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice piece. At this moment, the two venerables worked together to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was incomparable to now. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to use reverse flow protection seal again. Reverse flow river was almost completely used up earlier, but during this rest period, the river water in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture recovered a little. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, reverse flow protection seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They just needed to use some ingenious methods and some time to deal with it. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent, we have to work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded, Fang Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Fang Yuan's safety. Instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal targeted the largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path Method to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme, the two venerables could not detect it. After activating it, it was extremely fast. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, but she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the Immortals' hearts. The Immortals' expressions changed, they resisted with difficulty. Fang Yuan used Fortitude Gu, Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light, all sorts of killer moves were activated and attacked all the Gu Immortals. Giant Sun Immortals methods, Qi Ancestors and Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone here. Her complexion quickly paled, and the starlight around her dimmed. The 10 billion thoughts in her mind were consumed in an instant, and she was close to drying up. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain. Limitless chains appeared again and pulled a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, but there was an immortal goo inside. This immortal goo was not discovered by anyone except star constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of this immortal goo, she was willing to give up on the biggest truthful floating ice for the time being, and wanted to obtain this small piece first. After taking this immortal goo, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move and put away Book Mountain to defend herself. She behaved wisely. Giant Sun Immortal could no longer suppress it. In the next moment, he let out a loud roar. Golden light shot out in all directions as he fiercely counterattacked. The attacks were rampant. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave. She was in a pitiful state. Giant Sun Immortal also took the opportunity to collect a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest piece, it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal knew that he could only suppress star constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, he would not be able to collect the biggest truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely. Because they were using all their strength to collect the truthful floating ice, they had no other choice. This also gave the pseudo-venerables a good opportunity. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth both collected 3 or 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Xianxia, Lu Weiyin, and Qixi also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean, only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables were heavily injured, they tried to attack but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time and attacked the pseudo-venerables again. This time, they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-venerables all had some truthful floating ice. Eh? The two Venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-venerables. At this moment, Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength. Almost every breath of time, his strength was increasing, his aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 venerable level. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. So that's it. Paradise Earth, you cultivate Heaven Path in this body. This truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path. You can actually draw strength from it and raise your cultivation level. You have amazing methods. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise. At the same time, killing intent rose in her heart. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth would rather give up on Fang Yuan to obtain a piece of truthful floating ice, so this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the flaw of being forced to revive early and become a venerable again. But this time, he was not a venerable of Earth Path, but the extremely special Heaven Path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path venerable, his strength would become the strongest in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Goo was destroyed, the two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have another Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two Venerables joined forces for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two Venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others, "Friends, please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Xianxia hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into jewel yellow skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from jewel yellow skies and immediately used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly, he was only a step away from becoming a venerable. "I am just one step away, Fang Yuan." Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan sneered, "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance from jewel yellow skies, as well as all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Fang Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to jewel yellow skies. the two sides quickly made a transaction. Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth. After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up, endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying. He was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Xianxia, Lu Weiyin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like a drop in the bucket. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again, but at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed, the backlash arrived. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. Quickly save him! Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped, they quickly followed suit. The two venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this, they chased after him. The pseudo-venerables used their full strength without regard for their own safety. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Starlight hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted, veins popped out on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken, his body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth was hanging on to his final breath. At this time, Qi made a move to protect Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly came to Paradise Earth's side. Fang Yuan! Lu Weiyin and Xianxia's hearts shook, the light of hope flashed in their eyes. The two venerables' expressions sank. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Fang Yuan's palm slammed on Paradise Earth's back, penetrating his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Fang Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Before dying, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide as he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm. Rest in peace, Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with grievance. Everyone was shocked. The two venerables looked at Fang Yuan with a strange expression. Lu Weiyin's lips trembled as he broke the silence, shouting at the top of his lungs, Fang Yuan, what did you do? Fang Yuan, you. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi Ancestor was hovering beside Fang Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Fang Yuan. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. It was too reckless. Something is wrong. Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned slightly, remaining silent. The two venerables watched as Fang Yuan calmly stored Paradise Earth's corpse into his sovereign immortal aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. Fang Yuan, what are we going to do now? Xianxia asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables? Lu Weiyin stomped his feet as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, simple, I just need to become a venerable, right? Saying so, his aura was no longer concealed, it was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. Stop pretending. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly, Qi tide surged and blocked all the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal also attacked. Countless golden needles rained down like a storm. Fang Yuan waved his hand, red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Weiyin, Xianxia, and even Fang Yuan's Qi clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Fang Yuan blocked all of them, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable? GU Alliance, 8588488609. Any alliance leader who is a GU venerable has the right to enter this group, regardless of the book. After entering the group, please verify your identity as the alliance leader with the administrator. Just take a screenshot. Also, this time's explosive update has ended. A total of 6 chapters have been updated, 5 chapters have been repaid. The remaining targets were: first place in the logo design competition, Lu Menghan Bing, Book Friend 20181210224945184184, Sky Origin Ocean, Handsome Jiechi, Desolate Ancient Moon, Jade Heart Taoist, Refreshing Breeze Smelling Immortal Drunk, Bright Moon Calling Dreams, Big, 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 Li Zi, This Glory is Shining Because of You. Time can easily leave people behind. Eat a melon. 3 stars illuminate the world. Reality Charm Life. God Taz. There are also 15 more updates. The calculations are definitely correct, because I was not the one who did it. There were also other things. This book has been adjusted with more updates. Cancel the Alliance Leaders update system. Use monthly votes to update. 2,000 monthly votes and above. Every 1,000 monthly votes will add 1 chapter. Recently, I have not been eating well, sleeping well, and not playing Hearthstone. I just want to have a good new year, and use all my spare time to write. The result is today's explosive update. My hands are really bad, especially when there are too many characters and clues. It is really hard to write. If I write too fast, I can't guarantee the quality. For example, singing poems, those are my little efforts. The current level is completely the result of me going through the liver life formation and writing after my seed burst. I have reached my limit. The crux is that I live in fear every day, afraid that a new alliance will appear. All the alliance leaders are too enthusiastic, and are unable to follow the promise of 1 update per alliance, crying. Thus, I adjusted the policy and stopped adding updates for new alliance leaders. Actually, the alliance leaders did not add more at the beginning, but halfway through, they were mysteriously influenced. Of course, to compensate the alliance leaders, and to provide better benefits for the alliance leaders, after discussing with the management team, we decided to create a GU World Alliance Leader group, and the following 3 benefits. 1. Alliance Leaders exclusive custom logo. I specially found a designer to design it. 2. My handwritten, smile, Alliance promotion card. If you want it, please enter the group and register your address. 3. I will enter the group at least twice a month to communicate with the alliance leaders. 4. Currently confidential. Rumble, Fang Yuan's killer moves were unleashed, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Fang Yuan become a venerable? Lu Weiyin and Xianxia watched as Fang Yuan fought against the 2 venerables with complex expressions. They asked Qixi Ancestor anxiously. Qixi Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I don't know either. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia were speechless. How did Fang Yuan conceal his strength so deeply? He even deceived his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also remained silent. Because the 2 of them discovered that Fang Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than theirs. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The 2 venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light surged into the sky with terrifying might. Fang Yuan gave a light shout. He activated his methods and forcefully suppressed the golden light. The Dao marks on him far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest's hearts jumped. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sucked in a breath of cold air, concentrating as he activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Fang Yuan's head. Initially, Fang Yuan's luck was not exposed at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see a cooking luck pot. But soon, Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Fang Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver light pillar standing in the sky. It was grand and condensed. The silver light pillar's foundation was a brown tomb. Most of it had already dissipated, only some remnants were left. The Giant Sun Immortal sighed inwardly. This is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can help the silver light pillar stabilize its foundation. On the other hand, it can also be seen as digging and replacing Fang Yuan's foundation. It was originally the greatest hidden danger to Fang Yuan's providence. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise, the hidden danger disappeared. The remaining graves are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fang Yuan has not completely digested. The Giant Sun Immortal looked up and saw the top of the silver pillar of light. Giant Sun Immortal had already peeked into Fang Yuan's luck when they had formed an alliance. Compared to before, the top of Fang Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. Instead, it directly pierced through, truly indomitable. At most, the 3 clouds revolved around the top of the silver pillar of light. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hide him, Fang Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned red-golden color. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clouds were at the bottom. They seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal's mind moved again. Is this a hint that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly escaping from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable being able to control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already an unprecedented feat, but it was unrealistic to completely control a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control, what will happen? Regardless, in terms of luck, Fang Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his luck path methods. He was finally convinced now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Fang Yuan with some anger. How did Fang Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression, it seemed rank 9 was nothing special. What did he treat Venerables as? If rank 9 Venerables could be achieved so easily, then what was he, Giant Sun Immortal? What were the Venerables of the past? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Fang Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness. When in the world did he become a Venerable? Did he have such cultivation level from the start? All the signs point to this. He became a Venerable at a certain point in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But, his attainment level is clearly insufficient. During the battle in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both attacked Fang Yuan and destroyed the Refinement Path Primordial Domain. Wait. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. He retreated while looking at Fang Yuan. Does Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance contain Refinement Path true meaning? Actually, you already have sufficient Refinement Path attainment level. Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the consecutive attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to scatter flying stars. Stardust flew out like lightning, hitting Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the impact. He almost fell forward. He straightened his back and stretched his hand towards his back. Starlight was shining brightly on his back. They were the down marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Fang Yuan, all of these down marks turned into his own. The power of rank 9 Refinement Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Fang Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare for her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive attacks. And the crucial point of consecutive attacks was the down marks left behind by the flying stars. With these down marks, the subsequent flying stars could deal more and more damage to the target. But now, Fang Yuan directly turned these down marks into his own. The flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Fang Yuan, she would be helping the enemy. Fang Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and counterattacked. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it, she could only retreat for now. This Refinement Path killer move is used to perfection. Fang Yuan was prepared for it. But he had been restraining himself until now. When he is rank 9 and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture, he finally took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced Fang Yuan's true craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago. It was impossible for Fang Yuan to not use it just because he had not advanced to rank 9. If Fang Yuan had used it earlier, it would have been very effective, but he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the flying star killer move. During the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a certain truth at this moment. She blurted out, "Fang Yuan, you did it on purpose during the battle in Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy Refinement Path Primordial Domain. You were feigning weakness to make us look down on you even more." Giant Sun Immortal heard this and had a flash of inspiration. He glared at Fang Yuan even more angrily. Fang Yuan was still smiling. He said plainly, "Star Constellation, you overestimate me." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, "Fang Yuan, don't try to deceive me. Regardless of whether Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has Refinement Path true meaning or not, before you entered Primordial Domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grandmaster. After coming to Primordial Domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of Refinement Path Primordial Domain, you could still become a Supreme Grandmaster with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your Venerable Ascension plan on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to advance to Venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the Heavenly Tao and undergo tribulation. It is very risky, you need to choose your timing carefully. Once you publicly become a Supreme Grandmaster, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you advance to Venerable quickly, the three realms are not united yet. The success of limitless eternal life is still far away, you still need to wait. Adding on the countermeasure of limitless, even if your strength increases after advancing to Venerable, you will not be able to use it. Thirdly, you are not a Venerable, you will be subconsciously ignored by us Venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-Venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Finally, back then, in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know to what extent I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you have been concealing your methods, waiting until the situation becomes clear, and after we exhaust each other's methods, we will fight for the final victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Fang Yuan's attacks while analyzing, exposing Fang Yuan's schemes to everyone present. Be it Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable to compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He tried to advance to Venerable Realm under the eyes of the two Venerables, but was heavily injured by the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis and immediately understood. With a loud roar, he stepped on Golden Aurora and counterattacked Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. The enemy was ferocious, Fang Yuan evaded for the moment. Giant Sun Immortal chased after him, shouting, "Back then, I entered the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also entered, what a great scheme. If you had stayed outside, you would have had to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven." Back then, because of the arrangements of the Celestial Court, the door of life and death was closely connected to the Immortal Graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate it. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still entered the door of life and death. Because he had his own trump card. When he used blood path methods to revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would be healed. Giant Sun Immortal had been trying to use this trump card to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had deep foundations, he had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the Immortal Graveyard, he had to start from the door of life and death. By entering the door of life and death, he could find out the true relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he could destroy this relationship and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They could work together. If possible, he would take the door of life and death for himself, with all sorts of plans. Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death allowed him to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods regarding emotions. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really have no way to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the Eternal Life research results still needed some time to brew, and he had already left a surveillance method in the Crazed Demon formation to monitor the Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, at that time, the Crazed Demon Cave was a three-way struggle. In addition to the Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, the Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and the Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Land. In the end, in this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely, leaving him with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. Paradise entered the gate of life and death. Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left this place. Even though they did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom, Fang Yuan retaliated. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken and forced back. The Giant Sun Immortal let out a low roar. Fang Yuan, you want to see Paradise being forced to reincarnate ahead of time, right? What great acting skills, great acting skills. After exiting the gate of life and death, I fell into Qin Ding Ling's trap and fell into a disadvantageous position. I needed your help, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. You fell for her trap on purpose. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu elevation. This way, the Qi-Si clone would be restricted and Zhang Budu would not be able to leave. You just sat there and watched as we exhausted each other. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was still an immortal zombie back then. He was suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was destroyed. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had his biggest trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not use it because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth made a move. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly. Instead, he tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately rescued Fang Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's thoughts were quite unfathomable. However, after Fang Yuan was rescued, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Ding Ling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card to revive completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Ding Ling, but how could this be concealed from Giant Sun Immortal? His mind was clear. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was thus attacked by two Venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but he was still hit in the end. His sovereign immortal aperture suffered a calamity and tribulation. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted. It was at that time, when your immortal aperture was hit and your aura was mixed up, you used the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade, adding calamity upon calamity and deceiving everyone. You finally passed the tribulation and became a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. He thought that he had succeeded in his plan. He had detected the decline of Fang Yuan's luck and the aura of calamity and tribulation on his body. To think that Fang Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the heavenly Tao blockade, breaking through an even greater calamity and tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal's methods, he could not create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant of the chaotic calamity. Fang Yuan did not speak, he attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued, you became a venerable right under our noses just like that. I had thought that you were not proficient in concealment techniques, but to think that you had such astonishing attainment in this aspect, you were able to conceal your cultivation level all along. You actually deceived me, you deceived Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, Paradise Earth was also deceived by you. Fang Yuan, this great swindler, actually managed to deceive them to the end. The Venerables were all fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other, they were filled with shock. The fight between the Venerables was getting more intense, they were gradually using their full strength, they could not interfere. The Qi-Si clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Fang Yuan, who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Xianxia had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration. After all, Fang Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable. He even suppressed the two great existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Xianxia were furious. The two of them had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death could be said to be mostly due to Fang Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his biggest secret in the end. He could absorb and digest the truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fang Yuan had purposely transacted with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly, he was trying to provoke the two venerables to attack Paradise Earth with full force. But in the end, the two venerables' attacks helped Fang Yuan instead, allowing Fang Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Devious, sinister, and vicious, these words circulated in Xianxia and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all directed at Fang Yuan. Rumble, the golden aurora retreated, the starlight dimmed. Fang Yuan's aura was unparalleled. He was like a tiger that could devour everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt bitter in their mouths. They had fought until now, they had expended a lot of energy, their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there, they had not been healed yet. In contrast, Fang Yuan had been restraining himself and concealing his strength. He was too scheming. Boom, the three venerables fought again. Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two venerables were defeated, they coughed out blood, their injuries worsened. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe, his hair fluttered in the wind as he rampaged in the battlefield, his aura overwhelming the mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand. He suddenly chanted, "Early in life, I knew the difficulties of the world, yet I still allow myself to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blow along the way, my body feels like cotton floating in the sea of life, I travel alone. Tempered by the heart of iron, racking my brains to forge a sword. Today, my sword points to the clouds, refine goo, refine humans, and even refine heaven." Fang Yuan's attacks were like raging waves. They engulfed the entire battlefield and the 8 extreme directions of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them, they were forced to retreat. Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand, the final truthful floating ice flew towards him. "Don't even think about it." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the last moment. The door of life and death burst out with a strong suction force. Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time. A killer move landed on Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan wanted to take the truthful floating ice, he exposed a flaw. He was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, joy and surprise on their faces. But at the next moment, Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, a killer move that used the three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores was activated by Fang Yuan. A path of life formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan returned to the battlefield in an instant, leaving the furious spectral soul demon Venerable behind in the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded. Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids twitched. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Fang Yuan to come up with when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan tried to evade it with a troubled expression. He eventually declared that the deduction was a failure. But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw Fang Yuan's proficiency in using this move. He had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan already had this move, but he still used Danghun Luopa Seal to stall Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed softly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out. He was still in a violent mood. His mind was in a mess. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was extremely chaotic. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luopa Seal. With one attack, Fang Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his Dao marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. Fang Yuan roared as he chased after them, finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice. Star Constellation, I have tried my best. Suddenly, Verdant Great Sun's sigh could be heard from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, spectral soul demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roars and anger stopped abruptly. He gave up on Feng Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom. With a loud sound, spectral soul demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned. There was silence again. This was a nameless grassland. The soil was barren, the grass was mostly yellow and withered weeds. The sky was gray and overcast, there was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. In this ordinary place, dozens of Gu immortals were gathered. The Gu immortals' gazes were focused on two of them. One was a male immortal. He wore a yellow-brown leather robe of northern plains, he had a thick red leather belt, he wore a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body. As for his face, it was not outstanding, it was more like an ordinary face. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his name was Chu Du, he was the domination immortal. Facing him from afar was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor. Her face was half covered by a visor that covered her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half was exposed, but she had strong facial features, her eyebrows were sharp, her eyes were bright, she had a heroic aura. She was the famous Gu immortal world of Northern Plains, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all sorts of experts without losing once. As for her true identity, He Lulan, very few Gu immortals knew about it. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu tribe's rank 7 expert, the rank 7 Gu immortal Lu Chang, she took the initiative to challenge Chu Du. Chu Du did not cower, he directly agreed. Once news of this battle spread, it affected the sensitive nerves of Northern Plains immortals, they paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chu Du, you are finally here. He Lulan's eyes were burning with battle intent. A confrontation of strength path, I have been waiting for this battle for a long time. Chu Du happily replied, regardless of the outcome, I would like to invite you to Chu tribe as a guest, we can exchange insights on strength path cultivation. He Lulan snorted coldly, Chu Du, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you have the qualifications. Let's fight. Chu Du smiled, please. He Lulan did not stand on ceremony, she flew up like lightning, flying into the clouds. Hoo, numerous figures suddenly shot down from the clouds like shooting stars, diving down towards Chu Du. Chu Du raised his head to look. Seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed became even faster, he pulled apart the distance and used a killer move, pushing his palms upwards. Rumble, a surge of energy surged out, the wave of chi swept out. He Lulan's strength path silhouette was crushed like a bubble under the wild attack. Chu Du pushed out his palm again, and the dark clouds above his head were instantly swept away, revealing a clear sky of several dozen miles. Bright sunlight shone down. He Lulan, who had disappeared into the clouds, was also exposed. He Lulan's expression was solemn. With the cover of the dark clouds, her killer move was also ready. The next moment, she clasped her hands into fists, raised them high above her head, and smashed them down towards Chu Du with a thunderous explosion. The air distorted, and the fist shadow almost instantly blasted in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms and blocked the attack. Bang! With a loud sound, he was forced back by 100 steps. But he soon stopped in the air, shaking his arms as a layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception, her attacks were like a storm, continuous and unending. Chu Du blocked again and again, and counterattacked. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar, the commotion shaking heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides attentively. Spectacular, to think that strength path Gu immortals also have so many long-range methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. It is still too early to say. Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly, strength path Gu immortals are strongest in close combat, these two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chu Du was steady like a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range methods. After a dozen or so rounds, both sides suddenly charged and fiercely collided in the middle. An explosion shook the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare contest of strength path. Whoever wins will be the #1 strength path expert in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path. After all, Strength Path was declining. It was not a concept that had existed for 50 or 60 years, it had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chudu was publicly recognized as a Strength Path expert in the current 5 regions. He could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan's sudden appearance and her specialized path surprised many Gu immortals. To think that another freak expert would appear in Strength Path, under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks, they were locked in a stalemate. Offense and defense continued to switch, enormous strength was contained in every strike. Be it Chudu or He Lulan, neither had the slightest intention of retreating, they fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between Strength Path Gu immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned, it was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path Gu immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight against either Chudu or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be dire. Every time Chudu and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion, the surrounding air distorted, air currents surged and the sound of the wind could be heard. Compared to long-range combat, Strength Path was more suited for close-range combat. For Gu immortals who cultivated Strength Path, every ordinary punch or kick was threatening enough. The advantage of close-range combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chudu fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat if they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, if I encounter Strength Path Gu immortals, I cannot let them get close to me. Punches and kicks are used too frequently, there is no time to prepare killer moves in this battle. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? Another dozen or so rounds passed. Chudu gradually gained the upper hand. Even though He Lulan was strong and had many methods, she was inferior to Chudu in terms of battle experience. Her cultivation time could not compare to Chudu. Chudu relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate his advantage bit by bit. As these advantages accumulated, He Lulan was gradually forced into a disadvantage. Chen Qing, Yin Wu Kei, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade, it flashed for an instant. She knew that if she did not try to change this, she would be the one who would lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared as her punches and kicks flew like a tidal wave, crashing towards Chudu. Chudu was like a reef in the sea, no matter how strong the waves were, he did not budge. He Lulan was not surprised, she retreated while Chudu was blocking her attacks. At the same time, she started to prepare her killer move. Chudu smiled as he quickly got close. Oh no! Chen Qing saw this and cried out. The spectating Gu immortals saw this and understood that Chudu had been waiting for this opportunity. Chudu burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner, she could only stop her killer move and use her fists and kicks to fight against Chudu, blocking his relentless attacks. Precisely so, she rashly stopped her killer move midway. The killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash that caused He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chudu created this opportunity and also used it to force He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chudu had the complete upper hand, cheers erupted. The voices came from Chudu's adopted children, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem killer move, dark capital strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. With a tiger's roar, a huge pitch-black tiger sent Chudu flying with a claw. The huge pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chudu. Chudu quickly turned around to block. Although he blocked another attack from the dark capital strength Biao, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground from the recoil. It appeared. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, dark capital strength Biao. Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Lao had a cold expression, this was the first time he had seen it, this totem killer move is too convenient. It normally resides on the skin, but when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. Indeed. Haoshan gritted his teeth. If not for this move, my first Supreme Elder would have already obtained victory. Author's note: 1. Congratulations to One Sword One Painting, and with dollars on my head for becoming this book's alliance leader, thank you very much for your support. 2. Chapter 213 to 246, Typos and Bugs. Recently, many readers have provided typos and bugs, but because I do not have enough time, I can only slowly fix them. 3. I will go to the Alliance territory tonight. 4. I will try to maintain a stable schedule during the new year. I will not prevent accidental goo from appearing. The Dark Capital Strength Biao had incredible speed, it was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized his footing, he hurriedly used a healing method on his body and immediately entered the battle. She cooperated with the Dark Capital Strength Biao, pincer attacks from both sides, suppressing Chudu. Chudu was in a sorry state, his robe was torn in many places, his defense was at a disadvantage. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth, injuries accumulated on his body. Chu Clan's Gu immortals had grim expressions. From this situation, they could not see any hope of Chudu turning the situation around. The Dark Capital Strength Biao gave He Lulan a huge advantage. You will be defeated like this. He Lulan took the chance and shouted, using his killer move, 8 Directions Battle Strength. Chudu was surrounded by several figures, he could not get out. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was the Dark Capital Strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chudu. If this bite landed, even if Chudu did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chudu laughed loudly, I finally caught you. At the next moment, a Strength Path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was caught off guard, it growled and tried to struggle. But it only lasted for a breath of time before the Strength Path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom, with a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. Immortal Killer Move, Battle Strength Evaporation. Chudu burst out with a powerful aura, his body expanded as he turned into a 10-meter tall giant. His upper body was exposed, his skin was red, all the pores on his body opened up, sweat turned into steam and enveloped his entire body. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Combined Strength. Chudu stretched out his arms and clapped his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped, He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li was enveloped and restricted by a formless force, the Gu immortals could not move, they were like mosquitoes that fell into oil. Affected by this killer move, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's speed fell drastically, its threat to Chudu fell to rock bottom. This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth, Chudu's move was more exquisite than she had expected. I didn't want to use it. He Lulan snorted internally, before activating Expend Strength Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This rank 7 immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal Gu as the core, it was called 70% Expend Strength. The situation was dire, so He Lulan immediately activated this technique. When this move was being prepared, it was soundless. When it was unleashed, its aura would suddenly erupt. It was swift and violent. Chudu tried to dodge, but he didn't manage to do so. After being hit by this move, each of his movements, even his killer moves, required more than half of his strength. He Lulan took advantage of Chudu's decline to launch another fierce attack. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the Heaven and Earth Combined Strength killer move. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. No matter what the result of this battle is, these two are peak rank 7s in Northern Plains. With such terrifying battle strength, they can probably challenge rank 8 Gu immortals. Chudu, Black Moon, in the current world, they are the pillars of Strength Path. The Gu immortals sighed deeply. At this point in the battle, be it He Lulan or Chudu, they had already won everyone's admiration. They were evenly matched, the immortals were even more interested in the final outcome of the battle. Amazing, this is amazing. Chudu had many fractures, his robe was dyed with blood, but he laughed loudly, this battle made him excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth and did not speak, she was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Chudu was superior to He Lulan in every minute detail. Little by little, they affected the entire battle. He Lulan tried all ways to salvage the situation, but the more rushed she was, the more flaws there were. Chu Du could take advantage of them. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength killer move. How can he still have such endurance? Chu Du did not tire at all. He Lulan could not help but feel bewildered. Chu Du had deep strength. He Lulan was already using her full strength, but she could not take down Chu Du currently. She could only hope that 70% expended strength killer move would tire Chu Du out. However, another dozen or so rounds passed. Before Chu Du got tired, He Lulan was already at a complete disadvantage. She was in a precarious situation. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She was not willing to lose. In this situation, she could only take a risk. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao growled and pounced at He Lulan. He Lulan did not retreat, she moved forward instead, fusing into the dark capital strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the dark capital strength Biao's huge body shrunk at lightning speed, turning into a half-beast half-human form. It stuck to the surface of He Lulan's armor like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher level of usage of totem killer moves. Gu immortals and totems were closely connected, their battle strength would rise sharply. Chu Du, lose. He Lulan shouted, her tiger wings flapped as she instantly appeared in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. He Lulan's fists landed on his arms, a huge force exploded like thunder, the surrounding air exploded as Chu Du flew out uncontrollably. Chu Du stomped on the ground, creating a long trench. He was still flying back when He Lulan suddenly appeared above Chu Du. Boom, with another heavy blow, He Lulan sent Chu Du crashing into the ground. Bam bam bam, He Lulan floated in the air, her punches rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed, the terrifying power made many Gu immortals pale. Lord Chu Du. Godfather. Chu clan's Gu immortals shouted with worry. He Lulan was too powerful, she was suppressing Chu Du, he could not retaliate at all. Enough is enough, stop, hey you. Chu Du's voice came from the pit, he spoke with much difficulty. He Lulan ignored him, her punches rained down. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang asked excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With his reminder, everyone realized that He Lulan's gaze was like that of a wild beast. She had lost her rationality, she was only using her killing instinct to control her killer moves. Chu clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we will win. This killer move is too strong. Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation failed, she might even lose her life due to the backlash. But right at this time, a figure pounced out. It was Chu Du, but Chu Du's next action was out of everyone's expectations. He forcefully endured the intense attacks, disregarding his own life. He forcefully got close to He Lulan and placed his hand on He Lulan's shoulder. A shockwave spread out, He Lulan and the dark capital strength Biao separated. He Lulan regained her rationality, her pupils shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu Du's right chest. But Chu Du used his method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, He Lulan fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not diminish, it appeared behind Chu Du and bit down. Stop. He Lulan shouted in her mind, her thoughts burst out, she wanted to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, Chu Du would definitely pay with his life if he was hit like this, but the dark capital strength Biao was not under He Lulan's control, it was extremely ferocious. Right when He Lulan thought that Chu Du was going to die, a powerful aura burst out of Chu Du's body. The killer move arrived immediately, sending the dark capital strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level? Chu Du became a rank 8 Gu immortal? My first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? He Lulan stared with wide eyes, staring at Chu Du, why? While saying this, she pulled back her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lulan, but it was not an offensive method, it was a healing killer move. Chu Du's expression was pale as he accepted her goodwill, smiling at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you. Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight you. A fair fight. Because, Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Let us continue like this, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chudu expressed his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, He Lulan was speechless. The dark capital Strength Biao was repelled by Chudu, it flew back. But now, He Lulan had regained control of it. The dark capital Strength Biao was damaged in many places, it rested on He Lulan's body. He Lulan gave Chudu a deep look before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chudu, you've won this battle. In this battle that affected Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, even though Chudu won, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Chudu displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a high-level character among Gu Immortals, be it himself or Chu clan, their reputation soared. During the intense battle, Chudu first sealed his cultivation level and fought with Fairy Black Moon with only rank 7 cultivation level. Finally, Chudu disregarded his own life and saved Fairy Black Moon. All of these made the neutral Gu Immortals have a good impression of him. Even In Wu Kei, Chen Qing, Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu clan, one of his adopted sons suggested holding a celebratory banquet and inviting immortals to use this battle to raise Chu clan's reputation. But Chudu rejected it. Chudu kept a low profile regarding this battle. However, becoming a rank 8 Gu Immortal still had a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news at almost the same time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue Feng Yuan became a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar, immortals were shocked. Author's note, in the last few days, 6 readers have become alliance leaders. During the new year, I would like to thank everyone for their support. I would like to thank One Sword One Painting, Manatient, I Have American Dollars, Mo Emi, Shadow Moon Desolate Year, and I would like to thank Wu Musher for his Silver Alliance Leader. In the next 2 months, Venerable Gu's management group will organize a book group event. Everyone is welcome to participate. Please refer to the following chapter for details. Library of Literature. The fascinating thing about was not just the charismatic main character, Guyue Feng Yuan, but also the other characters that left a deep impression. It could be said that was not just a biography of Feng Yuan, it was also a grand stage where countless characters would show their prowess. By Ning Bing, He Lulan, Wu Yong, Wu Shuai, Peng De, Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiaobai, Zhang Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Tai Ruanan, Xianxia, Yang San Mu, Lu Wei Yin, Yi Fan, Hong Yi, Han Li, Duke Long, Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, Che Wei, Guyue Fengjing, Yuan Qiongdu, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Chen Yi, Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal, Golden Hooped Immortal, Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing, Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Lianyun, Wang Xiaoer, Song Zixing, Bo Qing, Wan Dan, Di Zongxing, Shabi 95. Mao Li Qiu, Qing Chou, Bing Sichuan, Chu Du, Dongfeng Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Ma Hong Yun, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Xing, Nie Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Shen Shang, Song Yisher, Xiahan Mo, Zui Xianweng, Miao Mingshen, Shi Clan's First Supreme Elder, Feng Gong, Feng Dichong, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, Hu Immortal Land Spirit of Langia, the 10. Venerables, Primordial Origin, Star Constellation, Limitless, Reckless Savage, Red Lotus, Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, Paradise Earth, Great Dream, Mythology's Human Ancestor, Verdant Great Sun, Desolate Guyue, Northern Dark Eye Soul, Boundless Forest Samsara, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence, Great Strength True Martial, Carefree Wisdom Heart. Among these characters, there were pure humans and variant humans, there were sinister heroes and kind-hearted girls, there were mortals and Gu Immortals, there were losers and winners. There were unfathomable legends, and there were also valiant heroes with outstanding achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths and possessed all kinds of Gu worms. They had their own stories, their own pain, their own misfortunes, and also their own glory and fortuitous encounters that belonged solely to them. They also had their own ambitions. Some were selfish, some were thinking for the sake of their race, and some even surpassed their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Perhaps you have something to say to them? Then, come and participate in the book friend character selection. Currently, there was only the main character, Fang Yuan, in the character list of this book. It was completely empty. Who can accompany the protagonist, Fang Yuan, and become the symbolic character of this book? Participating steps. There was a post under Venomous Insect Master's character selection thread, in Qidian's book review and comments section. Write down the name of the person you want to recommend. Upload the image that is closest to you. Extra points for uploading can also be skipped. Describe the most brilliant moment of the character. Original text can be pasted. Express your opinion about the character. Extra points for creating your own poem. Note: 1 character and 1 image per floor. Event period, February 3rd to March 31st. Selection rules. First, look at the number of likes on the post. Second, the management group will discuss and select the final result. Event rewards. First 3 Qidian coins, 2 copies of the character poster, author's signature. 4th to 10th Qidian coins, 1 copy of the character poster, author's signature. During the event period, the officials will open the character list for the most popular characters. Note: this post prohibits random posts, sign-ins, and irrelevant comments. The final interpretation of this event belongs to the Gu Master Management Group. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea surface was dyed red. Seabirds were chirping, the sea breeze was gentle. This place was still some distance away from Eastern Xianxia clan headquarters, but it was not far. This is good. Fang Yuan quickly descended, landing on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Fang Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Fang Yuan directly used the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the entire island, before spreading from the sky, the sea surface, and the bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 now, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose to go to Eastern Xianxia clan headquarters, or go to a place like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable, he could act openly. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal chased after him now, Fang Yuan would be more than happy to see it. Fang Yuan slowly closed his eyes, his divine sense surged as he entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had several beads of rank 9 Immortal Essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was called White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger, it was like an apricot and had an orange-yellow color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 Immortal Essence. After all, he had obtained some Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago. But at this moment, he was still slightly agitated. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refined Self. A pale yellow light the size of a fist flowed out of Fang Yuan's dantian. Next, the pale yellow light slowly flowed and covered Fang Yuan's entire body. The focus was on the injuries on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan had hundreds of injuries on his body, most of them were only treated roughly before he returned. Even now, there were still many wounds that were bleeding. Specks of starlight or golden light shone on the bones or in the mangled flesh. The pale yellow radiance flowed in, and wherever it went, the starlight would dissipate and the golden clouds would vanish. This meant that the Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal left on Fang Yuan were all refined by Fang Yuan. However, the process of refinement was not pleasant. Intense pain kept coming. Fang Yuan's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. Soon, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Finally, the pale yellow light stopped on Fang Yuan's severed arm. This lasted for an hour before the pale yellow radiance dissipated. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly relaxed. After resting for a while, he immediately activated the compound killer move man as before. In the next moment, all the injuries on his body disappeared, and his severed arm was completely restored. However, when Feng Yuan held the new hand, he still felt a little weak. But this was already enough to satisfy him. Feng Yuan's injuries were severe, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were also not in a good state. Feng Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Feng Yuan had the killer move Refined Self, this killer move could rapidly refine the Dao marks on a Gu cultivator's body and turn them into his own. This method originated from Feng Yuan's previous killer move, self-cleansing. Feng Yuan used this to refine all the Dao marks left behind by the Flying Star killer move during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star killer move. His physical injuries were healed, and his soul was also at its peak state. Feng Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was first struck by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, causing calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, under Feng Yuan's secret manipulation, it attacked the Heavenly Dao's blockade and suffered the chaotic calamity. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered heavy losses, its foundation fell sharply. Compared to before Crazed Demon Cave, it had less than 20% of its original foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation, it was a tragic sight. However, even before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already expected this situation and made preparations for it. Feng Yuan focused his mind, thoughts surged as he activated the Compound Immortal Killer move, Landscape as before. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Middle Year Essence Pool, as well as the various Year Essence branch pools, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of Landscape as before. It quickly engulfed the mini 5 regions and the mini 9 heavens. The phantom water of the River of Time quickly disappeared, but what was left behind were many resource points, mountains, and rivers that were restored to their original state. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture saw this and cheered, their morale was greatly boosted. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the Year Essence Pool and created the Time Path Zones, he had already planned to coordinate with Landscape as before. With this method, the water of the River of Time in the Year Essence Pool almost dried up, many of the Time Path Zones only existed in name, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time difference with the outside world was greatly reduced. It would take a long time for the Year Essence Pool to accumulate enough water of the River of Time to increase the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time speed again. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture thus recovered 40% of its foundation. This way, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only lost 40% of its foundation. It greatly reduced the amount of time, effort, and resources that Feng Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the chaotic calamity. Landscape as before was not an effective killer move. The Gu Immortals who died in the chaotic calamity could not revive through human sea. There were many other losses. The Immortal Essence losses were huge, the vast amount of Rank 8 Immortal Essence reserves was now left with only 10%, it had fallen below the danger line and was in a dangerous situation. This was one of the reasons why Feng Yuan stopped and did not make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Feng Yuan was a Venerable now, the Rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that he produced was far more durable than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was that the Rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that had once given Feng Yuan a huge amount of help to his immortal reserves was now sharply decreasing. At the same time, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow was close to the outside world, Feng Yuan's Immortal Essence storage efficiency was not high. And in the near future, Feng Yuan needed to rest and manage his Immortal Aperture while refining the natural Dao marks of the outside world, he needed a lot of Immortal Essence. The Immortal Essence shortage is huge, Immortal Yuan Stone is already of little use to me. If I increase the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow regardless of the consequences, it is not appropriate either. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, unless they were Dream Path or Pill Path, did not pose much of a threat to Feng Yuan. What Feng Yuan was wary of was the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. Even though he had already survived a chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. But this was only a heavenly Tao blockade. The scale of the chaotic disaster was far smaller than the chaotic disaster that occurred every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow increased too quickly, Fang Yuan would quickly attract a chaotic disaster. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even die. Other venerables would take advantage of him. Immortal essence replenishment was a problem. Other than this loss, Fang Yuan also lost a large number of immortal goo. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after the goo immortals died, Fang Yuan did not take back their immortal goo or immortal apertures. Moreover, the 7 immortal goo houses that Fang Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's immortal goo losses this time, other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, none of the other super forces could afford it. Thankfully, during the middle and later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan consciously reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zhang Buddha died, his will sent many precious transformation path immortal goo into jewel yellow skies. Other than immortal essence and immortal goo, many goo immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal Life, Xiao Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fang Yuan's clone, Zhang Buddha, died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Some died in the sovereign immortal aperture while resisting the calamities and tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea. They needed to cultivate to become immortals again. The other group of people could not be revived. Among these people was the rank 8 goo immortal, Last Combat Beast King. His death made Fang Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man was a hard-working person. He was of great help to the sovereign immortal aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Fang Yuan could not revive. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also suffered a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that his killer moves were exposed. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore, they needed to be modified. If he fought against other venerables in the future, using the same killer moves would bring huge risks to Fang Yuan. Compared to these losses, Fang Yuan gained much more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan had huge gains. He was the undisputed #1 winner. Firstly, Fang Yuan plundered the first 7 layers. He obtained a vast number of chaotic Tao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to obtain a vast number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to advance to rank 9 immortal goo refinement. Second was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's Primordial Domain was about the same as Giant Sun Immortals. It was slightly inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Primordial Domain's value was huge, especially to Fang Yuan. Third was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation results. These included how to digest the truthful floating ice and raise his Heaven Path cultivation level. Fourth was Information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained a detailed understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, Celestial Court, and Longevity Heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortals methods, their combat system, Celestial Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, White Cloud Suppressing City Painting Path Formation, Wandan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremes Formation, Calamity Luck Alters Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and so on. The 5th gain was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose, he became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From today onwards, he had turned from a chess piece to a chess player. He could openly make arrangements in the world and rule over the 5 regions. In the history of humanity and variant humans, his name had to be recorded. At this point, he stood side by side with the previous 10 sages. He was like the sun that illuminated the world. The other Gu immortals, no matter how heroic they were like stars in the sky. Guyue Fang Yuan, the 11th venerable of the Gu cultivation world. A demonic cultivator who became a venerable through refinement path. According to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, author's note, summarize the past, look forward to the future. I wish all my readers the best. In the upcoming new year, I hope that they will be like Feng Yuan, with a brand new appearance, striding into a blissful life. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan's headquarters, Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal was standing in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal was emitting rank 8 aura. He had a high status. He was the current first supreme elder of Shin Clan. Shin Tsongxing, rumble. The stone door of the secret room opened as 2 Gu immortals walked out. The leader wore a gray robe. He had long black and white hair that draped over his shoulders. It was Xianxia. He cultivated human path. Hiding in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter for him. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire in his immortal aperture had completely healed. His battle strength had risen to pseudo-venerable battle strength. After Xianxia walked out of the stone door, he stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu immortal behind him. "Friend Liu, please." This Gu immortal wore simple clothes made of sackcloth. His body was strong like a bear. He wore a conical hat. Half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Weiyin, who had survived Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Weiyin cupped his fists. "Senior Shin's human path methods are extraordinary. 30% of my injuries have already healed. I can only repay this favor in the future." Xianxia laughed heartily. "Friend Liu, don't worry about it, you don't need to call me senior. In Crazed Demon Cave, we fought side by side, we cooperated closely, with such camaraderie, we can treat each other as equals." Shin Tsongxing smiled and said, "The two of you, the banquet has been prepared, please come with us." Before Lu Weiyin could be modest, Xianxia laughed heartily, grabbing his arm and passionately bringing him into the banquet. The banquet was held outdoors. It was at the peak of Red Sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 pavilions. Xianxia sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat at the guest seat, and Shin Tsongxing sat at the end. There was no need to mention the delicacies and wine on the stone table. Lu Weiyin only took a small sip as he looked into the distance. The sea was like a mirror. There were no waves. The setting sun was shining brightly. The clouds were like fire. "What a beautiful scene," Lu Weiyin praised. At this time, countless birds were chirping on the island. Countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly, creating a beautiful melody. For a moment, the sounds of nature mixed together and spread far and wide between the vast sea and sky. Lu Weiyin could not help but reveal a look of indulgence. He closed his eyes and admired it. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. "I've long heard of the Eastern Sea's Shin Clan's Red Sandalwood 10,000 Sparrow Islands reputation. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of the Crazed Demon Cave alive and witness this scene, my heart is at peace. Sigh, it's good to be alive." Lu Weiyin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8, his defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, the battle in the Crazed Demon Cave had fully allowed him to feel the feeling of being weak. Not mentioning the hardships, Lu Weiyin was on the verge of death many times. Thinking back to those dangerous situations, Lu Weiji still had lingering fear. Shin Tsongxing was instantly curious. If not for the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, even Guyue and Feng Yuan became Heaven-refining Demon Venerable. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though their gains were not small, Feng Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the world was in an uproar, after the Gu Immortal shock, they were filled with immense curiosity. Shin Tsongxing was one of them. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia looked at each other as they talked about the battle in Crazed Demon Cave with complex expressions. After Shin Tsongxing heard it, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's Pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Scheme, Giant Sun Immortal's Strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Regret, as well as Guyue and Feng Yuan's Patience. The scale of this battle was simply too high. As for Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Xianxia, they all became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Feng Yuan lost close to 100 Gu Immortals, while only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Crazed Demon Cave, countless living beings including Nya Kuang Feng, Bu Tian Kong, and Duan who perished. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his pursuit of eternal life. Feng Yuan became the biggest winner. Xianxia frowned as he asked the two immortals, I still have three things that I don't understand. Firstly, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such risks? With such strength, I can even suppress the world. If this crazed demon formation failed, I might as well set up another one. Xianxia shook his head. Limitless Demon Venerable was determined to pursue the Tao. He had 1,000,000 years of accumulation and planning. How could he be satisfied without testing it? Lu Weiyin added, his state back then probably could not last for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living Gu immortal. At least, when he died, he did not lose his flesh and immortal aperture. He turned back into many truthful floating ice pieces. So that's it. Xianxia nodded as he asked, secondly, did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really leave him alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was controlled by star constellation Immortal Venerable at first. His emotions surged and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the Door of Life and Death by star constellation Immortal Venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world wall. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality like I had expected. His emotions became emotionless. He could be said to be emotionless. He even treated the hole in the world wall as his biggest target. He used his body to suppress it, ignoring everything else. His state was strange. He was like a soul beast. Xianxia said, why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become like this? Lu Wei and I had discussed it long ago, but there was no conclusion. In my opinion, the Venerables do not have a definite answer. They are at most guesses. After Feng Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice piece, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the hole in the world wall, the three Venerables gave up. After the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were also very weak. Since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is dealing with the hole in the world wall, it is a wise move to ignore it for now. Saying so, Xianxia looked at Lu Weiyin and continued, as for how to deal with it in the future, whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will regain his rationality or not, we cannot estimate that. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turning solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bloodthirsty. He had not regained his rationality. He could only stay in the 9th layer, unable to break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Xianxia asked at the end, thirdly, that Feng Yuan's scheme to become a Venerable has already been exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. But I do not understand, why does Feng Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly, Danghun Luopa Seal, as well as the killer move that uses Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I cannot understand it. It would be fine if it were other aspects, but Feng Yuan's expertise and wisdom path has always been in defending against deductions of others. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the Celestial Court. How could he have such great gains in his killer moves? Don't tell me, he also made huge progress in wisdom path? But isn't this progress a little too huge? Forget about Danghun Luopa Seal, the killer move that allowed him to escape from the Door of Life and Death easily used 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores. He even managed to replicate a life path. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia shook their heads, expressing that they did not know. The former sighed, if not for Feng Yuan being so unexpected, he would not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, I have many guesses about this. The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses. After eating and drinking, Xianxia took out cups and made tea for Lu Weiyin and Xianxia. Lu Weiyin watched for a while before noticing something, asking with great interest, could it be 6 sound tea? Xianxia smiled, it is just a small trick, please allow me to make a fool of myself. Lu Weiyin said with a solemn expression, Shen Clan's 6 sound tea is famous in the world, to think that I would be able to taste it today. In Luck Path, there is a saying, after extreme misfortune comes bliss. There is also a saying, after surviving a great disaster, one is bound to have good fortune. Haha, I am truly fortunate today. 6 sound tea was a set of tea with a total of 6 small cups. The brewing process, temperature, type of cup, order of drinking, and specific drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all extremely detailed. Xianxia continuously used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Tongue Sound. The tea was clear and bright, it was like the clear autumn sky, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Weiyin felt a refreshing and sweet sensation. His mind was clear and clear, without any trace of pollution. He felt carefree, like he had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all worries. Xianxia made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique texture, it was soft like cotton instead of tea. But it melted in his mouth, turning into a cold stream of water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea. It was called Xianxia. But halfway through, Xianxia's tears flowed down. He failed to make the tea. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. Xianxia quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin had benefited from Xianxia's treatment and Xin Clan's hospitality. He knew that the highlight of the show was coming. He asked, Xin Clan's first supreme elder, why are you crying? Xianxia said, thank you for your concern, I am so ashamed that I am shedding tears. My Xin Clan has been established for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that in my generation, I, Xianxia, am incapable and immoral, causing my Xin Clan to be on the verge of destruction? This great red sandalwood myriad sparrow island, Xin Clan has millions of people, they are all going to turn into illusions. Xianxiang heaved a long sigh. Lu Weiyin said, are you worried about Feng Yuan? That's right. Not long ago, I received news that this Lord Demon Venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island. 5 restriction profound light chi covers the surrounding 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. Xin Clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful. Xianxia said this as tears flowed down his face again. P.S. Thank you to the old alliance leader, Hysterical Elegance, for your generous rewards. Thank you for your support. Congratulations to 3rd Xianxia for becoming the new alliance leader. The dignified Xin family's first supreme elder really had tears streaming down his face at this moment. Of course, Xianxia's fear of Feng Yuan was part of it, but more than that, he had other plans. Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it together. This news could not be fake. Feng Yuan became heaven-refining demon venerable, while Qixi ancestor was Feng Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about this. Previously, Eastern Sea's righteous path had always supported Qixi ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist Feng Yuan's variant human alliance. It turned out that the leader of both sides was Feng Yuan. It could be said that all of the super clans of Eastern Sea's righteous path were toyed with by Feng Yuan. After Xianxia learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon, he felt fear and unease. Xin Clan was an Eastern Sea super force, it had a lot of assets and controlled 7 seas. How could they face Feng Yuan? Previously, when Feng Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's super forces disregarded the past and worked together to elect Qixi ancestor, barely stabilizing the situation. But now that Feng Yuan became a pseudo-venerable, Xin Clan and the other super forces could not escape. Because their foundation was in Eastern Sea, they could not move. Even if they moved, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border or western desert, because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Feng Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be doomed. Next, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerables as leaders, they could resist Feng Yuan. But there were many super forces there, how could there be room for outsiders like Xin Clan to develop? If they were oppressed by Feng Yuan in Eastern Sea, would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Xin Clan sided with other venerables, they would be used as cannon fodder when the war erupted. Thus, Xianxia gathered the clan's Gu immortal elites and discussed for a long time. They felt that pledging allegiance to Feng Yuan was the best choice now. Although it was a little shameful, Feng Yuan had become a demon lord after all. Anyone would understand. After Xianxia made up his mind to rely on Feng Yuan, he thought about it further. Since he was going to rely on Feng Yuan, the Xin family would be the first to do it, and it would definitely be more beneficial. If Xin Clan took the initiative to link up with pseudo-venerables like Lu Weiyin and instigate other Eastern Sea righteous path forces to side with Feng Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Xianxia secretly reported this plan to Xianxia. Xianxia thought about it for a long time and felt that it was feasible. And it was best to convince Lu Weiyin first. Xianxia felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he rarely met Lu Weiyin, they had a deep relationship. Xianxia had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor in southern border. According to the relationship between sects in Zhongzhou state, the two of them could be regarded as fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Xianxia had been fighting side by side and did not have any dirty thoughts. This time, Xianxia took the initiative to use human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin's injuries. If he relied on Lu Weiyin's earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once, Xianxia cried while Xianxia sat at the side and drank tea, waiting for Lu Weiyin's reaction. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He had already understood, Xianxia and Fang Yuan's relationship was unclear. During the Fate War, they had worked together to resist the Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Xianxia left Divine Emperor City and immediately fought against the Celestial Court because of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Weiyin? Where should he go from here? Lu Weiyin had actually considered this problem for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed again. 3 venerables faced off, and there was still the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. As a pseudo-venerable, Lu Weiyin was clear of his position. Fighting against a venerable was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of a fight between venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal fell into a deadlock, they recruited Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. These people were the best bargaining chips to tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the 3 venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the fact that the 3 venerables were not in good condition and were wary of each other, they could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered, if Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the pursuit battle, I helped Fang Yuan ambush Spectral Soul because I wanted to borrow Fang Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now, Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, he had an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by either Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin would feel slightly better. But the truth was that Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And the reason why Fang Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul was because of Lu Weiyin's desperate ambush. Xianxia observed his expression, he knew that Lu Weiyin could not calm down, he could understand Lu Weiyin's conflicted emotions. Xianxia did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor, it was not appropriate for him to speak now. Xianxia, however, did not have this concern. He urged, in my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan, it was mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final orders. After pausing for a moment, Xianxia continued, furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was only the final blow. But that was only the final attack, the main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin sighed to the sky, he had no choice but to nod and say, that makes sense. He smiled bitterly, the situation has changed, the world has turned upside down, without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, would only be a fugitive. Right now, even though the Mushroom Man blessed land is still around, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am in a dilemma, I cannot calm my emotions. Xianxia, we have a deep friendship from battle, I wonder if you have any ideas, what can you teach me? I will definitely listen. Xianxia coughed, I will not hide it from you, I am probably going to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. In fact, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we already had an agreement with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we cooperated and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cooperated several times. Lord Fang Yuan did not mistreat my Shin clan. Of course, to say that Fang Yuan was trustworthy? That was pure nonsense. He was a demon venerable after all. It is just that Shin clan's foundation is here. The future is uncertain if we move. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shin clan was a huge clan with many Gu immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to maintain their own cultivation. They also needed to nurture new Gu immortal seeds. Of course, every Gu immortal had their own immortal aperture. But it was hard to be self-sufficient just by relying on the resources in the immortal aperture. If they could do this, jewel yellow skies would not be so prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials. The 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared, and the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too great. Hearing Xianxia's words, Lu Weiyin nodded with a heavy expression. Brother Shen has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, I, Lu Weiyin, will follow you this time. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other, muttering internally, sly old fox. Lu Weiyin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Xianxia's favor for healing him. Sure enough, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Xianxia coughed. It is for the best that Lu Weiyin has made this decision. In the future, we will be able to take care of each other. Xianxia quickly went along with this suggestion. He suggested using Xianxia and Lu Weiyin, with Shin clan as the leader and the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed to it on the spot. Xianxia made 6 sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Xianxia brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin into the stone room to continue healing his injuries. Lu Weiyin and Xianxia's injuries were severe. A single treatment was definitely not enough. Even if Xianxia used human path methods, he would need some time to get rid of the venerable Dao marks on his injuries. Early in the morning of the second day, Xianxia set off to visit the other super clans. His plan was progressing quite smoothly. Originally, these super forces were all based in Eastern Sea, but when they heard that Xianxia and Lu Weiyin were going to join Fang Yuan, they all heard about it. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among these 3, Xianxia and Lu Weiyin were going to join Fang Yuan, while the remaining Qi Si ancestor was the righteous Qi Alliance leader, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This example was too powerful. Eastern Sea's other super clans quickly followed suit. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Xiaxian, Xiajia, and several other Gu immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the righteous Qi Alliance the moment the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu immortals were truly pitiful. Their foundation was first annexed by the variant Human Alliance. They then joined Qi Si ancestor, wanting to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan put on a show and killed Xia Ruiji and the other Xia clan Gu immortals. This demon Fang Yuan killed my clansmen and annexed my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will return one day. Let's go. If we don't, Zui Xianwen will come to patrol. Hehe, don't worry. For today's escape, I found some rare wine for Zui Xianwen. According to his nature, he will be dead drunk by now. Xia clan's Gu immortals conversed as they flew close to the surface of the sea, leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zui Xianwen watched them from afar until he could no longer see them. This elderly Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting it. He should not have agreed to Qin Dingling's request back then. Right now, he was hiding in the righteous Qi Alliance with the identity of an insider of the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had secretly given him instructions a day ago. It was to let these Xia clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zui Xianwen thought about how Fang Yuan had venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. How did he become a venerable all of a sudden? Venomous person of venomous worms, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. A thin bamboo skewer with 5 cicadas on it was being roasted over the fire. The bamboo stick was not ordinary, the fire was also not ordinary, and these 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path goo worms called purple smoke cicadas. Once it was instilled with quintessential essence, it would emit thick purple smoke that would cover the entire world. If it was in the mortal world, every purple smoke cicada would cause goo masters to fight over it, but right now, they were only food. The person roasting the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. Even though he was sitting on a folding stool, he still revealed his tall and thin figure. It was the Northern Plains rank 8 goo immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains goo immortal world. He liked cooking goo worms and would occasionally create such delicacies. Apart from enjoying the delicacies he made himself, he would also reward the members of the Centipede clan. Any goo immortal who obtained such a reward would feel extremely honored. This was a sign that Heavenly Lord Baizu appreciated. Sometimes, Heavenly Lord Baizu would invite some goo immortal friends as guests and personally cook for them. At this moment, Chudu was sitting in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the only guest that the latter had invited. Chudu kept chewing, and there was only one purple mist cicada left on the bamboo stick in his hand. "Brother Chu, how's the taste?" Heavenly Lord Baizu asked with a smile while roasting the cicadas. Chudu laughed and said, "The taste is excellent." Who would have thought that after being roasted, the purple smoke cicada would actually have the deliciousness of chicken mixed with a hint of sweetness of taro. When you eat it, it's crunchy and crispy. One skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. As everyone knows, I am an itinerant cultivator. A long time ago, I roamed Northern Plains without clothes to cover my body and food to fill my stomach. Once, I failed to capture a wild goo worm and crushed it. Half a month of hard work went up in smoke. I can't bear to. He was angry and hateful. I cooked the goo worm and ate it. The smell was terrible. I had diarrhea for 7 days and 7 nights and almost died because of it. After this disaster, I became even more ruthless. From then on, I swore that after I became rich, I would often eat goo to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu's eyes were like clouds. Chudu was silent. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him before, and it felt like he was opening his heart to him. Chudu knew that this was because he had exposed his rank 8 cultivation level and was on equal footing with Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed and changed the topic. "This roasted cicada is just a quirk of mine." They only wanted the delicacy on the tongue, but there were no practical benefits. Unlike the superpowers with deep foundations, most of these superpowers had famous teas and wines that had been passed down and improved over the generations. Among them, there are even some excellent products. I heard that eating and drinking them can increase your Dao marks. Chudu nodded as he analyzed the situation. Ever since the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has been very active. His food path methods are extraordinary. The Celestial Court was their enemy, and they once focused on studying the esophagus, which was quite fruitful. And when the Chi tide swept through the world, I heard that there were 5 to 6 food path inheritances exposed. Most of these inheritances were sold into Jewel Yellow Skies. One person sold many copies, allowing more people to benefit. Because of all these, food path gradually spread. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded as he sighed. "Fate is destroyed, the 5 regions are one, the 3 venerables rule the world, chaotic war is about to happen." This was something that had never happened in the history of the human race. Food path originated from beast men. There were some that were hidden by some people, but in this great era, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future. Food path is like this, strength path will also not remain the same. Brother Chu, your ambition to revitalize strength path is almost impossible in normal times. But in such a great era, there's a lot that can be done. Chudu laughed heartily. When he fought with Fairy Black Moon earlier, he did not hesitate to get heavily injured to save Hei Lulan, thus everyone could see his ambition. Chudu's eyes shined. It is still too early. Right now, there are less than 5 strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, only Western Desert's Fong clan's first Supreme Elder is the most famous. To revitalize strength path, we need to attract more goo masters to cultivate strength path. I am. powerless to change the environment, but I can create more strength path experts and trigger this trend. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally found a topic and interrupted, Brother Chu, you seem to have forgotten about a strength path expert. In his early years, he relied on strength path methods. But now, this person is high above us, looking down on us like a bird's eye view. Chu Du was stunned before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was talking about Gu Yue and Fang Yuan. Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention in mentioning Fang Yuan, so he cooperated and said with a solemn expression, Gu Yue, Fang Yuan was actually able to advance to Venerable, it was truly out of my expectations. Thinking back to the first time I met him, I felt that he was extraordinary and unfathomable. Later, I fought alongside him several times, and found that this person has a persevering temperament and is both brave and intelligent. Anyone with such a temperament would not stay under others for long. But his identity is special, he is the person chosen by Providence for rebirth, and was the only person that many venerables placed their hopes on to destroy fate. His life's encounters and dangers are so strong that no one can compare to him in history. So, he was able to reach the final step and become one of the strongest in the world. After my initial shock, I analyzed it and felt that it was only natural. Heavenly Lord Baizu heard this and nodded repeatedly, that's right. Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously lowered his voice and leaned forward, asking Chu Du, I wonder if Brother Chu has contacted this heaven-refining demon venerable recently? Chu Du did not answer directly, but asked, oh? Brother Baizu, you want to? Heavenly Lord Baizu spread his arms and smiled bitterly, in the current situation, Brother Chu, why ask when you already know the answer? You and I don't know each other without fighting. Even though we both established our own clans, we have always been ostracized in Northern Plains. If it was a normal era, you and I would both have rank 8 cultivation level, other than Central Continent, as long as we do not die in any of the other 4 regions, we would be able to establish ourselves. But now, we are in an unprecedented great era. Giant Sun Immortal has revived. He has a special title, people call him Protective Immortal Venerable. My Baizu tribe was able to establish our force because we annexed He tribe's foundation. And He tribe has the Huangjin bloodline. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep these last days, I am very worried. Chu Du quickly consoled, no matter how protective Giant Sun Immortal is, Brother Baizu has rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been unifying the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, if we kill you, we will lose everyone's support. If Giant Sun Immortal was the only one left in the world, our lives would be in danger. But now, with the 3 venerables, there is still hope and hope. Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression, however, there are countless ways to deal with them. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were established, we have been ostracized by the other Huangjin tribes. Haven't we learned enough of their methods? Giant Sun Immortal does not need to attack us, he only needs to push our tribes to the front lines in a chaotic battle and use us as cannon fodder, it is a simple matter. Chu Du heard this and nodded slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu's words were exactly what he was worried about. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fang Yuan through Chu Du, but he did not want to join Fang Yuan immediately. After all, Fang Yuan was known as Heaven-refining demon venerable by Longevity Heaven and the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's nature was known to the world, ruthlessness and ruthlessness were a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave a way out for himself in case he needed it in the future. His idea was also Chu Du's. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fang Yuan for a long time. Chu Du sighed, speaking the truth. Chu Du continued, my relationship with Fang Yuan is known by almost everyone in the world. Oh Giant Sun Immortal, if I contact Fang Yuan, the risk is too high. If it's exposed, it'll be an unexpected disaster. That was what he said. But Chu Du had already made up his mind, while the 3 venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fang Yuan and create a way out for himself and Chu clan. The news of the 3 venerables coexisting shocked the world. After the shock, all the forces in Gu Immortal started to think about their current situation. Almost at the same time, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, who was mentioned by Chu Du as a strength path expert, was also discussing with the other clans Gu Immortals. In the study room, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong was sitting, speaking with a tone of lingering fear, to think that Fang Yuan actually became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject Fang Yuan back then. We made a deal with him. Otherwise, if we offended this person, we might have been able to resist him back then, but now, we would have to face his revenge. Our clan would fall into a crisis of survival. At the side, Fang clan's third supreme elder, rank 7 Gu immortal Feng Huaxing, said, speaking of which, it is not a big deal that our Fang clan has been deceived by Fang Yuan for so long. After all, he is someone who can become a venerable. Fang Dichang snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. He had a deep grudge with Fang Yuan. Back then, he wanted to plot against Fang Yuan, but was killed by Fang Yuan. His soul was later released by Fang Yuan as a bargaining chip. Fang Yuan obtained a vast number of soul cores, thieves' den, and other items from Fang clan. Now that Fang Dichang had a body again, even though he only had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already actively preparing for his immortal ascension. His cultivation level fell sharply, but his status did not change. After all, his adopted son Fang Yun was supporting his faction. He was still trusted and valued by Fang clan. Even though Fang Dichang's wisdom path methods were very weak, he still had the big picture. He sneered, analyzing, don't look at how Fang Yuan has already become a demon venerable. The current situation is unprecedented. 3 venerables coexisting in the world, this has never happened before in history. And among these 3 venerables, there is a subtle difference. Look, the celestial court exposed that giant sun immortal created and cultivated blood path, and also claimed that Fang Yuan is heaven refining demon venerable, he is the strongest. Longevity Heaven refuted the celestial court, saying that giant sun immortal cultivated blood path, it was a benevolent act to benefit the world. At the same time, they criticized Fang Yuan as a demon venerable. Among the 3 parties, only Fang Yuan did not say anything. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been resting in Eastern Sea. From this, it can be seen that Fang Yuan is still the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future, there will be a great battle between the 3 venerables. It is not that I have no hope of revenge. And my Fang clan is located in the depths of Western Desert. It is an excellent location. In the future, when the 5 regions fight, the border forces will definitely be in chaos. My Fang clan only needs to keep a low profile and quietly develop. If there is a winner among the 3 venerables, we will join them. If all the venerables die, our Fang clan will have no hope of becoming the overlord of Western Desert. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing heard this analysis and nodded slightly. Finally, Fang Dichang emphasized, looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have venerable leaders. Southern Border also has a Righteous Path alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided. We are in a state of disunity. It can be said that our Western Desert is the weakest among the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the initiative to set an example. If other forces try to recruit us, we will secretly join them and prioritize our clan's benefits. Earlier, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot make such a mistake again. It would be too foolish to become everyone's target. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing nodded again. Even though Fang Dichang's cultivation level was low, he still had his vision. Southern Border, Heavenly Blue Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, almost all of Luo clan's Gu immortals were gathered. Those who did not come personally had sent their wills to participate. Luo clan's first supreme elder Luo Zhu only had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around and said, with the reign of 3 venerables, a chaotic war is about to break out. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, please speak them out. Luo clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated space path. He was Luo clan's General Luo Ran. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was even stronger than first supreme elder Luo Zhu. Luo Ran spoke, everyone, the news of the reign of 3 venerables is shocking. I have thought about it for a long time. If I were any one of the 3 venerables, I would first annex Southern Border and Western Desert. After all, we have to pick on the weak. If the 3 venerables start a war, it would not be good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. The wisest decision would be to strengthen ourselves and annex more territories and resources before fighting with the venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of Southern Border, closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Southern Border, our Luo clan will be the first to bear the brunt. Luo clan's immortals nodded with cold expressions. Ever since the 5 regional walls disappeared, their pressure had been increasing day by day. At the same time, he was also secretly thinking about the way out for himself and the Luo family. Luo Ran continued, with 3 venerables coexisting, unless a venerable appears in southern border, even if all the southern border Gu immortals unite and work closely together, we are not the match of any one of the 3 venerables. The other superpowers located in the hinterlands might still have room to wait for the right price. Our Luo family is located at the border of the southern border and the central continent. I'm afraid that once there's a conflict, we'll have to make the first choice. The moment he said that, the Luo family immortals all became slightly restless. One of them stood up and said angrily, Luo Zhu, are you saying that our Luo clan will surrender without a fight? Do you not care about our Luo family's reputation of being upright for generations? Have you abandoned our Luo family's honor of upholding justice? Everyone looked at her. The one who had questioned her was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan Gu immortals agreed with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan was glorious, we were close to the Wu clan's position. How could you do such a cowardly thing? Yes, it's true that venerable ones are invincible, but in the current era, there are 3 venerable ones in this world, so it's not impossible for other venerable ones to revive. The future is full of possibilities, we cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 venerables are worthy of our clan joining them. Celestial Court is a sect system, if our Luo clan joins them, we will have to change the system. Giant Sun Immortal is a protective immortal venerable. Northern Plains by Zhu tribe and Chu tribe have been ostracized by the Huangjin bloodline. And Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has many old grudges with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, even I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider this thoroughly. Luo Fei stared with wide eyes. Lord Luo Ran, you are the #1 expert of our Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, then it's too disappointing. Luo Ran showed an ashamed expression. I was wrong. Luo Fei continued, from what I see, the situation is not very dangerous. The 3 venerables are wary of each other and restraining each other. They will not attack so easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Xiao Hejian, and the rest have already died. Fang Yuan's subordinates suffered great losses. Even he is still recuperating. Eastern Sea has not been evaluated yet. He does not have the strength to invade other regions. Furthermore, even though Southern Border does not have a venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the Alliance leader, Lord Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our Southern Border righteous path. He has never disappointed us. Why can't we have some expectations for him, for ourselves? After saying this, Luo Fei sat down. But many Luo clan Gu immortals nodded, they felt this was reasonable. Luo clan had a good impression of Wu clan. Because back then, when Luo clan explored Qiju Grotto Heaven and was pursued, they asked Wu clan for help to preserve their clan's strength. 15 minutes later, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind for a secret discussion. This time, it was hard on you. Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. Submitting to Central Continent was my original intention. But after today's probing, Luo clan does not want to lower their heads easily, they feel they are submitting. On the other hand, that information path Immortal Gu is only Crane Gate's intention. Even if our Luo clan decides to join Central Continent, we need to at least get in touch with Celestial Court, right? Luo Zhu sighed. Our Luo clan has always been a righteous clan. I am lacking in virtue. I am deeply worried about our clan's safety. But you are right, the time is not ripe yet. We should continue to maintain contact with Crane Gate secretly. Central Continent, Crane Gate. Lush green trees, a cool breeze brushed past. In a pavilion at the waist of the mountain, a young Gu immortal was playing a jade flute. The sound of the flute was melodious, an immortal crane was flying in the sky. The young Gu immortal wore a snow-white robe, he was gentle like jade, his dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching his waist. It was he Fengyang who cultivated enslavement path, he was called Winged Crane Flying Immortal. I succeeded in my tribulation this time and advanced to rank 7. To think that the moment I came out, I would hear news of 3 venerables in the same era. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revive, there is also a newly advanced Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Guyue, Feng Yuan, He Fengyang had complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who instructed Master Tenchiru to go to southern borders Guyue village, to deal with Feng Yuan and obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If I had hardened my heart back then and made a move personally, would I have been able to kill Feng Yuan directly? This thought appeared in He Fengyang's mind. But soon, He Fengyang shook his head. There was a high chance that he would fail. Because behind Feng Yuan, there was the entanglement of Providence and the other venerables. But even if there was a possibility of getting rid of Feng Yuan, what was the point of saying this now? Feng Yuan was already a demon venerable. And He Fengyang had just advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. He Fengyang felt a lot of disappointment and envy in his heart. He had cultivated bitterly for so many years, but he could only watch as Feng Yuan rose from a mortal to a venerable in the end. He had left him far behind, he could not even see Feng Yuan's back. But as he listened to the flute music, He Fengyang's emotions gradually calmed down. Everyone has their own fate. Feng Yuan was able to have his current accomplishments, other than fortuitous encounters, he also had his wits and risked his life. He saw through the chaotic situation many times, but he still died many times. And I am not without hope. During peaceful times, enslavement path is a waste of the sect's resources. But the 5 regions' chaotic war is about to start, and I cultivate enslavement path, the sect will definitely place more importance on me, I will receive more resources and care. Furthermore, I acted on my own and secretly used Crane Gate's name to send an information path Immortal Gu to southern borders Luo clan to recruit them. Luo clan's first supreme elder did not immediately destroy the information path Immortal Gu, this is already a clear indication of his attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge merit, the sect contribution points will be very high. At that time I will exchange for the Celestial Quartz Immortal Pill for you to become an ancient desolate beast. He Fengyang looked at the 9-palace crane flying in front of him and smiled. This 9-palace crane was a desolate beast, it had a close relationship with He Fengyang. It had once been affected by the time path Immortal Gu turned back, from an adult to a youth, then to a child. He Fengyang actively healed it, he paid a huge price and finally restored it to its original state. Eastern Sea. 5-colored smoke surged and shrunk, eventually entering Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island, there was nothing in front of him, there was no longer any smoke. Next, he saw a large group of Gu immortals walking over. When they were 1,000 steps away from him, they landed on the sea surface and kowtowed to him, submitting to him. These people were Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals, the first supreme elders of the various clans were here. Among them, Pseudo-Venerable Xianxia and Lu Weiyin were the leaders. Feng Yuan was slightly dazed before understanding, he laughed heartily, a wise man submits to circumstances, everyone, stand up. From today onwards, I will treat you and my subordinates equally. The immortals immediately showed expressions of gratitude, they said in unison, we pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, we are willing to give our all to Lord Demon Venerable. But Feng Yuan shook his head, let me announce it to the world. At the same time, he communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and announced. What Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? I don't accept this title. Xianxia and the rest were stunned. I am not of the demonic path, I am of the righteous path. Everything I did before was for the welfare of the people of the world. I disregarded my own life and went through countless dangers to destroy fate, to give the people of the world complete freedom. However, I was suppressed by the rotten forces like the Celestial Court, they tried to obstruct me. I am good friends with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me to imitate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After becoming venerable, I will devote my life to the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not listen to the rumors, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me, Star Constellation and Giant Sun worked together to kill him. Feng Yuan said righteously. Xianxia and Lu Weiyin could only look at him in a daze. The other leaders of Eastern Sea's righteous path also felt like they had heard wrongly. Feng Yuan's voice became louder, everyone, remember this, I, Guyue Feng Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, It will benefit the world and bring harmony to the 5 regions. This news spread rapidly in jewel yellow skies. All the Gu immortals in the world knew about it. Be it Chu-Du, who was grilling skewers with Heavenly Lord Baizu, the 3 leaders of Feng clan who were discussing in private, the Luo clan immortals, or He Fengyang, they all received this shocking information. But Feng Yuan did not stop, he continued. He directly threw out a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were a vast number of Gu worms in the list. As long as the Gu masters and Gu immortals paid the appropriate price, Feng Yuan would refine Gu worms for them. No matter the size of the mortal Gu, or even rank 8 immortal Gu, he could refine them. The 5 regions were in an uproar. This is the promise of Gu Yue Feng Yuan, a refinement path venerable. Gu worms are the core and foundation of our Gu cultivation. But they have always been too few, especially immortal Gu. Because of this, the first thing Gu Yue Feng Yuan, will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal Gu for everyone in the world. No matter what grudges we had in the past, no matter if we were enemies or friends, I will disregard the past and refine Gu for everyone equally. This will prove my love for everyone. I know your worries. But the truth is, I have already transacted with many forces and Gu immortals. I have refined many immortal Gu for them. For example, Western Desert's Feng clan, I have transacted with them many times. These are all evidence. In Western Desert, Feng Gong, Feng Dichang, and Feng Huaxing stared with wide-opened eyes. Feng Dichang, who had just emphasized keeping a low profile and not becoming the target of everyone, had a pale expression. For example, Southern Borders Wu clan, I have refined more than 1 rank 8 immortal Gu for Wu Yong. The evidence is all here. Wu Yong, Luo clan, Luo Fei held her head, her heart felt like it was breaking. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you are actually secretly working with Feng Yuan, why? For example, Northern Plains Baizu clan, I have many intentions to cooperate with Heavenly Lord Baizu, we have been in frequent contact. Feng Yuan continued to declare. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a statue, the bamboo skewer in his hand was already burning. Chu-Du looked at him as if saying, brother, what's wrong with you? Since you were already secretly communicating with Feng Yuan, why did you use my channel to contact Feng Yuan earlier? Feng Yuan continued, not just Northern Plains, even Central Continent has it. For example, He Fengyang of Crane Gate, I have interacted with him in my early years, we can be said to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Slander, this is pure slander. He Fengyang was so angry that he threw the jade flute in his hand on the ground, his body trembling. Finally, Feng Yuan said, whether you believe it or not, it is up to you. There is a risk, but what if it is true? Why don't you give it a try? Everyone, please have some trust in me. A long time ago, many people misunderstood me. So, please let me prove to everyone in the world that I am great love immortal venerable. Feng Yuan finished his declaration. On the surface of the sea, winds were blowing. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals who were kneeling on the ground looked up at Feng Yuan with dazed expressions. Looking at them, Feng Yuan smiled warmly, everyone, get up, you have all joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, you will receive even more benefits. I promise. P.S. When the update was about to start, I made some urgent adjustments, so I updated it late. This chapter is 4,000 words long. Combining this chapter with the previous one, the effect is even better. Li Xiaobai followed several information path Gu immortals as they carefully concealed themselves. Xiaobai, black and white heavens are fusing. Together now, there are intense fluctuations and the environment is dangerous. When the dog group comes, watch and don't move, understand? The leading rank 7 information path Gu immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded, yes, I will listen to seniors. He was very obedient, he did not have the arrogance of a great scholar, this made the information path Gu immortals present have a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had advanced to rank 6 long ago, he was an information path Gu immortal. And because of his aptitude, he was the most favored Gu immortal junior in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. These information path Gu immortals came from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, they were at least rank 2 officials in the imperial court. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a special system, Gu immortals gradually entered the imperial court, most of them held important positions in the court. After Li Xiaobai became a Gu immortal, he would also work in the imperial court in the future. The only exception was old immortal Huayu. He had rank 8 cultivation level, he stayed behind the scenes and controlled the situation. "They're here." A moment later, the investigating Gu Immortal spoke. The Immortals quickly used several more killer moves to conceal themselves even deeper. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a large group of remnant heavenly dogs. They stepped on the void and charged over. These were ancient desolate beasts of space path. They ate space path Gu worms as food. There are a total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs, and 4 heaven-swallowing dogs. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path. He was most skilled at gathering information. He immediately understood the size of the dog group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts. After growing to a certain stage, they could become heaven-swallowing dogs. Heaven-swallowing dogs were immemorial desolate beasts. They ate 9 heavens fragments, blessed lands, and grotto heavens as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens grotto heaven. As the dog group got closer, the Gu Immortals in profound literature grotto heaven started to cooperate and use killer moves. This information path killer move spread out soundlessly and quickly. At first, there were no changes in the dog group, but after a dozen breaths of time, 3 of the heaven-swallowing dogs stopped moving. They bared their teeth and looked in the same direction, showing vigilance. The remaining heaven-swallowing dog also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing dogs barked at each other. 3 of them brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs and changed their route, moving in another direction. The last heaven-swallowing hound led the other 20-odd remnant heavenly hounds back to their original path. Profound literature grotto heavens Gu Immortals had been hiding themselves. Only when these dogs were out of sight did they reveal themselves and let out sighs of relief. "Alright, it's done. Most of the hounds have been misled by us into thinking that there's plenty of food in that direction. They're actually a bunch of soul beasts." Haha, those soul beasts were also planted with information path methods. After the dogs charge over, they will mistakenly think that the soul beasts are hiding immortal apertures. Let them kill each other. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not bewitched. It is likely that it has a wild immortal Gu. But with this scale, Sir Hua, you can handle it. Little White, did you see that? In the future, when your cultivation level rises to rank 7, you will need to complete these missions frequently. Our profound literature paradise cannot move at all. It looks like it has shrunk to a point and is entrusted to the void, but there are still many dangers that need to be resolved in advance. Li Xiaobai quickly replied, "I will definitely work harder." This group of Gu Immortals immediately moved, following the path of that heaven-swallowing hound. This heaven-swallowing hound was leading some remnant heavenly hounds, but they were ambushed along the way. They were surrounded by old immortal Hua Yu's battlefield killer move. After a huge battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was indeed a wild immortal Gu, but it was destroyed in the battle. A few remnant heavenly hounds escaped. They escaped through the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They cultivated space path after all. They had the ability to escape. But soon, they ran into Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly hounds turned into minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also made a move. He expended some immortal essence, but it did not have much effect. But he showed an excited and unsatisfied expression. The other information path Gu Immortals saw this. It deepened their impression of him as a cute junior. Old immortal Hua Yu stopped the battlefield killer move. The immortals quickly greeted him. Old immortal Hua Yu nodded. He looked at the crowd and smiled at Li Xiaobai. He was also very appreciative of this young junior. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good background. He was the most outstanding Gu Immortal that appeared in the Grotto Heaven in the last 100 years. He represented the future of profound literature Grotto Heaven. Sigh. To think that Qixi ancestor is heaven-refining demon venerable Fang Yuan's clone. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. I was deceived by him. If not for celestial court and longevity heaven exposing the truth, I might have been used by him. What great love immortal venerable, this can only deceive ghosts, right? Sigh, outsiders cannot be trusted. Only these Gu Immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qixi ancestor had once personally helped profound literature Grotto Heaven. Thus, old immortal Hua Yu had always respected Qixi ancestor. After joining the Righteous Qi Alliance, he had always followed Qixi ancestor's lead. But now that Qixi ancestor's identity was exposed, old immortal Hua Yu's previous respect for Qixi ancestor was replaced by his anger and humiliation. Old immortal Hua Yu felt uneasy. but his expression was calm as he took charge of the situation. He ordered a portion of Gu Immortals to clean up the battlefield and remove the traces, while sending a portion of Gu Immortals to investigate the surroundings. They were all information path Gu Immortals. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, leaving no obvious clues behind. Other investigative Gu Immortals also brought back information. The heavenly wind Qi wall between the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated, the fusion of the two heavens has become even more intense. Not only are the beast groups of the two heavens fighting each other, the original Tao marks of the two heavens are also changing intensely. Some are in conflict with each other, some are tangled together, they are hard to separate. Actually, the heavenly wind Qi wall had started to dissipate long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone, Qi tides were sweeping the world. The fusion of the two heavens was also at its most intense. This caused intense turbulence. The grotto heavens and the two heavens were facing endless trouble. The dog group earlier was a huge threat to profound literature grotto heaven. Fortunately, they were dealt with in advance. What made Old Immortal Huayu and the other information path Gu Immortals worried was not just the current problem, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Yuan came out of seclusion, publicizing himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and creating the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang, the 2 pseudo-venerables, immediately led the Eastern Sea Righteous Path super clans to pledge their loyalty to Fang Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and Variant Human Alliance joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old Immortal Huayu and the rest were in an awkward situation. Speaking of which, they and Granny Skeleton were also members of the Righteous Qi Alliance. But all along, their foundation was in the 2 heavens, thus they were ostracized by the Eastern Sea superforces. Originally, this was nothing. Old Immortal Huayu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to cling on to Qi Ancestor. But now, Qi Ancestor's identity was exposed. He was actually the clone of their greatest enemy, Fang Yuan. The person they had been clinging on to was Fang Yuan. Old Immortal Huayu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest were stunned. And the changes in the 2 heavens caused them to be exhausted from dealing with them. Right at this time, Fang Yuan declared himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. This declaration shook the world. The Gu Immortal world of the 5 regions was in an uproar. Guyue Fang Yuan had been ruthless ever since he started cultivating. He slaughtered countless people. He was definitely a demonic path member. How could he cleanse himself with just a few words? If cleansing oneself was so easy, what was the use of the world's righteous path? Old Immortal Huayu scoffed inwardly, but he felt very refreshed. Fang Yuan's declaration was simply a joke. But with the support of a demon venerable's cultivation level, who dared to laugh, did they not see that Eastern Sea's righteous path was the first to lower their heads? Even if Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court mocked and ridiculed him, what could they do to Fang Yuan? We can't delay any longer. Fang Yuan has already taken an Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our 2 heavens forces cannot wait any longer. But should we join Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was not above Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why Old Immortal Huayu joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. Joining Fang Yuan now was naturally the most convenient. But if that happened, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would definitely be lost. Why? Everyone knew that Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The grotto heavens of the 2 heavens were his targets for annexing apertures. Since they could not protect their homeland and were destined to be abandoned, why must they join Fang Yuan? Honestly speaking, Old Immortal Huayu was very disgusted with demons like Fang Yuan. Old Immortal Huayu's thoughts became active, his options had widened. But how to choose was a problem. Longevity Heaven. At the center was Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was divided into 4 directions, forming the 4 desolations. The surroundings of the 4 desolations were divided into 8 regions, the 8 extremities. The sky of the 4 desolations was covered in golden light. In the sky of the 8 extremities, there was a green halo. It had been some time since Giant Sun Immortal returned to Longevity Heaven. Whoosh. There was a soft sound. The final star path Tao marks on Giant Sun Immortal's body turned into a spark and vanished. My injuries are completely healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, to recover my Tao Lord might. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not displayed their full strength as Venerables, because there were no natural Tao marks in the void for them to refine. If there were, a Venerable's every move would be amplified and strengthened by natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the help of a vast number of Soul Path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not a true Tao Lord. After all, his mind was not clear. Giant Sun Immortal had already refined all the Luck Path Tao marks of the 5 regions when he was alive. But after his death, these Luck Path Tao marks were gradually controlled by the Heavenly Tao. Now, he needed to refine them again before he could use them. Literature Hall. End of chapter 2196. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.